Chapter 1 of The Return of Alfred. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. To those in many countries who have generously assumed responsibility for the authorship of Patricia Brent Spinster, this book is dedicated by the author. Chapter 1. The Girl at the Window. "All change!" The station master was weary of the phrase. He had shouted it, murmured it, purred it, and threatened with it, until he felt it the most odious combination of words the language contained. "All change, sir!" he repeated irritably, as the passenger for whose benefit he had made the statement showed no sign of movement. "Strike begins at 10," he added. "But it's not 10 yet," smiled the young man, as he glanced at his wrist watch. "There won't be time to get on to Upper Saxton," was the reply. "We've had instructions to warn all passengers that trains may be left derelict at 10 o'clock." "Anyway, I think I'll chance it," was the imperturbable reply, and the fair-haired passenger with the smiling blue eyes proceeded to light a cigarette. "Well, sir, I've warned you," said the station master, with the air of a man who wishes to clear himself of all responsibility. "You most certainly have," agreed the passenger, as he dropped the match upon the carpeted floor of the first-class compartment and put his foot upon it. The station master had promised to be home by 9 o'clock to a stewed steak and onion supper, a dish dear to his heart, and now he had been delayed nearly an hour by this miserable business of trying to explain to congenital idiots that if they persisted in their folly they would, in all probability, be left stranded, and that it was no use threatening him with legal proceedings. In return they had done nothing but pester him with their ridiculous questions as to what the company meant to do. Could he recommend a good hotel? Where could a motor car be obtained? He banged to the door viciously. He hated strikes. He hated trade unions. He hated railways. He hated everything connected with locomotion. It was only from sheer lack of inspiration that he did not curse the day that gave to the world George Stephenson. "Right, sir?" queried the guard, his whistle lifted towards his lips. "Right," echoed the station master. "One passenger won't get out," he added, and he waved his hand with the air of a Pontius Pilate repudiating all responsibility for the folly of others. He was wondering what, in the natural order of things, would be the effect of half an hour's delay upon stewed steak and onions. There was a shrill whistle, a green light described an arc-like movement, and the station master turned to escape from a fiery-faced little man with an eye like a fish and a moustache like a walrus. On his lips the station master saw imbecile questions framing themselves. "Why didn't that gentleman get—" The station master fled. Realization had suddenly come to him that every passenger who had alighted from the train at his suggestion would inevitably ask the same question. As the train gathered speed, the solitary passenger found himself wondering whether or no he had been wise in disregarding the advice officially tendered. There was something about the station master, he decided, that had irritated him. He disliked taking advice from men who, because they were fair, spared the use of a razor. It was almost as bad as not washing your neck because you are addicted to high collars. He had been warned at Liverpool Street that the strike would begin at 10 o'clock, and that it was more than doubtful if the train would get through to Norwich, its destination. Anxious and misguided officials even refused to book beyond Upper Saxton, where they were due at 9:58, but the train was late, and on arrival at Bittleborough the station master had become almost hysterical in his efforts to thwart the NUR, which he hated. Arguing that the leaving of trains derelict was against all precedent, and anxious to get on to Cromer, where the Grand Garden Hotel had a room booked for James Smith, Esquire, the passenger had decided to carry on. Once at Norwich he knew he could get a car or a taxicab to run him to his destination. Now that he was committed to the adventure, he found himself curious to see what actually would happen at 10 o'clock. At least he could sleep in the first-class compartment he occupied. He had known less comfortable quarters in France during the Somme battles, for instance. James Smith. How familiar the old name had seemed as he added it to the telegraph form. Private James Smith. Why had he given the name to the recruiting officer on that August morning 7 years before? He had often wondered. He had no thought of enlisting other than under his own name, but somehow when the moment came, Darrell Hildreth had seemed to cry aloud for a commission, and that was just what he was most anxious to avoid. He was determined to do his bit in the ranks. Yet 4½ years later he had returned to private life as Lieutenant Colonel Darrell Hildreth, D.S.O., M.C., M.M. He smiled a little grimly at the recollection. Those 5 years had meant something more than a temporary military rank and a string of initials after his name. They had somehow or other changed things. Just how, he had never been able quite to decide. Some new and strange influence seemed to have asserted itself. His perceptions had become keener, his judgments more critical, his general outlook more fatalistic. He had returned to his old niche, but somehow it did not seem to be his. He had gone away one of England's young barbarians, as Matthew Arnold expressed it, and he had returned what? What had happened out there to bring about such a change? There had been killing, suffering, and yes, perhaps that was it, brotherhood. Class differences had been brushed aside. The man who at home would have touched a respectful cap to him had called him chum or matey, had spoken of his mother and family, of his own feelings. There had been no attempt to disguise emotion. Strong men had wept, big enough of heart not to feel ashamed. There had been self-sacrifice too, and sentiment, and a belief in God. Suddenly a sort of time machine had thrust him back 5 years into an environment that no longer fitted. By Jove, they were humming along at a spanking pace, was his thought as he glanced out of the window at the flying hedges and trees, direct action or no direct action. Yes, he now saw things that hitherto had evaded him, among others those little crinkles that manifested themselves in Vera Truscomb's nose when she laughed. Hitherto she had seemed to him charming, a typical healthy-minded English girl, good-looking, well-born, popular, everything she should be in fact, and all the time her nose had crinkled and he had not seen it. In a vague way he had known that his uncle was set upon joining up the Hildreth and Truscombe estates, and when Sir John Hildreth, 9th Baronet, set his mind upon a thing, it invariably meant either the thing became an accomplished fact, or, as an alternative, that there was a series of violent explosions. "What the devil does her nose matter?" his uncle had shouted that day in the library at Hildreth Hall, when he heard of the impending rupture of his plans, and his nephew had found it utterly impossible to explain that those crinkles in Vera Truscomb's nose were to him what a contemptible little army had proved to the Germans, an insurmountable obstacle. With the assurance of a confirmed bachelor, Sir John had plunged into his match-making schemes without even consulting his sister, Mrs. Compton Stacey, whose sound common sense and tact had rescued him from many an awkward situation into which his impulsive egotism had plunged him. "Isn't he my heir?" Sir John had thundered. "To the title and estates, yes," she had replied calmly, "but not to your taste in women." "He's a damn ungrateful young scoundrel." The words had been rapped out with all the force of Sir John's volcanic nature. His short white moustache had bristled, his naturally rubicund complexion had taken on a deeper hue, as it always did when he was angry. In a vague way the little red-faced passenger on the platform had reminded the adventurous passenger of his uncle. "He's as bad as that infernal fellow Peters," Sir John had exploded. Sooner or later he always dragged in the name of his late butler, with whom the growing of a moustache had been the cause of his futile undoing. At the first sound of war Peters had enlisted. Just how he had got his 15 stone past the critical eye of the doctor into the army no one knew. Sir John Hildreth was furious at losing the best butler he had ever known, and had called it "damned unnecessary." When, 4½ years later, Peters had stepped from behind that veil of mystery known as demobilization into the bright glare of civilian life, plus a henna-coloured moustache of gigantic proportions, the irate baronet had become almost apoplectic with rage. "What the devil do you mean by it, Peters?" he had exploded. "Go and shave that damned thing off at once." During his years in the army Peters had discovered, in himself, a new and hitherto unsuspected capacity. Nature had endowed him with the ability to grow a moustache of exactly the same curve and tint as that of Lord Kitchener, only more so. Sir John had stormed and sworn, damned the war, execrated all moustaches as unhygienic and obscene. "Damned filthy," was his phrase, but Peters remained obdurate, and he had given notice. At this Sir John had sworn the more. He vowed that the very sight of the auburn wealth upon Peters' upper lip made all thought of soup revolting to him. He reminded Peters of his 15 years' service with the Hildreths. He offered to raise his wages, and ended by telling him to go to hell. Peters had temporized by going to Haslemere, where he possessed a sister in the trade. Darrell Hildreth had suggested that his uncle should advertise for a modern Delilah, which had resulted in an even greater flow of eloquence and profanity from Sir John, who had failed to catch the allusion, a circumstance that increased his annoyance. Realizing that a butler with an auburn moustache of gigantic proportions would be like a fox terrier with an unbitten tail, Peters had subsequently accepted service as a gentleman's gentleman with a nephew and heir, a post that would give him greater liberty to cultivate his moustache and indulge his passion for motor cycling. As it began to dawn upon Sir John that he was in danger of a second defeat, he had proceeded to explode like the backfiring of a high-power racing car. Finally he had delivered an ultimatum to his nephew. It was either marriage with Vera Truscombe or being cut off with a shilling. Smith could almost hear the final terrific explosion which had taken place when he had made it clear that he could not accept his uncle's matrimonial views. He had been told to go to the devil, and go pseudonymously. In other words, he was told not to drag the ancient name of Hildreth into the mire. He had striven to explain to his uncle that the war had made a difference, only to be told that any fool could see that by the income tax. The upshot of the interview was that he had vowed to drop the family name, and never use it again without his uncle's permission, whereat Sir John had vociferated that he was "a damn ungrateful young puppy," and had shot out of the library like a howitzer shell. Within the next hour he had discharged his chauffeur, the head gardener, and a frightened housemaid whom he encountered in a corridor. Smith smiled at the thought of the periodical discharges to which the domestics at Hildreth Hall were subject. No one ever took them seriously. Sir John had been known to discharge the same man half a dozen times in 1 week. From the scene at Hildreth Hall, Smith's thoughts travelled to another scene at his own chambers in Jermyn Street. It had been less dramatic, but every whit as interesting. Peters had Suddenly he glanced at his wrist watch. The hands pointed to 5 minutes to 10. In a flash Sir John, Peters' moustache, and Vera Truscomb's nose had disappeared. The moment of drama was approaching. His eyes remained fixed upon the white dial of his watch. Would direct action triumph? If it did, he would find himself in the very devil of a hole. As the hands crept on, he found himself experiencing a pleasant thrill of excitement. He realized the feelings of the man in a film he had once seen, who, bound to a chair, watched a candle slowly burn down to the point when it would ignite a fuse attached to a 100-weight of high explosive immediately beneath him. 10 o'clock came. Still the train pounded on at a good 40 miles an hour. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. Smith began to congratulate himself upon his foresight. He was conscious of a feeling of superiority over the passengers who had been so easily intimidated into relinquishing their journey. Such a triumph of mind over direct action was a thing worthy of another cigarette, he decided. Selecting one, he struck a match. As he did so, there was a sudden and violent grinding of brakes, and the train began to lose speed. In a flash he remembered that at Liverpool Street his watch had been 4½ minutes fast. He laughed, and the neglected match burned his fingers. Damn! He struck another match, lit the cigarette and, with a quickening interest, rose and thrust his head and shoulders out of the carriage window. In the gathering dusk little was to be seen beyond a curve of dingy railway carriages. There was no signal in sight, no township or village, in fact nothing but a flat landscape, over which heavy rain clouds were hurrying, as if anxious to get home before night finally closed in. The head of the guard appeared at the rear of the train. He waved his hand and appeared to shout something which Smith could not hear above the noise of the brakes. Presently the man swung himself out upon the footboard, where he stood with a leg and arm extended, looking like some mechanical figure fixed to the side of the train. As they jerked to a standstill, the guard dropped to the permanent way and approached the carriage from the window of which Smith leant, an interested spectator of direct action in process of application. "We're not going any further," said the guard. Smith regarded him curiously. "I'm going on to Norwich and eventually to Cromer," he said, with an assurance he was far from feeling. "I'm afraid you can't, sir," said the guard civilly. He had now reached a point immediately beneath Smith. "The strike's begun." Smith did not reply immediately. The news required digesting. "They warned you at Bittleborough." "But what's going to happen to you?" queried Smith. "Camping out here until the strike's all over?" "We shall run the train on to the Upper Saxton siding and go home." "I see." "If you'll hand down your luggage, sir," said the guard, his professional instinct triumphing over his trade unionism. "I think I'll go on with you to Upper Saxton, wherever that may be," said Smith, with the air of a man who has just solved a difficult problem. "I'm afraid you can't, sir," was the reply, uttered with just a tinge of impatience. "The strike's begun. It's against orders to carry passengers after 10 o'clock." "Then consider me a member of your union," smiled Smith. "I'll pay the subscription now." He drew from his pocket a letter case and proceeded to extract a £1 note. "Charlie!" came a voice from the engine. "What the hell are you doing, boy? Stopping here all night?" The guard waved his hand in acknowledgment of the remark, but without diverting his gaze from the note in Smith's hand. "It can't be done, sir," he said regretfully. "Orders are orders. You'll have to get down, sir." "But your quarrel isn't with the passengers, it's with the company," suggested Smith. "If we didn't do something, the passengers wouldn't know there's a strike on." "Oh, little things like that are bound to get about," said Smith pleasantly, as he returned the note to his case, and the case to his pocket. The guard turned aside with a sigh, and Smith lifted down his suit case and gathered up his raincoat. Opening the door of the carriage, he dropped down beside the guard, just as a further shout from the engine, again invoking the speakers hereafter, reminded his comrade that he was no longer a servant of the public. "Well, perhaps you're right, guard. It would be quite a novel experience, camping out on the up track." With a trill on his whistle and a wave of his arm, the guard swung himself up on to the footboard and proceeded to haul himself along the carriages towards his own van. "I'm sorry, sir," he called down to Smith a few seconds later as he was drawn past. "I would have done it if I could." "Which means," muttered Smith, "that the instinctive venality of railway guards remains unimpaired by any action, direct or otherwise." Slowly the train pushed its way into the night, its tail light gleaming evilly at the stranded traveller marooned upon the up track. Smith watched the red eye turn to pink, the pink to a blur, which finally became absorbed in the grey wall of the landscape. The rumble of the train still crescendoed back to him, accentuated by the low-lying clouds. When that in turn ceased, he became conscious of a strange sense of loneliness. From where he stood, he commanded a limited view, but nowhere could he detach from the varying degrees of shadow anything that was definitely suggestive of a house. A spot of rain on the back of his hand gave warning that it was time to think of shelter for the night. He glanced up at the clouds, which appeared desirous of showing how close they could get to the earth without actually touching it. Somewhere in the distance an owl hooted its challenge to the oncoming night. "Direct action," he muttered as he picked up his suit case and clambered down the embankment. "Can be the very devil." There seemed nothing to do but to walk on until he struck some habitation, where he might either inquire the way to an inn or else obtain shelter until morning. Instinctively he turned to the west, where a faint grey light still lingered. It seemed less inhospitable than the rest of the landscape. The pervading flatness of the countryside made it impossible to identify those hedges which bordered roads. The landscape gave the impression of being as trackless as the prairie, and as destitute of population as the Sahara itself. Occasionally some unseen beast, wrapped to the horns in the greyness of evening, would send forth a subdued low of foreboding, but no other sound broke the stillness. As the last flicker of grey vanished from the west, the rain began to fall, as if it had held back only in deference to the departing day. Putting down his suitcase by a gate giving access to a field of what looked like barley, Smith struggled into his coat. A few minutes later he was trudging against a slant of wetness that left him in no doubt as to its determination to soak him to the skin. With head down and shoulders hunched, he continued on his way, conscious of only two things: that the man who had labelled his coat rain-proof was a liar, and that direct action was the invention of Satan himself. At the end of half an hour's steady plodding, he had dropped direct action, and found himself concentrating, with all the misanthropy of which he was possessed, upon the maker and the vendor of his coat. At length a gate brought him quite unexpectedly to a promising-looking road. Even in this land of apparent troglodytes there must be some progressive spirits who lived above ground. As if fate had wearied of the game and had decided to throw in her hand, a few minutes later Smith found himself standing before a pair of wrought iron gates opening on to what appeared to be a drive. He tried them. They were locked. He struck a match. The wind blew it out. He struck another. A spot of rain extinguished it. After exhausting some half a dozen matches and all his patience, he decided to make an effort to scale either the gates or the wall visible on either side. In all probability this was the only house for miles round. He realized the risk he was running. He might be shot, or arrested, or even torn by dogs. But anything would be preferable to his present intolerable condition. He had already roundly cursed the station master for not possessing a more compelling personality. To ensure greater freedom of movement, he removed his raincoat and threaded one of the sleeves through the handles of his suitcase. He then tied the two sleeves round his neck and swung the case behind him. The sensation of being half choked was not pleasant. Grasping the ironwork of the gate, he proceeded to haul himself up. In the course of the next few minutes he realized that the high priests of obstacle races had proved themselves lacking in imagination. To climb a high gate in drenched garments, with a suitcase tied to your back by the sleeves of a raincoat, epitomized a veritable Grand National of obstacles. When he eventually descended on the inner side of the gate, he was conscious that the front of his right trouser leg was ripped from knee to hip. 2 buttons had been torn from his coat, together with about 2 square inches of material. He had dropped his hat on the roadside of the wall, and the raincoat had caught on the spike, leaving a considerable section of the skirt fluttering somewhere between heaven and earth. In short, he had left about those gates sufficient apparel to enable a really intelligent detective to deduce both the act and the gender of the perpetrator. Allowing the suitcase to remain strung behind him, Smith began to explore what was obviously the drive belonging to a residence of some size. A few yards up he was able to identify the porter's lodge. He paused irresolutely and glanced at his wrist watch. The luminous hands pointed to 5 minutes to 11. Should he make his appeal to this unknown Horatius, or proceed to the house itself? Arguing that a servant was not likely to manifest hospitable tendencies to a wayfarer appearing before him minus a hat, 2 buttons from his coat, a strip of his trousers, and about a third of his raincoat, he decided to make for the house and risk the possibility of being treed by a dog. It was foolish to look on the dark side of the adventure. The owner might possibly prove to be an eccentric who would see nothing unusual in one man scaling another's gate after dark in order to offer to spend the night with him. The place might even turn out to be a private asylum, which would render explanations unnecessary. If it were a ladies' school, his act would appear in the light of romance. He would in all probability be handed over to the gardener, and in the morning become the hero of 100 pig-tailed hearts. There was always the possibility of his host-to-be turning out to be a bad temper and a good shot, in which case the responsibility for the explanation would devolve upon him. It was all very interesting. Still the dark, tree-bordered drive was devilishly long, and the rain on his uncovered head infernally wet, and that suit-case had gone in a real stranglehold. Just at the point when he decided that the drive was bewitched, and, like Vanderdecken's efforts to round the Horn, continued for ever, Smith suddenly stopped dead. He blinked several times, as if to make certain that he really were awake. The strain of his suit-case, however, reassured him. There, a few yards ahead, was a girl at a window, apparently occupied in gazing down at him, whether in sorrow or in anger he could not say. He was prepared to swear that she had not been there 5 seconds before. She seemed suddenly to appear from nowhere, like rain at Henley Regatta. She must have drawn back a curtain, or suddenly switched on a light, but whatever it was, she was now looking out into the night, possibly at him. The light behind threw out her slim figure in strong silhouette. She was of medium height, he noticed, and was dressed in green. Then the picture was blotted out, leaving him gazing at a blank of darkness, and speculating as to whether or no there was sufficient left of the skirts of his raincoat to hide the rent in his trousers. Approaching the house warily, he mounted the steps and felt about for a bell with which to announce his presence. Nowhere could he find anything suggestive of how a guest was to apprise the occupants of his arrival. It required the expenditure of 2 matches before he saw the handsome wrought iron bell-pull on his right. Without hesitation he tugged at it. The strain of the suit-case was becoming intolerable. He thought he detected the distant whir of an electric bell. As he waited for his summons to be answered, he found himself speculating as to the identity of the girl at the window. Was she the mistress or the daughter of the house? Was she beautiful, or did her nose crinkle when she laughed? Would she realize the humor of the situation, or would she see in him only a vagrant who had audaciously climbed the ancestral gates to arouse the household at dead of night? Possibly she kept a covey of hungry hounds, which were automatically loosed at the first alarm. For one thing he was thankful: it would not be she who would open the door. Should she appear subsequently, there would in all probability be some hospitable chair or table behind which he could take cover, and thus hide the deficiencies of his clothing. Suddenly he became conscious of the grotesque figure he must present, with a suit-case tied to his back by the saturated remnants of a raincoat, which really was not a raincoat at all, but a vivid, palpitating lie, which direct action and Norfolk weather had been successful in exposing. He essayed to undo the sleeves tied under his chin, but they seemed reluctant to part. The tension, coupled with the rain, had hardened the knot. The sound of bolts being withdrawn hastened his movements. Pulling his suit-case round to the front, he tried to slip the raincoat over his head, and thus disembarrass himself of the 2 encumbrances in one movement. Something, however, had apparently caught, for what remained of the skirts of the tattered garment fell over his eyes, effectually blinding him to anything that might result from his summons. He struggled to free his head, or at least his eyes, but the wretched garment seemed suddenly to have assumed the proportions of a marquee. The sounds in front of him continued. From what he heard of the drawing of bolts, he decided that the girl at the window must be in nightly fear of abduction. As he struggled with the enveloping folds, he became conscious that a light had somewhere broken out from the darkness. He could see it indistinctly through the material of the lying raincoat, with which he was unwillingly playing at blindman's buff. Suddenly a tear manifested itself just in the line of his vision. The door had been opened some 10 or 12 inches, where it was held by a chain. Through the slit he saw the figure of an old man, garbed in a royal blue dressing-gown, time-worn and obviously made for one of slimmer build, a pair of carpet slippers and a bandana handkerchief loosely twisted about his neck. At the sight of 2 eyes peering at him from the khaki-coloured folds of the tattered raincoat, the old man started back. "I'm frightfully sorry," apologised Smith in muffled tones, as he continued to struggle with the infernal thing that seemed determined to envelop him for ever. "I'm frightfully sorry, but Could you possibly put me up for the night?" The expression on the old man's face at this unusual request struck Smith as irresistibly funny, and he laughed. At the same moment the rain coat fell away from him, carried to the ground by the weight of the suit case. "Mr. Alfred!" The old man whispered the words as if afraid of being overheard. In his eyes was a look half of fear, half of incredulity. "Mr. Alfred!" he repeated, as his trembling fingers began to fumble with the chain on which the door was held. A moment later it was opened to its widest extent. Smith stepped across the threshold, tripped over the suit case and lurched forward. As he fell, he clutched wildly at the dingy dressing gown, got the wearer round the knees and brought him down in real Rugby style. A moment later the two men were sitting toe to toe, gazing into one another's surprised eyes. The dressing gown had parted up to the knees, exposing grey worsted underwear and what looked like the tails of a nightshirt. Throwing back his head, Smith laughed. The expression on the old man's face, suggestive of a medley of emotions, coupled with the wild absurdity of the adventure, rendered him almost hysterical. The more he looked at the quaint figure opposite, the more ridiculous the thing appeared. "What is the matter, Willis?" enquired a quiet and perfectly inflected voice. Smith looked up, sobered as if by magic. There, standing at the head of the stairs and looking gravely down at them, as if accustomed to seeing two men in nondescript garments sitting on the hall mat late at night, was the girl he had seen at the window. The question seemed to break the spell. The butler scrambled awkwardly to his feet, hastily wrapping the dressing gown about him, whilst Smith rose behind the remains of the raincoat, which he modestly draped over the tear in his trouser leg. "It's Mr. Alfred come back, Miss Marjorie," whispered the old man hoarsely, and, clutching Smith by the coat sleeve, he broke down and sobbed like a child. "Great Gulliver!" cried Smith, and in his astonishment he dropped the tattered remnants of the raincoat. Chapter 2 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 2 A Question of Identity. As he gazed down at the bent figure of the old man, whose shoulders were heaving convulsively, Smith realized, from the slight swaying of his body, that he was on the verge of collapse. "Oh, Mr. Alfred," he murmured, as Smith placed a steadying arm across his shoulders, "how we've all prayed for this day," and the tears coursed unchecked down his cheeks. Through Smith's mind flooded a medley of impressions. He was torn between a desire to laugh and a feeling that he wanted a glass of water with which to wash down the lump in his throat. He was acutely conscious of his torn trouser leg, which he was unable to cover up until the butler he was obviously the butler began to manifest signs of stiffening into a more rigid position, after which Smith decided to take cover behind a chair. The whole affair brought back to his mind a scene from The Silver King, which he had seen as a boy. "Please let him sit down." The girl had descended the stairs and now stood regarding the butler with anxious eyes. Smith turned to find himself gazing into a pair of large violet eyes, grave and steady, but capable, he felt, of breaking into mischievous light. He moved closer to the butler, that the dilapidation of his clothing might be less obvious. Turning Willis in the direction of the nearest chair, Smith half led, half propelled him towards it, taking short steps that his right leg might be in close proximity to the skirt of the dingy dressing gown. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Alfred," murmured the old man as he was gently lowered into the chair. "It was a shock, and my heart I'm getting old, sir," he added apologetically, his pale blue eyes smiling weakly through the tears with which they were still swimming. "Keep quite still, Willis," said the girl, looking at him with grave concern. "You'll feel better presently." By a quick movement Smith placed himself behind the chair on which the old man sat, his eyes fixed upon the raincoat lying a few feet away, but out of reach. The girl looked at him curiously. His sudden dive to cover seemed to strike her as odd. "Oh, Miss Marjorie, what is it? Is it a burglar? Is Mr. Willis hurt?" Smith looked up suddenly at this new diversion. Coming down the stairs was a bright pink dressing gown, enveloping a little round woman with a little round face surmounted by iron grey hair, roughly bundled into a net. She seemed in a great hurry as, with both hands gripping the banisters, she pulled herself from stair to stair like a child. She was so round that Smith felt her best chance of reaching the hall quickly would have been to bounce down. The eyes of the three in the hall were fixed upon the quaint little figure descending the stairs. Smith began to wonder if he were passing through some new manifestation of the Arabian Nights. In all probability houris and dancing girls, flute players, and negro slaves bearing great baskets of fruit would appear in due sequence. The whole affair was too ridiculous for an ordinary commonplace mind. Such things did not happen in well-ordered Norfolk mansions, and, well, the whole thing was utterly and egregiously absurd. A sudden movement from the chair before him distracted his attention. The butler still seemed undecided as to whether or no he should faint. A moment later Smith felt his right arm clutched firmly, almost fiercely, and he found himself looking down into a pair of china blue eyes that gazed up at him from a round, cherubic little face. "Oh, my lamb, my lamb!" cried the little creature in the pink wrapper, who, on reaching the level, had covered the distance between herself and Smith with remarkable speed. "You've come back to us at last!" "I beg your pardon?" Even as he uttered the words, Smith was conscious of their absurdity. "I knew you would come back to us, you poor lamb," she cried. "And, oh, look at you!" She stood back from him and gazed at his torn clothing. "Look at your poor trousers." His trousers were the last things upon this earth to which Smith desired attention to be drawn. He was conscious that the eyes of all three were fixed upon the lower part of the rent, not quite hidden by his coat, which he had managed to fasten by the top button. "You poor dear," wailed the little woman again. "What have they been doing to you? Tell, Higgy." The position was one full of embarrassment. Smith happened to catch the eye of the girl. He could have sworn he detected a glint of laughter, but it was gone in a flash. "I thought you must be a burglar," continued the round little body, "and that you had killed poor Mr. Willis. I heard him come down. Oh, Mr. Willis," she cried, turning to the butler, "to think we should live to see this day." Willis uttered something suggestive of a sympathetic moan. "Really," broke in Smith, smarting at the recollection of the laughter in the girl's eyes, "I don't know what all this means, but " He stopped. It was devilishly awkward to explain to three people that he had climbed an iron gate at 11 o'clock at night in order to seek shelter. "We must cable to her ladyship," murmured Willis, making an effort to rise. "I " He sank back again, however. Obviously the shock had shaken him badly. "Not to night, Willis," said the girl with decision. "It's too late, and the post office is closed." Then, turning to Smith, she added, "She's not strong, and she went to South Africa for a voyage." "But " began the little woman in pink, then she stopped suddenly. Willis was nodding his head in approval of the girl's words. "Don't you think, Mrs. Higgs, you had better release this gentleman's arm?" enquired the girl with a little friendly smile. "He looks very tired." "This gentleman!" cried the little woman addressed as Mrs. Higgs. "Why, Miss Marjorie, he isn't a gentleman. He's Mr. Alfred, our Mr. Alfred. Surely you But then, you were only in short frocks when he went away, wasn't she, Mr. Willis?" "You had better show Mr. Alfred to his room when you feel well enough, Willis." There was a noticeable pause before the girl pronounced the name. "And then I think we might all get to bed. It's late," and she glanced at her wrist watch. "Yes, Miss Marjorie," murmured Willis, with the air of one accustomed to receiving orders from her. With a slight bow to Smith, the girl turned, crossed the hall, and ran lightly up the stairs, leaving him speculating as to what would be the attitude of her ladyship in regard to his sudden appearance in the family circle, and, above all, what relationship was supposed to exist between them. He more than half suspected that he was to be proclaimed an erring son, returned to the ancestral roof after years of wandering. Would Marjorie turn out to be his sister? What wonderful hair she had, and what ankles! He was sure that she could laugh without crinkling her nose. "Feeling better?" he inquired of Willis, as the girl disappeared at the top of the stairs. "Thank you, Mr. Alfred," was the grateful reply as the old man looked up, an expression in his eyes that was almost adoration. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Alfred. I ought to—" He made another ineffectual effort to rise, but sank back again. "That's all right," said Smith cheerily. "You just sit down there until you're feeling fit again." "Isn't that just like Mr. Alfred, Mr. Willis?" She whom the girl had called Mrs. Higgs, having relinquished Smith's arm, now stood looking up at him with an affection which he found positively embarrassing. "Your poor trousers! How—" "Between you and me," said Smith with a smile, "my trousers are my Achilles heel." "So?" she crooned, without understanding the classical allusion. "You poor lamb, and how wet you are!" Once more she made an effort to clutch his arm, but Smith was too quick for her. He stepped quickly back, ostensibly to move his suitcase to the side of the hall. "Do you mind telling me who I am supposed to be?" he enquired, looking from Willis to Mrs. Higgs. "You're Mr. " began the butler, when he was interrupted by the old lady. "Who you're supposed to be?" she cried. "Why, you're our Mr. Alfred. My Mr. Alfred," she added, as if to remove from his mind any possibility of doubt as to her share in him. "Didn't I nurse you when you were a baby? Didn't I—" "Hush!" said Smith. "Let us draw a veil over these embarrassing intimacies." "Isn't that just like Mr. Alfred?" she crowed, showing a perfect set of teeth, as she turned to Willis for corroboration. He nodded, and rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. "But who is Mr. Alfred? Or who was Mr. Alfred?" asked Smith. "And who is everybody? Incidentally, who are you?" He smiled down into the china blue eyes. He felt that the time had come to make an effort to escape from the skein of misidentification in which he had become involved. "As if you don't remember your poor old nurse, your old Higgy." "Oh, that's it, is it? You're Mr. Alfred's nurse, and Willis, I take it, is the major domo?" "I'm the butler, Mr. Alfred. Surely you haven't forgotten—" "And who is Miss Marjorie?" interrupted Smith. "And who is her ladyship?" "Miss Marjorie is a friend, Mr. Stannard's daughter, Master Eric's sister," she explained in the soothing accents one adopts with a refractory child. "And her ladyship is your mother, Mr. Alfred." He was conscious of a feeling of relief that the consanguinities left the field clear in one direction, although the sudden possession of an unknown mother might prove an embarrassment. Still, she was in South Africa. "I'm very sorry," he said at length, "but I'm not Mr. Alfred. I—" "Not Mr. Alfred!" cried Mrs. Higgs. "Not Mr. Alfred," repeated Willis. The two gazed up at Smith incredulously, the expression on their faces so ludicrous that he found it difficult to restrain a smile. Willis struggled to his feet as if such an amazing statement could be confuted only in an upright position. "Perhaps, Mr. Alfred, perhaps you've lost your memory," he suggested. "Ah!" cried Mrs. Higgs, clutching at the straw as if it had been a body lifebelt. "You've been ill and lost your memory." She seemed quite satisfied with the explanation. "Anyway, if you'll let me dry my clothes, I shall be eternally grateful to you both," said Smith. "Norfolk seems rather a wet county," he added. The effect of his remark was instantaneous. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Alfred," cried Willis, picking up the suit case, whilst Mrs. Higgs clucked round him like a broody hen, feeling the wetness of him, and murmuring, "You poor lamb," and "Look at your poor trousers." Without further argument the procession formed, Mrs. Higgs leading the way, using both hands to help herself up the shallow stairs, whilst Willis brought up the rear with the suit case. He made a valiant effort to attach to himself the rain coat, but Smith, quicker off the mark, secured what was, in reality, the only thing between him and flagrant indelicacy. Never, Smith decided, had a more extraordinary procession mounted the staircase. The three might easily have formed the characters in a knockabout farce. The pink of Mrs. Higgs's wrapper clashed wickedly with the blue of Willis's dressing gown, whilst as for himself, surely never in the history of prodigals had one returned in a more thoroughly dilapidated condition. The one thing that began to trouble him was the prospect of securing a few husks. He was uncommonly hungry. The act of walking up this strange, heavily carpeted staircase seemed to bring him to a realization of the hopelessly false position in which he had become involved. What would happen if the real Alfred were to turn up? He, Smith, would be branded as an impostor and, in all probability, booted out, or perhaps even prosecuted. At the head of the stairs Willis took the lead, still tottery, but making an effort to control his weakness. Beside Willis toddled Mrs. Higgs, the two whispering together. Smith distinctly heard the words "lost his memory." Half way along the corridor they paused at a door on the right, which Willis threw open. Mrs. Higgs once more grasped Smith's coat sleeve. "Oh, my dear," she murmured in tones that were none too steady, "Mr. Willis will look after you." "I assure you," Smith began, then he paused. It seemed so futile to attempt to dispute the testimony of these two good souls who seemed without question to accept him as the missing Alfred. "There has been an extraordinary mistake," he continued. "My name isn't Alfred. It's Smith, James Smith of—" he paused, then quickly added, "of London. I came to ask—" "Hadn't you better change your clothes, Mr. Alfred?" interposed Willis, pushing open the door to its fullest extent. "You're very wet, sir." It seemed to Smith absurd to be ordered to change into dry clothing on the assumption that he was someone else. Still, he had to spend the night somewhere, and shelter seemed difficult to find in Norfolk. Anyhow, everything could be explained in the morning. "He must have a hot bath at once, Mr. Willis." The words broke in upon his thoughts. "The poor lamb," continued Mrs. Higgs. "Many's the time I've bathed him. Ah, Mr. Alfred," she added reminiscently, "you were such a beautiful child in your—" Suddenly she sneezed. This seemed to remind her of the hour, for, with a hurried grip of Smith's hand in both her own, she turned and trotted down the corridor, obviously reluctant to leave to Willis the honours of the occasion. Smith entered the room, followed by the butler. Having closed the door, the old man stood alternately blinking and dabbing his eyes with a coloured handkerchief, which he had just produced from somewhere. As he entered the room, Smith looked about him curiously. The first thing that struck him was, not the atmosphere of luxury, or the obvious comfort of the room itself, but two bowls of roses, one on a table in front of the window, the other on the dressing table. There was something pathetic and touching in these silent symbols of memory. He walked across to the dressing room and then into the bathroom. Slowly he was becoming convinced that it was a dream, from which he would presently awaken to the realities of trudging across rain-soaked fields in search of shelter. He had heard that policemen sometimes fell asleep when on their beats at night. "Don't you think you ought to get your things off, Mr. Alfred?" he heard Willis saying in an anxious voice. "You know where everything is." He paused, as if suddenly recollecting Mrs. Higgs's suggestion about his loss of memory. "The cigarettes are over there, Mr. Alfred," he continued hastily, "and the whisky and soda there." He indicated where each was to be found. "You look so tired, sir. A hot bath—" "It's not a bad idea," said Smith, as he glanced across at the bed. "Yes, I think I will, and turn in afterwards. You'd better turn in too," he added, smiling in spite of himself at the quaint figure the butler presented. "I'll put your things out, Mr. Alfred, and prepare your—" "You'll do nothing of the sort," said Smith with decision. "You'd better have a whisky and soda to pull you together, and then get a good sleep." "Thank you, Mr. Alfred," said the old man gratefully, "but " "Never mind about the but. Do as I say," was the smiling retort. There was something very lovable about the old fellow. "Yes, Mr. Alfred," said Willis obediently. He still lingered, however. Smith looked at him interrogatingly. "I only wanted to say, sir, how happy this will make us all." His voice shook. "Her ladyship has been ill. We were afraid she was but she'll be better now," and he left the room, blinking rapidly. Having turned on the water in the bath, Smith proceeded to undress, walking about the room as he did so, examining first one thing, then another. Selecting a cigarette from a silver box on the dressing table, he lighted it, and then continued his wandering into the dressing room and on to the bathroom again, like a man who is puzzled at finding himself in unaccustomed surroundings. Luxury there was everywhere, comfort and happiness. Yes, and the cigarettes were good. Evidently somebody had a delicate taste in tobacco. He opened the wardrobe and peeped in. The clothes had every appearance of being unworn. Out of curiosity he tried on the jacket of a lounge suit, and stood regarding himself in the long mirror. Certainly Alfred's figure was not unlike his own. The jacket was a very passable fit. Walking over to the dressing table, he tested the razors. They were sharp and ready for use. In short, everything seemed to indicate that the room was in occupation. His eyes suddenly caught sight of a pincushion. The bright heads of the pins with which it was stuck gave him an idea. Taking a final deep inhalation from his cigarette, he selected a pin and deliberately stuck it into his forearm. It hurt. He looked about him. No, he had not awakened. Once more he ran the pin deep into the flesh, this time of the other arm. He waited a moment, but still he did not waken. He gazed at the pin between his fingers, then stabbed it back into the pincushion. Walking over to the bathroom, he discarded his remaining clothing and stepped into the grateful warmth. "Well, it isn't a dream anyhow," he said, with a sigh in which there was a supreme contentment. "It isn't drink, and it isn't cocaine. I wonder what the deuce it is." As he lay smoking, Smith found himself wondering what Peters would think if he could see him in another man's bath, endowed with another man's identity. In all probability he would just rearrange the bath mat, enquire if there were anything more, and with a "Very good, sir," pad his 15 stone noiselessly out of the room, closing the door softly behind him. That was the best of Peters. Nothing seemed capable of diverting him from his natural orbit. When he had been told that in future Darrell Hildreth was to be known as James Smith, his "Very good, sir," was as perfect in its inflection as if he had been instructed to get a taxi. With a face as expressionless as the entrance of a tunnel, Peters had heard the news. Smith thought he detected a slight starting forward of the prominent bloodshot eyes, which in the army had contributed to the nickname of the "whiskered prawn"; but he could not be absolutely certain. How different he was from Willis! How would they get on together? Within an hour everything had been arranged. Peters had declined both the notice and the month's salary. He had placed himself upon board wages, packed 2 bags for his master, and announced his intention of setting out upon a motor cycling tour. The future he had brushed aside with the unconcern of a confirmed fatalist. All was done with that quiet efficiency that had gained for him in the army 3 stripes on the sleeve, garnished with a crown above. Smith realised that Peters regarded the breach between himself and his uncle as a merely temporary rift. It was impossible to argue against Peters' convictions. Smith had discovered that years ago. He would say, "Very good, sir," and there the matter would end; but the course of events remained unchanged if in Peters' opinion a disarrangement were undesirable. Yes, Peters would certainly bully Willis, and Willis would as certainly submit. But of course that could not be allowed. Among other things, Peters knew that Smith was in no immediate need of money. His gratuity lay at Cox's Bank untouched, and, to Peters' practical mind, money meant power. Life in the army had but confirmed a belief he had held from childhood. In the languorous comfort of a hot bath, Smith found the difficulties of the situation vanishing. Why should he not accept what the gods offered? The old niche had proved a misfit for the new man. Why not try another? Possibly Alfred Warren's was the very one he was seeking. Did not the hermit crab change its habitation according to the demands of its physical growth? Why should not he, James Smith, apply the same rule to his physical growth? It would at least solve one problem of the future. There would be no puzzling what to do when his stock of money was exhausted, no striving to decide whether to enlist or become a clerk at £3 a week, no trudging along dusty roads ribboning out interminably before him, hungry and thirsty, dreading the approach of rain that would drench his couch for the coming night. Instead, there was all this comfort and luxury, with money to spend, clothes to wear, and food to eat. If it were ever discovered that he was not the real Alfred, he could easily say that he himself had been the first to point out the mistake. It was an adventure, and life was fearfully tedious. Then there was the girl in the green frock. Why had she left him as she had? It seemed a bit odd. Anyhow, he must see her again, several times. Why should he not grasp this splendid opportunity? No one would know. He was not robbing anyone. Here, get out of it, he cried aloud, as he turned on the cold water tap. Hot baths caused the downfall of Rome and the ruin of Moorish Spain. A Spartan could be a casuist in a hot bath, he muttered 10 minutes later, as he towelled himself vigorously. Still, it's been rather jolly, and it will certainly last the night, he added. When he returned to his dressing room, he found a goodly plate of sandwiches, flanked by a decanter of whisky and a siphon of soda. Great Gulliver be praised, he muttered. The very thing. And he proceeded to mix himself a drink, and set to work upon the sandwiches with the earnestness of a hungry man. Suddenly his busy jaws ceased working. There had flashed across his mind a question that startled him. What sort of a niche was this that fate seemed determined he should occupy? In other words, why had Alfred Warren left home? End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 3. What the Butler Told. When Smith opened his eyes the next morning, it was to see Willis padding about the room with stealthy tread as he gathered together the clothes he had thrown off the night before. For some minutes he lay watching through half-closed eyes. The old man shook his head sadly as he noted the torn and dilapidated condition of Smith's discarded clothing. When, however, he picked up the boots, sodden and encrusted with mud, he blinked several times as if striving to keep back the tears. Having gathered together the various items of Smith's rain-soaked apparel and placed them on a chair by the door, the butler glanced at the clock, the hands of which pointed to 10 minutes past 8. Tiptoeing over to the bed, he stood for a moment gazing down at the apparently sleeping man. "Mr. Alfred, sir," he whispered. "It's 10 minutes past 8. "So it isn't a dream after all," yawned Smith as he sat up and proceeded to stretch luxuriously. "A dream, Mr. Alfred?" repeated Willis. "Yes, that I'm here. I thought it was a dream, you know," and he laughed a little self-consciously. Willis smiled sympathetically. "It's almost too good to be true, Mr. Alfred," he said. "I'm sorry to wake you, sir. I've put everything ready." He indicated the clothes. "Feeling better?" enquired Smith, mentally registering the opinion that black suited the old man's complexion better than royal blue. "Thank you, Mr. Alfred. I'm all right again now. Who was the shock, sir? Would you like me to remain, Mr. Alfred?" "Yes, I want to talk to you," said Smith, springing out of bed. "But I'll have a bath and shave first. Ah!" as his eyes fell upon the tea tray by the bedside. "It's cold, Mr. Alfred. I'll get some more," and, picking up the tray, Willis left the room. When he returned, Smith had finished his bath and was halfway through shaving. For the next quarter of an hour he devoted himself to his toilet, assisted by Willis. Some difficulty arose as to what clothes he was to wear. Willis had made the selection from Alfred Warren's wardrobe, whereas Smith insisted upon the contents of his own suitcase being drawn upon. With a sigh of obvious regret, Willis returned Alfred Warren's clothes to drawers and wardrobe, whilst Smith completed his toilet. "Now I feel equal to meeting even dragons," he cried, as he buckled on his wrist watch, with him always the last act in his preparations for the day. Willis smiled benevolently. He appeared to have reached that stage of happiness where words seem unnecessary. "By the way, how long ago is it that I am supposed to have disappeared?" Smith inquired. 7¼ years, Mr. Alfred, was the reply. "You went away on March 10th. And yet all those clothes are new." He nodded in the direction of the wardrobe. "Her ladyship looks after your wardrobe herself, sir. Every year she sends orders to your tailor for new clothes. She always looked after the flowers, too, until she went away, and put fresh cigarettes here, so that when you came back you would be able to—" The old man broke off, his voice failing him. Smith picked up a cigarette and, for some minutes, smoked in silence. He was wondering what sort of a son Alfred had been to inspire such devotion. "Now, Willis," he said presently, "I want to have a little chat with you. Sit down over there and be comfortable." "But breakfast, Mr. Alfred?" he queried. "Breakfast can wait," was the reply. As Smith glanced at the clock, Willis walked swiftly over to the dressing table, opened a drawer and, a moment later, returned with a gold cigarette case. "I quite forgot, Mr. Alfred," he said apologetically. Smith took the cigarette case and proceeded to examine it. On the side was engraved the monogram T.W.A. or A.T.W. "Sit down, there's a good fellow," said Smith, as Willis still hesitated on the brink of a chair, whilst he himself dropped into an armchair by the window, first returning the cigarette case to the dressing table. Willis complied, seating himself on the extreme edge of a chair opposite. "Have you ever read Alice in Wonderland?" asked Smith. "No, sir," replied Willis, apology in his tone. "I never was much of a one for reading, except the newspapers." "That's a pity," murmured Smith, as if to his cigarette. "I'm sorry, Mr. Alfred," he began hesitatingly. "So am I, Willis. It would have helped. However," he continued, puffing contentedly, "what I want you to do is to tell me something about Mr. Alfred." "Yes, Mr. Alfred." "Tell me all about him." "You are Mr. Alfred Warren, sir, only son of Lady Warren and the late Sir Joseph Warren." "Good Lord!" cried Smith. "Not a baronet?" Visions of further and even more embarrassing complications presented themselves. "No, Mr. Alfred. Sir Joseph was knighted for his charities." Smith sighed his relief. "Good. Burke's Landed Gentry will tell the rest. Now we shall get on better." "Had this Mr. Alfred any marked peculiarities?" enquired Smith. "Are there any points you can give me? Did he take red or white wine, English or continental cheese, dry ginger ale or champagne? In short, tell me any little details that you think may be helpful." For a moment Willis hesitated. He was obviously embarrassed. "Come, out with it, man. Whatever may have been laid against Mr. Alfred does not affect me." He was beginning to find the situation amusing. He had no doubt that eventually his alleged mother would set matters straight. In Anno Domini 1921 it did not require a Solomon to decide little affairs like this. In the meantime he was determined to enjoy to the full a novel experience. Later he would apologize for his likeness to Alfred and go his way. You generally drank whisky, sir, with—" He hesitated. "With?" repeated Smith helpfully. "Were there any other pussyfoot characteristics?" "Sometimes with a little soda, but mostly neat, Mr. Alfred." The words seemed to come almost apologetically. Smith gave a little whistle. "So that was it," he muttered under his breath. Then aloud, "Well, I'm afraid I can't line up to that standard now. I prefer soda with a very little whisky." As he made this statement there flashed into the old man's eyes a look which, if it were not relief, was something closely akin to it. "Any other marked peculiarities?" continued Smith. "You smoked cigarettes and cigars mostly, Mr. Alfred. You didn't take coffee for breakfast." "And whisky for tea," suggested Smith. "Tea and coffee didn't agree with you, sir," said Willis loyally. "Was Mr. Alfred a pleasant sort?" enquired Smith, watching Willis' face intently. He saw the old man wince slightly. "Was he popular? Did his contemporaries serenade him at night, or burn him in effigy by day?" "You a pleasant sort." He hesitated. "Was I what you could call, well, on good terms with people?" asked Smith helpfully. "Oh yes, Mr. Alfred," replied Willis, and then, as if it were forced from him in spite of himself, he added, "Of course everybody has enemies, sir." Smith regarded the end of his cigarette thoughtfully. "And friends as well, I take it?" He looked up. Again there was in the old man's expression the same look of embarrassment he had noticed before. "Yes, Mr. Alfred. You had friends?" he stammered. "What sort of friends?" questioned Smith. "Well, you " began Willis, then he paused, gazing helplessly at Smith. "Well?" "You were always rather democratic, Mr. Alfred. You used to say so, sir." "I see," said Smith, half to himself. "'When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?'" he quoted. "Yes, sir. You often used to say that," replied Willis with obvious relief. "The deuce I did," muttered Smith. "Had Mr. Alfred many women friends?" was his next question. This time the expression in Willis' eyes was that of fear. He looked away from Smith, then back again, then down at the carpet. He cleared his throat and made an effort to speak, but without result. Seeing his obvious distress, Smith refrained from pressing the question. After all, it was no affair of his to probe into the depths of Alfred Warren's murky past. "Drink, low company and women," he mused, as he pressed down the lighted end of his cigarette upon the ash tray on the small table beside him. So that was why Alfred left home. It wouldn't be surprising if the man who doubled his own part with that of Alfred found that he had come into rather an awkward inheritance. "Now, Willis, your attention," he said, as he selected another cigarette. "I want you, as a man of the world, to give me your opinion on something of importance." Willis became all attention. "If you were strolling along Piccadilly, say, and someone came up and hailed you as the King of Montenegro, for instance, and insisted in it, bringing forward other people to prove that you were his Montenegrin Majesty, what exactly would you do?" "I should tell them, Mr. Alfred, that I was not the King of Montenegro," he replied gravely. "But if they insisted that you were, how would you get out of it?" continued Smith. "Suppose they brought the Queen of Montenegro, the Prime Minister, the Commander in Chief, the Lord High Admiral, and the whole blessed lot to swear that you were the King of Montenegro. What then?" For some minutes Willis pondered deeply over the question. "I should tell them that I was George Willis, Lady Warren's butler," he said at length. "There are hundreds of people who can prove it," he added. "Ah, well," said Smith after a pause, "I don't suppose anyone will ever mistake you for the King of Montenegro, Willis. Besides, kings are out of date in these Bolshevist days." During the next quarter of an hour Smith gained much information about the ménage at the Grange. He learned that Marjorie Stannard, the girl he had seen at the window, was almost a daughter to Lady Warren. Marjorie, it appeared, was the daughter of Miles Stannard, a recluse who lived some 30 miles away. After his wife's death at the birth of Eric Stannard, his 14-year-old son, he had retired to his library and his historical studies, leaving the upbringing of Eric to an old nurse and Marjorie, then 7. Smith gathered that Marjorie spent much of her time at the Grange, where she had her own bedroom. Her horse Nero, a present from Lady Warren, had a sumptuous loose box in the Grange stables, there being no accommodation for him at her home. He also learned that Lady Warren was a semi-invalid, and that she depended more and more upon Marjorie. Although Willis did not actually say so, it was clear to Smith that Lady Warren's state of health was largely due to the shock she had experienced at the sudden disappearance of her only son. She had never been strong, and this sorrow seemed to have prostrated her, leaving her heart permanently affected. A famous London physician had insisted upon a sea voyage as absolutely necessary. "Now about breakfast," Smith cried finally. "Your Norfolk air has made me hungry." "Will you take it here, Mr. Alfred?" "No, I'll be down in 5 minutes. I suppose I shall be able to see Miss Stannard and explain." "Miss Marjorie always breakfasts early, Mr. Alfred, but I'll tell her," and he turned and walked across the room. As the door closed behind him, Smith threw himself back in his chair. "The good fellow has put his finger on the weak spot in my armour," he murmured. "I can no more prove that I am not the egregious Alfred by the means he suggests, than I can bring evidence to show that I am the Grand Khan of Tartary. I was wrong," he murmured as he rose. "Alice in Wonderland was nothing to it. I wish, however, that his name had not been Alfred. I think I could have borne almost anything but that, with all respect to the Royal Amateur Baker. I wonder if my intimates will call me Alf." Half way across the room he was arrested by a slight tapping at the door. "Come in," he cried, pausing. "Oh, Mr. Alfred!" It was Mrs. Higgs, tightly encased in a black gown, with a cameo locket suspended over her ample bosom by a heavy gold chain. "Oh, Mr. Alfred, Mr. Alfred!" she cried. "To think that I should live to see this day!" "It is rather jolly," he said, glancing out at the blue and green of it all. "You're not angry, Mr. Alfred?" There was such appeal in the eyes, and such a childish tremor in her voice, that Smith laughed. "Angry?" he cried. "What about?" "With me for coming, Mr. Alfred." Her tone was that of a child fully expecting to be scolded. "I ought to have asked if I might." "Why, you dear sweet creature, I'm only too delighted," he cried heartily. "But, as I said last night, I don't in the least know who you are. I "Don't know who I am!" The statement seemed to startle and revive her. "Don't know Higgy, as you used to call me when you were a little toddler in blue pinnies. Don't know Martha Higgs?" Smith shook his head with a smile of deprecation. "I'm awfully sorry," he said, "but handicapped as I am, I can't say I do. Still, I'm very glad to make good the omission now," he added. "But I nursed you!" she cried. He smiled down at her, and she too broke into a smile, showing a set of beautifully even, white teeth that owed nothing to the dentist. "You see," he continued, "there has been an awful mistake. It's a most extraordinary case of mistaken identity." "Mistaken identity!" she cried. "Mistaken identity! No, Mr. Alfred," she continued with decision. "You might deceive a mother, but you can't deceive a nurse. I should have known you anywhere as my Mr. Alfred," she added with conviction. "The deuce you would," he muttered under his breath. "Didn't Mr. Willis recognize you at once?" she enquired. "He most certainly did," he responded. "That's the peculiarly embarrassing part of it. Everybody seems to recognize me. I'm afraid the epidemic may continue." "Then doesn't that convince you?" she enquired. He shook his head. "It might," he said dubiously, "if I didn't happen to know I'm someone else." "You poor lamb," murmured Mrs. Higgs. "To think of what you must have suffered, and us not able to do anything. Now you've lost your memory. But we'll make up for everything now, Mr. Alfred, and you'll never leave us again, sir, will you?" There was such earnest entreaty in her voice that Smith felt like a fellow about to rob a widow of her all. "If " he began, then stopped. It seemed so utterly futile to endeavour to convince these good people that he was not the missing heir. The more he protested, the more convinced they seemed to become. "You won't, Mr. Alfred, will you?" she pleaded. "Now, if you want to be very nice," he said persuasively, "you will let me go and get breakfast. I want that more than anything else on earth. I'm as hungry as a buffalo." "You poor dear!" cried Mrs. Higgs, as she turned towards the door. "And to think of all the times I've put your bib on and fed—" "Well, this is one of the times that you're not going to put my bib on and feed me. I'm quite a clean eater," he added with a smile as he walked along the corridor, his hand upon her shoulder. Suddenly she seized his hand, carried it swiftly to her lips, then, dropping it hastily, turned and trotted down a side corridor. There was something confoundedly affectionate about the domestic atmosphere of the place, he decided, as he passed downstairs, prepared for the worst, but hoping that it would be Marjorie. Chapter 4 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 4. The Vicar Decides to Act. 1. "Alfred Warren's back." The vicar paused in the act of unfolding his napkin across his knee and gazed across at his sister over the top of his gold-rimmed spectacles. "Where did you hear it, my dear?" he inquired mildly, as his eyes wandered to the French windows opening out onto the lawn, where the sun spread a golden carpet of light. "I have often wondered," he continued irrelevantly, "why we do not breakfast out of doors." "Because it's better to take eggs and bacon hot, and marmalade without wasps," replied Miss Lipscombe grimly. "True," said the vicar. "I had forgotten that. Thank you, Hannah," he added, as he took from her the cup of coffee she handed him. For fully a minute there was silence as the vicar stirred his coffee, awaiting the arrival of Janet with the bacon and eggs. "The instinct towards sun worship is easy of understanding," he murmured, as he continued to gaze out of the French windows, where an impatient robin was hopping about, awaiting the breakfast of bacon rind and crumbs that Miss Lipscombe never failed to supply. "The passing of the night with all its dangers," he continued dreamily. "The return of the life-giving sun." "I said that Alfred Warren had returned," remarked Miss Lipscombe. Then, a moment later, she added a warning "Sh!" The vicar's wandering thoughts returned to the breakfast table, and he gazed with short-sighted eyes across at his sister, as if puzzled to account for her sudden admonition to silence. The sight of Janet, however, with a dish of bacon and eggs, explained matters. "He arrived last night," continued Miss Lipscombe, as the girl closed the door behind her. "Tom Bassingthwaighte told Janet this morning when he brought the letters." "Ah," said the vicar, as he reached for the plate Miss Lipscombe handed to him. "What do you think will happen if he meets Bob Thirkettle?" demanded Miss Lipscombe. "An excellent fellow, Thirkettle," he murmured as, with great deliberation, he kept the rind from the rasher of bacon on his plate. "A murderous ruffian," retorted Miss Lipscombe. "My dear," expostulated the vicar in a tone of gentle surprise. "You haven't answered my question," persisted Miss Lipscombe, who was accustomed to her brother's absent-mindedness. "What will happen if they meet? Thirkettle might return any day." "What will happen?" repeated the vicar vaguely. "What should happen, Hannah?" Miss Lipscombe looked across at her brother with tightly closed lips, and something in her large grey eyes that was half amusement, half rebuke. Her pose was to be uncompromising, grim, material. At first glance she gave this impression, with her smoothly brushed grey hair, parted in the middle and carried to the back, where it was done up into a neat knob, her lined, almost colourless face, her steady gazing grey eyes, and the nose that spelled character. "Have you forgotten why Alfred Warren left Little Bilstead?" she enquired. For a moment the vicar gazed at her as if foraging somewhere at the back of his mind for an explanation. Suddenly he laid down his knife and fork upon the plate, and there crept into his eyes a look of concern. "Bless my soul, Hannah!" he exclaimed. I'm afraid I had." "How like you, John!" The tone was that of one making an excuse rather than an accusation. "I am very forgetful, Hannah, very forgetful," he said humbly. "I sometimes feel that I am unworthy of being the shepherd of a flock. I am not sufficiently watchful." "Rubbish!" Miss Lipscombe's mouth reassumed its line of grimness. "You always say that," he continued, "but I often feel that I ought to write to the bishop, relinquishing a charge I am no longer worthy to hold. A shepherd should be watchful," he added sorrowfully, "and I forget, I seem to forget everything." "Including the fact that Alfred Warren has returned," she said. "Get on with your breakfast, John, and we'll talk about it afterwards." "Yes, yes," said the vicar, gazing with unseeing eyes at the robin. "I really must give it serious consideration." And once more he took up his knife and fork and proceeded with his meal. It was never wise to discuss parish matters with the vicar during a meal. Either he wandered from the conversation or forgot the plate before him, and it was his sister's self-imposed mission to see that his body was properly nourished. If no meals were announced for a week on end, she fully believed that he would not notice the omission. When rebuked for his absent-mindedness, he would acknowledge his lapse with such humility that Miss Lipscombe felt it was she and not her brother who was the guilty party. The meal finished, Miss Lipscombe gathered together the crumbs from the various plates and the bread dish, cut up the bacon rind into small pieces, and, putting them all on one plate, carried them to the window and threw them on the lawn for the birds. There was a whir of wings, and soon a group of starlings, blackbirds, thrushes, sparrows, together with 2 pigeons and a robin, was busily engaged upon breakfast. "Now, John, come and smoke your pipe on the lawn, and try and listen to what I am going to say," said Miss Lipscombe as she picked up her knitting. With an admonition to her brother to mind the birds, she assumed the old faded blue linen sunbonnet she habitually wore out of doors, and passed quietly through the windows so as not to disturb her visitors at their meal. The vicar wandered off to find his pipe, which he invariably lost a dozen times a day. A few minutes later he joined his sister on the lawn. "You were saying, my dear," he began tentatively, as he proceeded to fill the generous sized bowl from a dingy chamois leather tobacco pouch. "That Alfred Warren is back." The vicar made no response. He was busy with the filling of his pipe. "And Bob Thirkettle may return any day," she continued, as if determined that the full flavour of the drama should be reached. "An excellent fellow, Thirkettle," he murmured, as he proceeded to light his pipe. "An excellent fellow." "A murderous ruffian," repeated Miss Lipscombe. "My dear," he expostulated, "Thirkettle is one of the steadiest." "Do you call it steady to go about with a gun, threatening the life of a fellow creature?" she demanded. The vicar looked startled. "I had forgotten that, Hannah," he said humbly. "Yes," he added a moment later, "that was wrong, very wrong." "And what will happen if Alfred Warren meets Bob Thirkettle?" she demanded, pausing in her knitting to look across at her brother. "What will happen?" he repeated mechanically, then, as if with sudden inspiration, he looked across at his sister. "They must shake hands and be friends, Hannah. They must forget their differences." And the vicar puffed peacefully at his pipe, as if he had solved a difficult problem. Miss Lipscombe dropped her knitting on her lap and sat gazing fixedly across at her brother. Conscious of her gaze, he fidgeted like a boy discovered in some misdemeanour. "I'm sorry, Hannah," he said presently. "Have I said anything I ought not to?" She smiled, a superior, loving smile. "Have you ever thought what will happen to you, John, when I go?" she asked. "When you go, Hannah?" he queried, startled in spite of himself. "When you go where?" "When I die," she said uncompromisingly. "My dear, you're not feeling unwell?" He leaned forward anxiously. "If so, you must see Crane at once. I will " In his concern he had half risen from his basket chair. "Sit down, John." At the quiet, resolute order he resumed his seat. "You are so drenched with the milk of human kindness, John, that you cannot understand that a man who has gone about with a gun, threatening to shoot another man, cannot be expected, when he does meet him, to hold out his hand and say, 'How do you do?'" "True, true," said the vicar. "I had not thought of it in that light, Hannah. I'm sorry. But you're quite sure you're not ill?" he added after a pause. "Rubbish!" she cried, as she smiled across at him. It was the smile of a mother for a child that is unable to look after itself. "You've never understood the Norfolk character, John," she said. The Lipscombes hailed from Devonshire. "True," said the vicar. "A remarkable people, but not English, Hannah, not English. Scandinavian in origin," he continued a moment later. "People of strong passions, resolute wills." "There you've expressed it," she broke in. "You need not go beyond that. When a man of strong passions threatens the life of another man, it is hopeless to expect them to meet and be friends. Besides, Bob Thirkettle has every reason in the world to hate young Warren." "But it was never proved," suggested the vicar, in the tone of a man desirous of finding extenuating circumstances. "There are some things too obvious to require proof," was the grim retort. "True," said the vicar, nodding his head slowly. "I will see Thirkettle when he returns, Hannah. I will reason with him. I will—" "You'd much rather see Alfred Warren and persuade him to go away," said his sister. "Persuade him to go away?" repeated the vicar. "But, my dear, I couldn't. What would Lady Warren say to me when she comes back?" "What will she say if Thirkettle kills her son?" she demanded. "Oh, but he mustn't, he mustn't," he protested. "We cannot have anything. John," she said, rising, "for unadulterated unworldliness recommend me the Reverend John Lipscombe of Little Bilstead." And with that she walked into the house, leaving the vicar wondering what he had said to cause her to put so sudden a termination to their conversation. For half an hour he sat smoking and thinking. Slowly there was coming back to his mind the memory of that time 5 years ago when Little Bilstead seemed to live in a ferment, when Robert Thirkettle was to be met wandering aimlessly about the countryside, a gun under his arm, his face dark with hate. To none would he vouchsafe a word until one day the vicar planted himself in his path and, with Christian tactlessness, besought him to remember that he who had a sin requiring forgiveness had best himself forgive. For a few minutes Thirkettle had listened, then he had terminated the interview by saying, "Give over prating, sir. This is a man's job, not a parson's. If I get that mucky slink I'll blow him to hell, the varmin." And with that he had passed on, leaving the vicar staring after him in astonishment. At the end of half an hour the vicar rose and, passing indoors, picked up his hat from the hall table. As he did so, Miss Lipscombe came out of the dining room. "I will call and see Alfred Warren," he said. "You might call in and see Postle on your way and warn him to be on the look out," she said grimly. John Postle was the village constable. "True, Hannah," said the vicar. "It will do no harm." "With a man like Bob Thirkettle," she said, "a policeman is better than Christian charity." Having given vent to this passing shot, Miss Lipscombe went into the kitchen, leaving the vicar to digest it as he walked down the drive and turned his steps towards the village. 2. Whilst the vicar and his sister were discussing the dramatic possibilities of the return of Alfred Warren, Smith was enjoying a meal of which he stood in considerable need. When at length he leaned back in his chair, it was with the air of a man who has at last caught up with his appetite. Breakfast had not passed without incident. It seemed that at every step there was to be some new manifestation of the strange tastes of the absent Alfred. The first thing that had caught Smith's eye on seating himself at the breakfast table was a large decanter of brandy, flanked by a siphon of soda water. His next discovery was that, although Willis furnished the solids of a really pukka meal, he seemed entirely to have forgotten the liquids. The embarrassment of the butler, when his attention was drawn to the fact, made it clear that Alfred passed tea or coffee at breakfast in favour of brandy and soda. It was Willis' hushed assurance that it was "the '65, Mr. Alfred," that convinced him of the prodigal's devotion to a hair from the dog that had bitten him. Smith was engaged in reviewing this and other circumstances of the past 11 hours with the philosophic detachment of a man who can meet a good meal with an equally good digestion, when Willis entered. "Dr. Crane would like to see you, Mr. Alfred, if you have finished. I've shown him into the library." "Dr. Crane?" he repeated. "Who is Dr. Crane, and why should he want to see me?" "He is her ladyship's doctor, sir," explained Willis. "Miss Marjorie telephoned for him." "I see. Does he want to go over me with a stethoscope, or is he to assist in my identification by mole, mark, or dimple?" "I don't know, sir," was the grave reply. "Perhaps Miss Marjorie thinks he may have caught cold," he added. Smith had already realised that Willis could be safely looked upon to supply the most charitable explanation possible for any one's action. "You have a kind heart, Willis," he remarked as he rose. "Thank you, Mr. Alfred," said Willis gratefully as he held open the door, and Smith passed out into the hall. No doubt the family doctor had been summoned by Marjorie, Smith decided, to advise her as to what action she should take in Lady Warren's absence. It was a little difficult to have to meet an entire stranger, who, in all probability, would insist on proclaiming him the missing heir. However, he must go through with it now. He had eaten the bread and salt of the Grange, and now he must make some sort of effort to disentangle the family skein, which Willis and Mrs. Higgs seemed to have got into a thoroughly disordered state. In all probability Dr. Crane will be whiskered and pompous, refer to his parents as "we," and insist on going over him with a magnifying glass. After all, the stepping into another man's shoes was not quite so easy as it had seemed the evening before. When the butler threw open the library door, Smith saw with relief that the doctor was clean shaven and human, with a lean, lithe poise of body suggestive of a man who took exercise, and plenty of it. In his greeting and handshake Smith saw the doctor rather than the man. Then there was a perceptible pause. Evidently Dr. Crane was finding it a little difficult to begin. "You arrived last evening," he said by way of an opening. "Last night, to be meticulously accurate," replied Smith. He, too, was weighing up his man. "I climbed the gates of the Grange." "Miss Stannard telephoned asking me to call," said Dr. Crane. "You see, she is in rather an awkward position, with Lady Warren away." "The position is even more awkward than it appears at first sight," said Smith pleasantly, and he proceeded to explain exactly how matters stood. It was something of a relief to him to find that there was someone in Little Bilstead who did not recognise him at sight. His satisfaction, however, was modified to some extent by Dr. Crane's explanation that he had acquired his present practice only some 4 years previously. "Then you won't be able to establish my identity by the shape of my finger nails?" he enquired. "I'm afraid not," was the grave reply. It was clear to Smith that he had yet to convince the medico that he was not Alfred Warren. There was a pause. Dr. Crane glanced from time to time across at Smith, as if weighing the pros and cons of the case. "It's obvious that you do not accept my story," Smith said at length. Dr. Crane gazed at him steadily for nearly a minute. "I would not say that," he said at length. "I understand from Miss Stannard that you have lost your memory." "That's merely Willis' idea to account for my not proclaiming myself the returned prodigal," explained Smith. Dr. Crane nodded. "There is Lady Warren to consider," he said. "Somebody is sure to write and tell her, and then " He paused. "If I disappear it will complicate matters," suggested Smith. "Exactly." "And if I stay I shall probably get into the very deuce of a mess all round." "In all probability you will," was the dry retort. "And what would you advise?" enquired Smith. There was another long pause. Dr. Crane was obviously a man who thought before he spoke. "It is a matter on which I cannot advise," he said at length. Is it possible for two men to be so much alike as to deceive even their most intimate friends and relatives?" "It is rare, but I should say it is possible," was the doctor's reply. "In such matters we can judge only from what we know has taken place. There was the Adolf Beck case, for instance, where every mark on the body of both men was known and recorded, yet twice Adolf Beck was convicted of crimes that are known now to have been committed by his double, a man named Smith, by the way. Then I saw it stated in the papers some time back that a woman had applied to a magistrate saying that she was doubtful if it really were her husband who had returned from the war, and with whom she had been living for 3 months." Dr. Crane nodded. "Again, there was the case of a man, also a Smith, who murdered women in baths," he continued. "One woman identified him as her husband. Yet months later her real husband turned up, and she recanted in the High Courts." "I remember," said Dr. Crane, with the inevitable nod. "But why not establish your own identity?" he suggested, turning to Smith a gaze of keen professional appraisement. "That is just what I am not prepared to do at the moment," was the quiet reply. "It puts you in a false position." "It does," agreed Smith. "It might even involve you in certain difficulties," suggested Dr. Crane. "It has already," said Smith with a smile as he recalled the episode of the night before. "And I have every reason to assume there are more to come," he added. "Why?" The interrogation came like the snap of a pistol trigger. "Because I have been here long enough to get a general idea that Alfred Warren led a fairly hectic life." Once more Dr. Crane's head moved up and down like that of a mandarin. "I want you to tell me frankly what you advise," said Smith. "Couldn't you cable to Lady Warren?" The doctor shook his head. "The shock would be too great," he said. "It might kill her." "And your advice?" "Do you ask it professionally or as man to man?" "As man to man." "I advise you to clear out," came the prompt reply. "And I shouldn't lose any time about it, if I were you," he added. Smith was startled by the decisiveness of the tone in which the advice was given. It was obvious from the doctor's manner that the position was a serious one. Perhaps, after all, it would be the best thing to get away from what might involve him in serious difficulties. "Why?" he demanded. The other shrugged his shoulders with the air of a man who has said all he intends to say. Smith walked over to the French windows and gazed out upon the lawn where a starling was strutting about, as if trying to impress upon everybody that he had not overslept. Suddenly Smith heard Marjorie's voice asking Willis something about a bowl of roses. Decision came to him with a flash of inspiration. "I'll be damned if I do," he said, turning to Dr. Crane. "That is inevitable, in any case," was the grim retort. Chapter 5 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 5. Little Bilstead Receives a Shock. Matters were becoming interesting, and there was certainly the promise of drama later, Smith decided, as he walked down the drive of the Grange a few minutes after Dr. Crane had taken his departure. Why had the medico been so uncommunicative? Why had he not been frank with him and given some idea of what it was he was up against? Only once had the man triumphed over the general practitioner, when he had referred to the inevitable damnation of Alfred. Why? Did he know too much, or was what he did know so bad that he was fearful of becoming mixed up in a scandal? In any case, no man could desire a situation more promising in exciting possibilities. As he passed through the iron gates, Smith glanced up to see if any portion of his raincoat still clung to them, as evidence of his unconventional entry, but someone had evidently collected the clues. Following Willis' instructions, he turned to the left in the direction of the village, conscious of a curious feeling of expectancy. After the departure of Dr. Crane, and left to his own resources, Smith had decided upon a visit of exploration, with the object of giving the villagers a chance of passing judgment upon his likeness to Alfred Warren. He had heard of men completely forgetting their own identity, or who had deliberately traded upon the likeness they bore to others. Never, however, had he heard of anyone being plunged into such a position as that in which he now found himself. There was Adolf Beck, as he had remarked to Dr. Crane, but that proved nothing beyond the fact that one man could be so like another as to have his identity sworn away by a score of witnesses, including prison warders, in whose charge he had been for months at a time. The dramatic possibilities of the situation were endless. Clearly there was some mystery about the original Alfred, an unsavoury mystery, he decided, judging from the embarrassment of Willis and Mrs. Higgs, and the curious attitude of Dr. Crane. If Alfred Warren had done anything which rendered him amenable to the law, then the possibilities might become something more than merely dramatic. What if he were secretly married? He shuddered at the thought. Through no merit of his own he had acquired a new mother, now mercifully some 2,000 or 3,000 miles away. But a hitherto unknown wife! He wondered how it would feel to be claimed as a long-lost husband. One thing was clear, he could not continue at the Grange. He could swear an affidavit that he was not Alfred Warren, it was true, but a judge might not unreasonably inquire why he had continued to occupy an obviously false and invidious position. He could not appeal to the courts to restrain people from identifying him as Alfred Warren. The obvious thing was to make a bolt of it, but somehow or other that was the last thing he desired to do. It was all very ridiculous, he decided as, plucking a long blade of grass, he hoisted himself upon a gate giving access to a meadow, and proceeded to clean his pipe with the leisurely deliberation of an inveterate smoker. After all, the situation might develop quite naturally and pleasantly, although at the moment he had to admit the portents were not favourable. He was roused from his thoughts and the enjoyment of his pipe by the sound of approaching footsteps. Coming towards him from the direction of Little Bilstead were two quaint little figures engaged apparently in an animated discussion. They looked as if they might have stepped straight out of a Jane Austen novel. They appeared to be discussing some topic of absorbing interest upon which they were not in entire agreement. When within a few yards of the gate on which he sat, the one nearer to him glanced in his direction. She started, paused, then stopped dead. The other, following the direction of her companion's gaze, paused in turn, then, seizing the arm of the first, hurried her along. As she who had first seen Smith passed, she bowed slightly, with a nervous, apprehensive side glance at her companion. Smith lifted his cap, and, a minute later, they passed out of sight round the bend in the road. He watched them disappear from view. Obviously the one who had bowed was getting it in the neck. For some minutes he sat speculating as to the identity of the two quaint little ladies. Who could they be? Why had one hesitatingly acknowledged him, whilst the other ignored him altogether? Were they involved in some family feud with the Warrens, or was their attitude typical of what he might expect from Little Bilstead society? In any case, he told himself as he slid from the gate, the true humour of the situation would develop later. He had been walking for about 5 minutes, enjoying the warmth of the sunshine, when, a few yards ahead of him, there turned out from a heavily rutted lane a man in labourer's corduroys, carrying a pick and a spade over his shoulder. At the sight of Smith his jaw dropped, and he stared to the full extent of his eyes. "Well, I'll be grimed," he stuttered at length, swinging the pick and spade from his shoulder and resting them on the roadway. "If it aren't Mist' Alfred," and he broke into an evil ripple of mirthless chuckles. "Mist' Alfred," he repeated. "Well, I'll be grimed." Incredibly dirty, bent and misshapen, he seemed the embodiment of evil as he stood, his slobbering lips set in a sinister leer, his shifty little eyes fixed on Smith, who had involuntarily come to a standstill. "You have got a nerve, mister," he said at length, gazing up at Smith. "You have got a nerve," he repeated, as if finding satisfaction in the words. "You think so?" remarked Smith easily, as he looked down at the sinister figure before him. The man's stoop threw his head forward, and, as he gazed up at Smith, he looked strangely like a toad. "I do," was the response, uttered with an air of conviction. "But there, you always was a rum 'un," and there was a grudging admiration in the man's tone. "So you think I am Mr. Warren?" enquired Smith calmly. "Think?" repeated the man. "I haven't no need to think. You wait till old Bob Thirkettle gets back, and then you'll cop it a rum 'un. He's going to give you cosh. Used to go about with a gun for months, he did, and here you be a coming back. Well, you have got a nerve." "And who is Bob Thirkettle?" asked Smith, sensing revelations from the man's dark hints. "Who's Bob Thirkettle?" Again he broke into a slobber of chuckles. "I fare to think you'll know all about who Bob Thirkettle is when he comes back. He ain't forgot what you done to his mawther." "Mawther?" repeated Smith in a puzzled tone. "What is a mawther?" "Ho, ho, ho!" cackled the man. "What's a mawther? So you come back, Mist' Alfred, and don't know the meaning o' good Norfolk. You wait till old Bob gets back. He'll kill you, Mist' Alfred, sure as you're there," he added with satisfied conviction. "And when will he be back?" asked Smith. "Ho, ho, ho!" A cunning glint sprang into the man's eyes. "I bean't going to tell you, or you'll just hike off. I know you. That's what you did afore," he added, as he swung his pike and spade once more upon his right shoulder. "Fare you well, Mist' Alfred." And then, as if a sudden thought had struck him, he added, "I suppose you don't know who I be?" "I haven't the foggiest idea." "Don't know Tom Simmons, don't you? I suppose you've forgotten about the whisky." And he leered up at Smith from under his hat brim. "I suppose I must, as I have no recollection either of you or of the whisky." "Well, I'll be grimed!" exclaimed Simmons, "if that ain't a good 'un. Well, I must be getting along, Mist' Alfred," he said, with a tinge of respect in his voice. "Fare you well, but you wait till old Bob gets you," and he shuffled off, murmuring, "Who's old Bob's mawther? Well, if that ain't a good 'un." Smith continued on his way, his opinion of Alfred's unpopularity confirmed. He reached the village without further incident, apart from the fact that two labourers had saluted and stared at him as if he were an apparition, but he took that merely to indicate the courtesies of the countryside. Little Bilstead consisted of a spatter of houses and shops lying in a slight fold of the ground on either side of the main road. It seemed a disappointing place, neither populous nor picturesque. There were 2 or 3 people to be seen, but the general atmosphere was one of intense somnolence. He walked through the village, past the post office and general store, and an insignificant little inn called The Pigeons, from the door of which came the smell of rank tobacco smoke and stale beer, tainting the sweetness of the morning air. Several people seemed to appear from nowhere and stood staring at him, just as the evil old man had stared a few minutes previously. As no one saluted or made any move to accost him, he walked leisurely on. Continuing along the main road, he strove to evolve something like a definite course of action from the tangle of his thoughts. Wisdom told him that the best thing to do was to leave Alfred Warren in Little Bilstead, the one to his destiny, the other to its dullness. There was something else, however, that bade him see the thing through. He had all the time there was, as the Americans say. Why not stay on for a few days and see what drama really had in her pouch? At the end of an hour he turned and retraced his steps. As he neared Little Bilstead again, he found himself more than ever reluctant to abandon what promised to afford an interesting, not to say exciting, adventure. As he entered the village for the second time, it was obvious that unseen eyes had been on the watch. The whole place seemed suddenly to have come to life. Groups of women stood at their doors, and there was a generous sprinkling of men. As Smith approached, they seemed all to be smitten with a great silence. Some saluted him as Mr. Alfred, but there was no cordiality in either their looks or their words. At the door of The Pigeons stood a big man with a bald head, surrounded by a fringe of sandy hair, a heavily jowled face, with small pig-like eyes destitute of lashes. "Morning, Mr. Alfred," he called out when Smith was within a pace or 2 of him. Smith nodded and paused. "Surprising seeing you back," said the man. For a moment Smith hesitated as to whether or no he should enlighten the fellow as to his real identity; but he decided that it would be useless to do so, for wherever he went he was accepted as Mr. Alfred without question. "Seen Bob Thirkettle?" enquired the man, with a sly look in his little eyes. "Bob Thirkettle?" repeated Smith. "No. Who's he? I saw a queer old fellow on the hill, but he said his name was Tom Simmons." The man took his clay pipe from his mouth and stared at Smith in frank amazement. "Oh, give over, Mist' Alfred," he cried. "There aren't nothing to joke about, that's a sure moral." There was something in the man's manner that prompted Smith to pass on with a curt nod. Things were becoming quite interesting, he decided, as he walked slowly in the direction of the Grange. "What about Bob Thirkettle's mother?" The suddenness of the cry from behind caused him to start perceptibly, otherwise he took no notice, and the cry was not repeated. The attitude of the villagers made it clear that, whatever Alfred Warren's popularity with the servants at the Grange, there was obviously some very good reason why he had left Little Bilstead, and an even better one for his not returning. Everything seemed to turn upon old Bob's "mawther," whatever that might mean. Possibly Willis would be able to enlighten him. He did not attach serious importance to the statement that Bob Thirkettle, whoever he might be, really threatened his life; still an encounter between them would inevitably result in awkwardness, if not in an open breach of the peace. What puzzled him most was that in his own household Alfred Warren had apparently been idolised, but outside his immediate circle he appeared to be extremely unpopular. When clear of the village he suddenly became aware that a short distance ahead of him was a tall bent form garbed in clerical black. With hands clasped behind him, head bent forward, and a large green umbrella thrust under his left arm, he gave the impression of one whose thoughts were far away. Smith increased his pace slightly, making as much noise as he could in order to attract the old man's attention. He drew level and, for nearly a minute, walked abreast; but the vicar's thoughts were far away from Little Bilstead. "Good morning, sir," he said at length. The effect upon the vicar was that of a dum-dum bullet. It stopped him, but with a suddenness for which Smith was entirely unprepared. "Why, it's " The old man stopped, as if searching the records of his memory for Smith's identity. "My name is Smith, sir, James Smith, but I'm supposed to be rather like " "Bless my soul!" broke in the vicar. "It's Alfred Warren," and, dropping his green umbrella into the road, he clasped Smith's hand with both his own and shook it warmly. "Hannah said you were back," he said, still working Smith's hand up and down. "In fact, I came out to look for you. I've just remembered," and he gazed at Smith with near-sighted blue eyes as if expecting a rebuke. "I knew there was something," he added, as by way of extenuation. "I'm very forgetful," he continued, "terribly forgetful. I would write to the bishop, but Hannah says no." "But I'm not really Alfred Warren, you see." "Hannah will be delighted. She will want to see you. She " He paused, as if something had just occurred to him casting doubt upon the greatness of Hannah's joy. "You remember Hannah," continued the vicar. "A wonderful manager. They call her the curate in the village." "Hannah?" repeated Smith. "I'm afraid " "My sister," explained the vicar. "We were talking about you at breakfast. That is why I came out to warn you about " He paused, in his eyes the puzzled expression of the man who has forgotten. "I was saying, sir, that I'm not Alfred Warren. My name is Smith, James Smith. We must be very much alike." Smith was conscious how stilted his words sounded. As a diversion he stooped and picked up the vicar's umbrella, which seemed to bring back to the old man a realization of his mission. Dropping Smith's hand, he took the proffered umbrella and thrust it beneath his left arm. "And now you must come and see Hannah," he said. She will explain what it was I came to tell you. She will be delighted to see you." Judging by the expression on the faces of the two old ladies he had met that morning, Smith felt doubtful as to the accuracy of the prophecy. "I'm afraid I have to go." He paused, but the vicar proved himself a man of action. Transferring the umbrella to his right arm, he linked his left through Smith's, and, a moment later, was striding along, once more apparently lost in thought. Smith had perforce to keep pace with him. He could not tear himself away from the old man's friendly grasp, and there seemed nothing for it but to acquiesce in the vicar's determination to take him to Hannah. At the end of 5 minutes the vicar suddenly swung round, and, before Smith knew what was happening, he had entered a gateway and was walking up a drive, obviously leading to the vicarage. A minute later they passed through the French windows into the drawing room, where the vicar left him with a murmured excuse that he would "go and find Hannah." It was a bright and cheerful room, and, with a sigh of content, Smith dropped into a comfortable looking chair. He was feeling pleasantly tired with his walk, and after the warm sun without, the coolness of the vicarage drawing room was peculiarly soothing. Somewhere in the distance a door banged, and then the heavy silence of a summer midday descended upon the room, broken only by the loud ticking of the ormolu clock upon the marble mantelpiece. 5 minutes lengthened into 10, 10 minutes into a quarter of an hour into half an hour, and still no vicar. Obviously the absent-minded cleric had forgotten about him, and in all probability was deep in the composition of Sunday's sermon. Still, it was very restful, and time was to him of no object. Suddenly he sat upright and blinked several times at a tall spare woman with calm grey eyes and a firm mouth, who stood gazing down at him. A moment later he had scrambled to his feet. As he did so he caught sight of the dial of the ormolu clock. Its hands chronicled that just an hour had elapsed since he had entered the room. I'm afraid I was asleep," he apologized. "Did Janet show you in here?" asked the owner of the grey eyes. "No, the vicar," smiled Smith, realizing that he had indeed forgotten. "My brother is very forgetful. I must apologize," she said as she extended her hand. "Have you been here long? We heard you were back." "An hour," said Smith, taking the long tapering hand in his. "And I am not Alfred Warren," he added. With a motion of her head she bade him resume his chair, seating herself upon a high backed chair opposite. For some seconds she sat eyeing him steadily. "Not Alfred Warren," she said at length, and Smith realized from her tone that another had gone over, bag and baggage, to the enemy. "I am in a most unhappy position," he continued, wishing he could remember the vicar's name. Willis had mentioned it. "Every one here insists that I am Alfred Warren, and it's a little embarrassing," he concluded lamely. For fully a minute Miss Lipscombe sat regarding him with a keen steady gaze, as if intent upon seeing right into his soul. "My brother recognized you?" she queried at length. "In a flash," he replied gloomily. "Everybody does. That's what makes it all so embarrassing. May I tell you the whole story?" he added. There was something about her that inspired confidence. She nodded. Miss Lipscombe was notorious for her economy in words upon certain occasions. In the village it exercised an excellent effect, for with every wrong thought that entered a Little Bilsteadian brain there was a vision of the grey eyes and steady gaze of the vicar's sister. In as few words as possible Smith told of the happenings of the last 12 hours, omitting all mention of the reference to Bob Thirkettle's mawther. He must first find out what a mawther actually was. At the end of his recital Miss Lipscombe was still gazing straight into his eyes. "And now," he added with a smile, "if you go over to the Warrenites, I shall feel that I am in a hopeless position." "But why not prove who you are?" she asked. "Because there are reasons why I can tell you only that I am plain James Smith," he replied gravely. "That is not my real name," he added hastily. "I think I ought to tell you that, but it will serve for the time being." "The likeness is remarkable," she remarked, still fixing him with her keen grey eyes. "But surely," he began, and then paused. It seemed mean to call attention to the weaknesses of Alfred Warren's character by inquiring if it were not stamped upon his features. "There are no differences that could not be accounted for by 6 years of changed—" She paused as if searching for the correct word. "Environment?" he suggested, relieved that she should have read his thoughts aright. She nodded. "That is what has puzzled me," he said, feeling that her remark had established a bond between them. She was obviously a clear thinker and a sound reasoner. "6 years change a man," she remarked musingly. "You look stronger and harder, both mentally and physically. You served during the war?" "Every hour of it," he said simply. "Physical discipline begets moral and mental discipline," she remarked, still as if to herself rather than to him. Again Smith saw the straw at which he was clutching about to be swept beyond his reach. "You'd better come and stay at the vicarage." At this startling announcement he sat bolt upright. "Stay at the vicarage?" he repeated. "Why?" "You cannot very well continue at the Grange whilst disclaiming your identity." "The identity of Alfred Warren," he corrected her gently. "It amounts to the same thing," she replied grimly. "You'd better arrange with Willis to send your things over," she added practically. "And now I must go and see about my brother's luncheon," and she rose. "So you won't believe in me as James Smith?" he said as he rose. "I preserve an open mind," was the response, as they stood facing one another, each trying to read beyond the reserve barrier of cultured people. "I give you my word that I am not Alfred Warren," he said quietly. "We dine at 7:30," was the reply, but the firm line of her mouth broke, and Smith realized that she had indeed an open mind. Chapter 6 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 6 The Strangeness of Marjorie. 1. On his return to the Grange, Smith immediately went in search of Willis, finally running him to earth in Alfred's bedroom. As he entered, the old man turned, a trouser stretcher in his hand. "I've been looking for you everywhere, Willis." "I'm sorry, Mr. Alfred, if I wasn't—" "Oh, it's all right," said Smith, sinking into a chair, striking a match and proceeding to light a cigarette. "What do the little Bilsteadians mean by Bob Thirkettle's mawther?" With a crash the trouser stretcher fell to the floor. At the sight of Willis' face, Smith sprang to his feet and went over to him. In a flash the butler seemed to have become 10 years older. He was trembling violently, the colour had gone from his face, and in his eyes there was fear. He appeared on the point of collapse, and Smith led him over to the chair which he himself had just vacated. Fetching a glass of water, he held it to Willis' grey lips. "I'm awfully sorry," he said soothingly, as the butler swallowed a little of the water, gazing with wide open eyes at Smith as he did so. "I didn't mean to upset you." Willis lay back in the chair with closed eyes, as if desirous of shutting out something. Smith forced him to drink some whisky and water, and presently the colour began to come back to his grey cheeks. Smith studiously avoided any further reference to the cause of the butler's collapse, and when he eventually left the room it was with strict injunctions to Willis to remain where he was until quite recovered. He had a feeling that his presence acted only as a reminder of the shock the old man had suffered. The return of the modern prodigal was not without its attendant excitements, was Smith's thought as he descended the stairs. He must at all costs find out the meaning of the word "mawther," a term that appeared to be full of sinister menace, judging from the evil leer with which the old road mender had uttered it, the fact that it had been shouted after him in the village, and the distress shown by Willis on hearing it repeated. Refilling and lighting his pipe, he made his way round to the stables, where he hoped to encounter some one from whom he could obtain the information he sought. He heard sounds issuing from the harness room, first a hissing, dear to the heart of the horse keeper, followed by a few shrilly whistled bars of an air he did not recognize. These suddenly developed into a song in a high but not a melodious tenor. Walking across the yard, Smith looked in at the open door. As he did so, the song broke off and the hissing was resumed. "Morning, Mist' Alfred." A spare, sandy youth paused in the task of polishing a set of harness. "Good morning," said Smith. "Busy?" "Things get that mucky in no time," said the youth. "'Orse's been a mort of work," he added, as he returned to the polishing of the metalwork. "What's your name?" enquired Smith. "Nudd, Mist' Alfred," he replied. "Dick Nudd. Father keeps the pigeons." That was the worst of village communities, was Smith's mental comment. Everybody was either somebody's father or somebody else's son. He hesitated a moment before putting his fateful question. In all probability Dick Nudd would spread the story of his interrogation throughout the village. What if he did? It would only go to prove that Smith was entirely ignorant of anything and everything concerned with the Thurkettle affair. "Can you tell me what a mawther is, Nudd?" he asked, striving to make the question sound casual. It was a relief that Nudd did not collapse. Instead he looked up from his polishing, a sheepish grin on his freckled face. Obviously the question was not so distressing to him as to poor Willis. Possibly it was due to the difference between youth and age. "A mawther, Mist' Alfred," repeated Dick Nudd, his grin broadening. "Fancy you asking a question like that. I don't have the truck with 'em myself," he added, as if by way of exculpation. There was nothing disrespectful in his tone. The inquiry appeared to him obviously in the light of a joke. Yet it was equally obvious that, in his opinion, Alfred Warren had no need to put such a question. "Well?" enquired Smith quietly, but in a tone that made it clear he required an answer. "What does it mean?" "A mawther, Mist' Alfred," he repeated, scratching his head through a black and white check cap of sporting design and cut. "A mawther is a gal, Mist' Alfred, a woman." In a flash the truth dawned upon Smith. Bob Thurkettle's mawther was his daughter, perhaps his wife. And his jaw set squarely. A man doesn't go looking for another with a gun because of something done to his womenfolk unless that something be serious. Everything was now clear to him. Tom Simmons' salacious slobberings, Nudd Pear's contemptuous remark, Willis' distress, and young Nudd's clearly expressed surprise that Alfred Warren should require enlightenment as to the meaning of the word mawther. "I'm afraid I've been underestimating the dramatic possibilities of the situation," he murmured, as, with a nod to Nudd, he turned and walked slowly towards the house. 2. "I wish I could convince you that I am not Alfred Warren," remarked Smith half an hour later, as he unfolded a napkin and spread it across his knees. Marjorie gazed at him with grave politeness, an almost imperceptible frown puckering her eyebrows. "You see," he continued, "it's just a dream. I am no more Alfred Warren than I am the missing link. It's all very awkward, though," he added. He had already decided that, in a blouse and skirt, she looked as attractive as she had the night before in green. "Willis tells me you have lost your memory." Willis beamed on him as, with soft tread, he moved about the room. "Willis is a part of the dream," said Smith. "In fact, he is not a little responsible for all the trouble." He watched Willis pour hock into Marjorie's glass, his interest centred in the decanter he carried in his left hand. As he approached, Smith made a motion of refusal of the decanter. Willis seemed surprised, and looked irresolute. "Perhaps you would prefer champagne, Mr. Alfred. There's some of the 1900 that was kept back," he murmured. "This," making a movement with his left hand, "is the '65 brandy." "I never drink it." Smith glanced up at him with a smile. Marjorie looked from one to the other, her expression for the first time manifesting interest. Recovering himself, Willis replaced the decanter upon the sideboard. Smith realized that he was making things difficult for the real Alfred should he ever return. For some minutes the meal proceeded in silence, Marjorie's brow slightly puckered as if there were something about it all that puzzled her. "The weak point in my position," said Smith presently, "is that I cannot prove who I am, although I can say definitely that I am not Alfred Warren. In the village this morning," he continued, smiling in spite of himself at the look of anxiety on Willis' face, "everybody seemed to know me, and I knew nobody. It will lead to all sorts of complications," he added. Again there was silence. Several times during the meal Smith was conscious that he was being gravely scrutinized by Marjorie. Immediately she caught his eye, however, her own were lowered, to remain fixed upon her plate. She was certainly a difficult girl to talk to. During these periods of silence he had ample opportunity of looking at her and confirming his first impression. Her well-modelled head was crowned with a dense mass of auburn hair that seemed to hold somewhere in its depths the sunlight of June. He noted the little tendrils framing her face. They seemed to laugh at their own cleverness in escaping restraint. Her eyes were a deep violet, and there were little cuts at the corners of her mouth suggestive of the fact that humour lurked there. Yes, she was beautiful. Her attitude was correct, whilst entirely lacking in cordiality. There was in her manner almost stiffness. Her eyes were capable of sparkling with mischief, he told himself. Her short upper lip, the impudent cuts at the side of her mouth, and the nose that was just the tiniest bit retroussé, all conspired to render her piquant and provocative. Yet her demeanour was that of a vicar's wife towards the village reprobate. She could have been little more than a child, he argued, when Alfred had disappeared. She was certainly not more than 21 now. He waited until Willis had finally withdrawn. He was determined to try and solve the mystery of Marjorie's dislike. "I wish you would try and dislike me for myself alone," he said suddenly. She looked up quickly. For the fraction of a second the little cuts at the corners of her mouth quivered. But it was only a momentary lapse. She gazed at him, her head a fraction on one side, her eyebrows slightly lifted. "At the present moment," he continued, "you are disliking me because you think I am Alfred Warren. You might at least give me the chance of earning your dislike by sheer merit." Then she laughed, a short gurgling sound, which died away almost immediately. Smith thought he had never seen a girl's face so transformed. Where she had been beautiful, she now became fascinating, irresistible. "Someone has given Alfred Warren a bad name, and you are going to hang me for it," he continued as she made no comment. "Is there not something between friendship and the other thing?" she queried. It was obvious that, whatever Alfred had done, he had sinned beyond forgiveness. It must be something very grave indeed to place him beyond the pale of her forgiveness. He had already gathered sufficient to convince him that Alfred's private life had been full of hectic episode and florid incident. This, in all probability, was responsible for Marjorie's uncompromising attitude of disapproval. He knew enough of women to appreciate that it would be hopeless to endeavour to modify the bad impression. She was too young and unsophisticated for philosophy or the development of social charity. Inwardly he cursed Alfred Warren and all his ways. To inherit a man's relatives and friends was sufficiently embarrassing, but to be saddled with his past was intolerable. "Of course I cannot stay on here," he said presently. "Why?" She looked up quickly, a startled expression in her eyes, as if he had said something quite unexpected. "I am in an utterly false position." "But—" She stopped short, her fingers playing nervously with a piece of Chinese jade suspended from her neck by a black silk ribbon. She seemed embarrassed, as if she wished to say something she found it difficult to express. "It's horribly awkward," he said with a smile that did not reflect the mood of his mind. She gazed at him gravely. In her eyes there was a question, of that he was convinced. "I shall be leaving this afternoon," he said. "This afternoon?" There was alarm, consternation in her voice. Smith was thrilled. Could it be that she really wished him to stay? "Yes, if I can evade Willis and dodge Mrs. Higgs." I she paused. "Lady Warren would—" In a flash he saw her perplexity. There was Lady Warren to be reckoned with. If he were allowed to go, what would she say? How would it affect her? "You are great friends?" "Yes." Her eyes still gazed across into his. "And you are wondering whether or no you ought to instruct Willis to lock me up in the wine cellar until she returns?" Immediately he had uttered the words he regretted them. The reference to the wine cellar had been as unfortunate as it had been unintentional. He could have kicked himself as he saw her stiffen. "I am afraid someone will write to her," she said coldly. "The shock might kill her." "Miss Lipscombe has asked me to stay at the vicarage," he said, feeling it unfair to keep Marjorie on the rack of doubt. The look of relief in her eyes gave him no pleasurable thrill. On the contrary, he then and there made up his mind to leave the vicarage next day. The situation was an impossible one, he decided. Marjorie rose, and, a few seconds later, Smith closed the door behind her. Crossing over to the window, he stood looking out into the blue and gold of the summer day. "Anyway, thank heaven her nose doesn't crinkle when she laughs," he murmured. "Sir?" queried Willis, who had entered unheard. "Nothing, Willis," said Smith, turning from the window. "I was merely removing my fly from somebody else's ointment." And the butler registered a mental note that it was "just like Mr. Alfred." 3. "Phew!" Smith drew a long breath of the tired air, heavily scented with mothball. At his own suggestion he had penetrated to Mrs. Higgs' holy of holies, her private sitting room, and already he was regretting it. The solitary window was tightly shut and sealed along the ledge, where the upper and lower sashes met, by a faded red sandbag looking like an unhealthy sausage. "You sit down, sir, and I'll send Mrs. Higgs," Willis had said as he closed the door of the housekeeper's little sitting room. Sit down? To do so seemed a desecration. As well think of sitting down upon the high altar of St. Peter's at Rome. Never could he remember to have seen a small room that contained so many objects. The owner's main idea, apparently, had been to cover up every inch of exposed surface of floor, mantelpiece or wall. It was bewildering. Antimacassars, little woolwork mats and china plaques, plush photograph frames, letter weights and boxes encrusted with seashells, mugs and large shells, cups and saucers from every watering place in Great Britain. On a small table was a stuffed canary, at which the moth had got in spite of its glass cage. A small spaniel, also stuffed, looked up from the hearthrug with hard and glassy eyes. The whole was composed of a multitude of mats, and what their owner affectionately called knick-knacks. This was obviously Mrs. Higgs' treasure house. Remove or break one single item, and she would know it instantly, and mourn over it as over the 100th sheep. The room was something of an autobiography, Smith decided, its treasures having been hoarded from year to year. He examined the photographs that adorned the walls or stood on mantelpiece or table, moving about gingerly lest he should upset something. The object of his visit was the hope that he might find a portrait of the absentee Alfred, but he could find nothing even remotely resembling himself. He was in the act of mentally registering a vow never to go to Cromer, inspired by the sight of a large pink, white and gold mug, which proclaimed to the world in garish lettering that it was a present from that place, when the door opened to the accompaniment of a persistent rustle and the sound of heavy breathing. He turned to find Mrs. Higgs, purple with excitement, and respirating like a small gas engine, standing beaming at him. Willis was just behind her, closing the door. "This is kind of you, Mr. Alfred," she said, "and to think that I should not be here when you came. I've run every step of the way from the second floor," she panted. "It was so good of Mr. Willis to fetch me. Do sit down, sir, please." Smith looked about him in despair. Eventually he selected a chair which seemed less ornamental than its fellows, although Mrs. Higgs's eyes had been fixed on a papier-mâché construction inlaid with mother of pearl and adorned with a royal blue cushion, a white antimacassar being tied with orange ribbon to its back. "Oh, Mr. Willis, please sit you down," she flustered. At the sight of the old woman's obvious happiness, Smith was conscious of a slight contraction at the back of his throat. "Now, don't you think we might have a cup of tea, Mrs. Higgs?" suggested Smith. "Oh, Mr. Alfred," she cried, "how good of you! I'll go and see." "No, not a bit of it," said Smith. "Ring the bell." We'll be waited on like gentlefolk." She beamed on him and rang the bell. "Mr. Alfred would like to take tea with Mr. Willis and me here, Salter," she said to the parlour maid, in a tone that was almost apologetic. "And Salter," she added. As the girl was about to leave the room, she whispered something he did not catch. "Oh, Mr. Alfred, this is good of you," she cried. "Isn't it, Mr. Willis?" She turned to Willis for corroboration. "It is indeed, Mrs. Higgs," said Willis, his face reflecting the happiness stamped on that of the housekeeper, but in a lower key. "We're all so happy to-day," said Mrs. Higgs. "Why, all the morning I've hardly known whether I stood on my head or my heels." The thought of the portly Mrs. Higgs standing on anything but her feet amused Smith. "Poor Mrs. Death has been crying all the morning." "Mrs. Death is the cook," explained Willis, seeing the look of surprise on Smith's face. "She has visions." "But why should she cry?" asked Smith. "You see, sir," said Mrs. Higgs, "it reminded her of when she lost Mr. Death." Smith was puzzled why the return of an alleged prodigal should remind a woman of the loss of, in all probability, a good husband, but he refrained from comment. Probably the visions explained it. For fully a minute there was an awkward and constrained silence. Mrs. Higgs radiated happiness. Willis looked uncomfortable. Smith longed for the courage to break a pane of glass. He was sure the window would not open. "I suppose you're convinced that I am Mr. Alfred, Mrs. Higgs," he said at length. "Oh, sir!" she cried, and began to chuckle in a way that set her triple chins throbbing with sympathetic enjoyment, whilst her cameo locket danced up and down upon her generous person. "And," continued Smith, "Willis is prepared to swear it upon a whole mountain of Bibles, aren't you, Willis?" "Yes, sir," said Willis gravely. "Now," continued Smith, "don't interrupt me until I've finished. I am no more Mr. Alfred than I am the Shah of Persia or Jack Johnson. My name is Smith, James Smith, and you've got me into rather a hole by persisting in saying that I am Mr. Alfred Warren." Mrs. Higgs exchanged glances with Willis. In that look Smith recognized the utter futility of endeavouring to convince either of them that he was not Alfred Warren. "You've been ill, you poor lamb," said Mrs. Higgs. "It's your memory, sir," echoed Willis. "You " He stopped suddenly as Salter entered with the tea tray. At the sight of it Smith groaned aloud. There in the centre, dominating the tea things, stood the inevitable siphon of soda water and a decanter of whisky. The girl looked about her enquiringly. Mrs. Higgs bustled over to the round table in the middle of the room, the corner of which she managed to clear of its albums and photo frames. There the girl placed the tray. Smith fixed his eyes upon the decanter. "Surely, Mrs. Higgs, you don't prefer whisky and soda to tea?" "Oh, no, sir," she stammered. "Then it must be you, Willis." "Me, sir?" cried Willis, starting up. "Oh, no, sir. I like a cup of tea above—" "Then it must be your mistake, Salter," said Smith with a smile. The girl looked at Mrs. Higgs, and then, at a nod from her, picked up the siphon and decanter and left the room. Mrs. Higgs disguised her embarrassment by becoming engrossed in the pouring out of the tea, whilst Willis fixed his eyes upon the moth-eaten stuffed canary that looked so pitifully devoid of life. As Smith looked at Mrs. Higgs he was certain that her chins vibrated with something that was akin to song. She looked for all the world as if she were purring. Willis still sat as if uncertain of the stability of the chair, but he reflected on his own genial features the happiness that was Mrs. Higgs. "It's obviously no use endeavouring to convince you two good people that I am not Mr. Alfred," said Smith, as he took the cup that Mrs. Higgs handed him and, with a motion of his head, declined the bread and butter and scones that Willis proffered. They both smiled at him as if in entire agreement with his words. "So," continued Smith, "you might tell me something about my alleged self." "Your alleged self, sir?" repeated Mrs. Higgs. "Yes. Tell me something about Mr. Alfred." Mrs. Higgs looked across at Willis, anxiety and apprehension in her eyes. Willis looked uncomfortable. "Yes, sir, certainly," said Mrs. Higgs, and to gain time proceeded to cool her tea by blowing upon it, holding the cup and saucer with a prim awkwardness that was evidently intended for refinement. Smith waited, smilingly patient. Having reduced the tea to a satisfactory temperature, Mrs. Higgs sipped it 3 or 4 times, then replaced the cup and saucer upon the tray. "You were a beautiful baby, Mr. Alfred," she began hesitatingly. Willis nodded his head approvingly. "I remember saying many a time as I used to." "Tell me more about Mr. Alfred when he wasn't a baby," Smith suggested. "Just before he went away, for instance." Again he noted the look of apprehension that passed between the two old servants. "There isn't much to tell, sir," she said. Only " She paused. "Only what?" asked Smith. "Only that one day you disappeared and " Again she hesitated. He noticed that tears were gathering in her eyes. Presently one tipped over the brim and slid down the side of her nose. She proceeded to ferret about among her lower draperies in search of a handkerchief. When at last it was retrieved there were 2 wet lines running down her face, one on either side of her nose. "But why did he leave home?" "Ah, sir," she sniffed with dolorous significance, "you may well ask." "Well?" queried Smith. "It was terrible, sir, terrible. Wasn't it, Mr. Willis? And her poor ladyship." Willis inclined his head with melancholy decision. "Terrible," he repeated. "Yes, but you're not helping me in the least," protested Smith. "There must have been some reason." "There were a lot of wicked people, Mr. Alfred," said Mrs. Higgs huskily. "There usually are," he smiled. "And they were jealous of you," she continued. "Yes, but I wasn't supposed to be kidnapped, was I?" "No, sir. You went away. You were always very sensitive and " It was obvious that Mrs. Higgs was on the point of breaking down. He thought it kinder to give a turn to the conversation. "Do you know what I was looking for when you came in?" he asked. "Looking for?" she repeated. "No, sir." "I was looking for a photograph of Mr. Alfred, and I couldn't find one." "Lord mercy me!" she cried, pulling herself into an upright position by means of the table. Trotting over to the corner of the room, she opened a drawer in a table and took out an album. From the keys at her side she selected one, unlocked the clasp and handed it to Smith. "We put them away because of her ladyship," she explained. With something nearly approaching excitement he opened the album and found himself gazing at a baby seated upon a high stool with a deplorable insufficiency of clothing. From the right hand side of the photograph a hand was to be seen, stretched forth to save the child from its own obstreperousness. It was a faded print of a bygone day, and Smith had to confess to himself that he could see no very marked likeness between this indelicately exposed infant and himself. He turned to the other end of the album, where suddenly he found himself gazing at what seemed to be his own photograph, taken some 6 or 7 years previously. When he had recovered from the first sensation of shock, he could see slight differences. The chin was rounded and sensual, the eyelids drooped, and the face, although by no means a bad one, was obviously that of a man lacking in will power. Conscious that the eyes of the others were fixed upon him, he passed on from photograph to photograph. Alfred appeared to have been photographed at every conceivable age and, in his earlier days, in every conceivable absence of clothing. It was positively indelicate, he told himself, thus to parade parental indiscretions to a full grown man. As the photographs showed the passage from childhood into boyhood, and from boyhood to young manhood, he found the likeness to himself more pronounced, until the last photographs of all might easily have been taken for portraits of himself. No wonder these people all insisted upon identifying him as the missing Alfred. In face and figure they were obviously very similar, almost uncannily alike, in fact. But, and this is what struck him most, it seemed almost incredible that, however similar facially they might be, they should possess personalities that might be mistaken one for the other. Alfred was obviously of a weak character, easily influenced, but there must have been something peculiarly attractive in his personality to earn for him such affection as was shown by the servants. Was it due to loyalty, or to real liking for the missing Alfred? From what he had heard of Alfred's habits and associates, there was little to suggest a lovable character. Yet on the other hand there was the obvious devotion of Willis and Mrs. Higgs, to say nothing of the somewhat dubious testimony of the tearful Mrs. Death. As he continued to gaze at the photographs, he wondered if his actions, his personality, and his bearing were similar to those of the missing heir. Yet had not Mrs. Higgs on several occasions drawn a parallel between them by turning to Willis and exclaiming, "Isn't that just like Mr. Alfred?" Suddenly he looked up from the book. "I want you each to tell me in what I am most like Mr. Alfred," he said. For fully a minute there was silence. "It's your smile, sir," said Mrs. Higgs. "I should have known you anywhere by that." "And you, Willis?" queried Smith. "I think, sir, the way you half close your eyes when you seem to be resting, when you're smoking, that is." Then he had got that droop of the eyelids he had noticed in Alfred's photographs. It was all very extraordinary. If he went far enough he would, in all probability, find someone to identify his every movement. Suddenly he had an inspiration. "Did Mr. Alfred like games? Cricket, football, and that sort of thing?" he asked Willis. But it was Mrs. Higgs who replied. "No, sir. You were always very gentle. You played cricket against Upper Saxton, sir, and you sometimes played tennis." "Was I any good?" inquired Smith. "At cricket, I mean," he added. "You were generally unlucky, sir," said the loyal Willis. "And " but even his resources were not equal to the occasion. "I suppose there was some marked physical peculiarity about Mr. Alfred," said Smith, hopeful of finding a stray straw at which to clutch. "A blemish, an Achilles heel," he had almost said a cloven hoof. "Sir?" queried Mrs. Higgs, not quite following the classical trend of his thoughts. "Had he a scar, for instance, or a mole?" "Ah, Mr. Alfred!" she cried, her puzzled frown dissipating into smiles. "You were such a beautiful baby." Upon the subject of infants, he decided, Mrs. Higgs was almost offensively ecstatic. "Her ladyship used to say you were without blemish, and you were, sir. Everybody said so." "And didn't I ever break a leg or an arm?" he persisted. "Or even a rib?" "Never, sir," said Mrs. Higgs, with an air of finality that seemed to prick his bubble of hope. It was obvious, he decided, that Alfred Warren had concentrated upon the commandments. "Well, thank you very much for giving me tea," said Smith, and he looked down smilingly at Mrs. Higgs. With a sudden gulp he added, "I envy you this delightful little room." Then, with the brand of Ananias on his lips, he passed out of the housekeeper's room. "It'll have to be cricket then," he muttered as he walked along the corridor. "A century might do it." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 7. Little Bilstead sits in judgment. "I'm so nervous, Jane," fluttered Miss Mary Jell. "Don't be absurd, Mary," retorted Miss Jell. "You ought to show more self-control." "But suppose he were to call," whispered Miss Mary, her eyes round as those of a frightened child. "I should faint, I know I should," she added with conviction. "I was so frightened this morning." Miss Jell drew in her lips, but made no remark. The two sisters were seated in their drawing room awaiting the callers that the third Thursday in the month always brought them. Miss Jell had assumed her usual position opposite the door, whilst her sister had taken a chair near the window. Her natural inclination to watch the callers as they approached having been rigorously curbed by her more decorous sister, Miss Mary had compromised by sitting as near to the window as she dare, and in such a position as enabled her, when her sister was not looking, to obtain an occasional glimpse of the roadway that ribboned down towards the village. The Misses Jell were both small, both grey, and both of unknown age. But whereas Miss Jell was reserved and austere, as befits an elder sister, Miss Mary was sometimes spontaneous and always gentle. They were gentlewomen, and they looked it. They had lived in Little Bilstead all their lives, and were invited to the Grange, a distinction they shared with the vicar, his sister, Colonel Enderby, the doctor, and Mrs. Truspitt Greene. Somewhere in the dim recesses of the past, a magazine, long since defunct, had accepted a story by Miss Jell. From then onwards she was, by common consent, looked upon as literary, and upon all such matters she was regarded as an authority, and deference paid to her opinion. Never having reached such heights, Miss Mary had perforce to accept a more lowly position, not only in the household, but in the social world of Little Bilstead. The Cedars, where the Misses Jell had lived all their lives, was a small house with a garden back and front. An estate agent would have described it as standing in its own grounds. As a matter of fact, there was at least a yard and a half of ground either side between the hedge and the house, but nowhere was there to be seen anything dimly resembling a cedar. Not even the oldest inhabitant could remember such a tree rearing its browns and blacks anywhere near the house. How the place had come to be called the Cedars no one knew, and no one seemed to care. The social event of the month in Little Bilstead was the Miss Jells' third Thursdays. About 3:30 in the afternoon, Little Bilstead, that is to say, such portion of Little Bilstead as had been socially born, would be seen making its way towards the Cedars, which stood on the rise of the hill at the easternmost end of the village. Colonel Enderby would bring out his tall white felt hat with a black band, winter or summer it made no difference, stab into his tie a horseshoe pin composed of brilliants, which had been presented to him by an Indian Rajah, button on his white spats, and, with gloves and cane clasped jauntily in his left hand, would set forth to pay his respects, as he expressed it, to the Misses Jell. Mrs. Spelman would don a new headgear of her own construction, and her passing the window of Rose Cottage would be a signal for Miss Marshall, who for the last half hour had stood watching behind the curtain, to make the plunge. With her would be her father, a retired civil servant, who possessed the soul of an albino and the appetite of a cormorant. During the afternoon, generally when the last callers were preparing to leave, the vicar would sometimes look in. Social Little Bilstead lived for the Miss Jells' third Thursdays, there to discuss and rediscuss all that had happened, and a great deal that had not happened, in the village during the previous month. Others extended hospitality, but it was sporadic. The Marshalls sometimes indulged in a whist drive. Mrs. Spelman was generally at home by special invitation twice in 3 months, thus exercising an economy of 33 1/3 per cent per annum, without it being particularly noticeable. Colonel Enderby gave little bachelor teas, whilst the others did their social best for Little Bilstead. Still, the Misses Jell could claim pride of place. "Here's Mrs. Spelman!" cried Miss Mary, forgetting in her excitement that she had obtained the information by illicit means. "How many times have I told you, Mary, not to—" "She's had the red tip dyed magenta," broke in Miss Mary, unable to restrain herself within the limits of discretion. "If you insist on looking out of the window, Mary, I shall have the blinds drawn," announced Miss Jell, who, with hands folded austerely before her, sat awaiting the first peal at the bell. Miss Mary subsided with a little sigh of regret. To her the third Thursdays would have been so much more enjoyable had she been allowed to sit at the window and watch the arrival of the first callers. The little sigh with which she received her sister's remark indicated that this little pleasure had been consigned to the limbo of things that are not to be. 2 minutes later the little bell tinkled to announce the arrival of Mrs. Spelman. This was followed almost immediately by the irruption into the placid atmosphere of the drawing room of a little woman in a fawn dust coat. On her head was what had come to be known in Little Bilstead as Mrs. Spelman's toque. Mrs. Spelman possessed certain millinery materials, a wire shape covered with dingy gauze, which in form was not unlike a Martello tower, 2 tips, little tufts of feathers raped from some inconspicuous portion of an ostrich, several pieces of gold-coloured bullion lace, and an infinity of odds and ends of black satin and coloured velvets. One of the tips was black and the other coloured. Each was from time to time re-dipped, the coloured tip, like the foliage of a cedar, gradually darkening in shade with the passage of years. Each month Mrs. Spelman produced something new in the way of millinery. Never had she been known to repeat herself. The final result was always too large, giving to it an appearance of top-heaviness which seemed to threaten with entire extinction her small features. "Oh, Miss Jell, what do you think of it?" she cried. "He was in the village only this morning. I meant to go down to the post office to get a money order for my old nurse. Just as I was leaving the house, Prinnikins knocked over a jug of cream. Millie was so annoyed. I had to stay and comfort her and remove the cream from Prinny's tail. Wasn't it vexing? But for that I should—" "To whom are you referring, Mrs. Spelman?" enquired Miss Jell, with that touch of coldness in her voice she invariably kept for Mrs. Spelman. As the widow of a tradesman she had to be kept in her place. "Oh, haven't you heard?" she continued. "Alfred Warren has returned. The village is in a state of ferment. I'm sure something terrible will happen. To think that but for dear little Prinny's playfulness I should have seen him this morning. You remember all about the Thurkettle—" "I don't think we need discuss that," said Miss Jell, with a glance at her sister as if she had been in her teens. "But don't you realise," continued Mrs. Spelman, "that we shall be flung into a veritable— Oh, here's Colonel Enderby!" she cried, as the door was opened by Ellen, the Miss Jells' elderly maid, to admit a tall, spare man with a white bristling moustache, the eyes of a crawfish and the jowl of a bloodhound. "Oh, Colonel Enderby, have you heard—" Mrs. Spelman stopped suddenly. Colonel Enderby had fixed into his right eye the monocle that always dangled from his neck by a piece of broad black ribbon, and froze her as if she had been an untidily clothed recruit. He then turned to Miss Jell and Miss Mary and proceeded to greet them with a ceremony suggestive of the days of Thackeray. Finally he turned to Mrs. Spelman and greeted her. "You know, Colonel, I nearly saw him this morning," cried Mrs. Spelman. "If it hadn't been for Prinnikins upsetting a jug of cream and then putting his tail in it, I should have met him in the village." "Met whom in the village?" demanded Colonel Enderby. He disliked widows, especially those of what he called damned daily breaders. "Mr. Warren, you know he's back, don't you?" "I heard it this morning," he cried, his moustache bristling even more fiercely. "If I meet him it will be my pleasant duty to tell him that he's a scoundrel. I've half a mind to—" Colonel Enderby paused and gazed about him with bellicose intensity. Miss Mary looked up at him admiringly, whilst Mrs. Spelman smirked. "You soldiers are always so terrible," she said, whereat Colonel Enderby straightened himself. He had been known in the army as Ramrod Enderby. He began, when he was interrupted by the reappearance of the flat-footed Ellen. "Mr. and Miss Marshall," she announced, in a voice that seemed several times too small for her. It was Ellen's rule never to announce the first two arrivals. Her publicity began with the advent of the third. Miss Jell had striven long and arduously to break her of this habit, but to all her protests Ellen would reply, "Yes, miss," and on the very next occasion proceed to do exactly as she had done for the last 30 years. Whilst the Marshalls were being made welcome, Colonel Enderby proceeded to blow out his cheeks and glare about him, as if accumulating energy for an outburst against the prodigal. His ideas of conversation were those of a monologue, with himself cast for the speaking part. Whilst his daughter was engaged with the Misses Jell, Mr. Marshall was taking stock of the sideboard upon which the refreshments were laid out. He was a gaunt man, with the expression of a rabbit and the voracity of an ostrich. A grateful country had bestowed upon him a pension totally inadequate to his needs, even had his appetite been normal. As it was, his daughter Amelia, a near-sighted, sandy-haired young woman, whose bust and lower waist measurements seemed somehow to have become confused, found it difficult, even with the aid of tinned foods, to keep expenditure upon bowing terms with income. But for the social instincts of Little Bilstead she would long since have been forced to give up the struggle. But Mr. Marshall was a good forager, and could generally be depended upon to scratch a fairly decent meal at any function to which he was invited. Upon such days Miss Marshall was able to eke out existence with a bread and cheese luncheon and a small tin of salmon for dinner. "I regard it as a scandal," announced Colonel Enderby, as if he were addressing a squad of defaulters. "Eh, Marshall?" Certainly," stammered Mr. Marshall, recalled from an earnest contemplation of a plate of deep-tinted fruit cake. He had already decided that it should form the foundation of his afternoon meal. "Such a dreadful example for the villagers," remarked Mrs. Spelman, casting up her eyes to the ceiling as if her thoughts were with the rude forefathers. "It is certainly very unfortunate," remarked Miss Jell primly. "Unfortunate, ma'am!" cried Colonel Enderby. "It's an outrage. When I was a young man such a thing would have been impossible." Colonel Enderby was never tired of cataloguing the things that would have been impossible when he was young. "That terrible Thirkettle affair!" Mrs. Spelman paused at the sight of the frown upon Miss Jell's brows. Miss Mary Jell turned aside and coughed modestly, whilst Miss Marshall blushed. They were interrupted by further callers, and, for the next quarter of an hour, Miss Jell and her sister were kept busy receiving guests and ministering to their needs. As caller after caller arrived, they in effect repeated Mrs. Spelman's "Oh, Miss Jell, what do you think of it?" and then each proceeded to tell what he or she had heard. Although the prodigal had been back less than 24 hours, every one seemed to be possessed of a vast amount of information concerning him. Mr. Williams, a small man with a small voice and a still smaller income, had heard that he had spent the whole of the previous day at the Pigeons and had been seen to leave in a state of marked hilarity and with unsteady gait. Mrs. Gainford, who had private means and public meannesses, had been told by her maid that there had been a terrible scene at the Grange, in which the butler had been severely handled by his master, because he refused to give up the key of the wine cellar. The atmosphere was hot with rumour, and the temperature was further heightened by the increasing excitement. The attendance that afternoon created a record for the Miss Jells' third Thursdays. Even Dr. Crane found time to slip in and out again, saying a few words, nodding his head, and diplomatically avoiding any definite expression of opinion. Dr. Crane's conception of the attitude of the general practitioner was that silence added weight to the few words he spoke. In this he was abetted by the almost bovine placidity of his wife. The excitement seriously interfered with Mr. Marshall's customary meal, and that night Miss Marshall had to reinforce the small tin of salmon with a can of baked beans. She spent a restless night wondering in what direction she could exercise economy to cover the additional expenditure. The entrance of young Eric Stannard, Marjorie Stannard's red-headed and freckled brother, caused a sudden hush to fall upon the company, a tribute alike to the immaturity of his 14 years and their own curiosity as to whether his sister were coming. Having told Miss Jell that he had arrived by the 3:20, he proceeded to slay his own social importance by announcing that "Margie's sorry she won't be able to come." He then drifted over to the sideboard, taking up a strong strategical position in the neighbourhood of the plate of fruit cake. Mr. Marshall watched him anxiously. He had fully intended to get back to it again later. At the moment he was engaged upon anchovy sandwiches, constructed out of margarine and bloater paste of a strength capable of disguising anything. The excitement broke out again at the advent of Mrs. Truspitt Greene, who, as a second cousin of a baronet, bulked large in the social life of Little Bilstead. "Oh, Mrs. Truspitt Greene!" cried Mrs. Spelman. "Isn't it dreadful?" In Little Bilstead no one but Lady Warren ever dared to omit the Truspitt from Mrs. Greene's name. "I heard you half-way down the road," was Mrs. Truspitt Greene's uncompromising retort. Rudeness was her poise, rudeness and an ostentatious deference to the rulings of the Almighty. To her there was little virtue in being the second cousin of a baronet, unless she could snub the relict of a tradesman. "If you mean about Mr. Warren's return," continued Mrs. Truspitt Greene presently, "I have heard." "And what do you think of it?" asked Mrs. Spelman, in her eagerness forgetful of the snub she had just received. There was a hush. All were anxious to know how the news would strike the second cousin of a baronet. "Heaven has been very good," she replied. When any social uncertainty assailed her, Mrs. Truspitt Greene invariably saddled Providence with the responsibility. "That's what I say," broke in young Stannard, his mouth full of jam turnover, in the making of which Miss Mary Jell was an adept. "Top hole," he added, as if to leave no doubt as to the soundness of his theology. Mrs. Truspitt Greene took the cup of tea from the tray that Ellen held before her. She was a puffy faced woman, the blueness of whose complexion some ascribed to bismuth and others to brandy. "You mean," queried Miss Jell of Mrs. Truspitt Greene, as Ellen extended to her a plate containing the last ham sandwich, "that the fate of our dear friend Lady Warren has made her whole?" murmured Mrs. Truspitt Greene, taking a nibble at the sandwich. She was what she herself described as "a good churchwoman." "But think of the scandal!" cried Mrs. Spelman. "The what?" Mrs. Truspitt Greene lowered the sandwich from her thin lips and fixed her fish-like eyes upon Mrs. Spelman's toque. The She paused, uncomfortable under the other's scrutiny of her millinery. "Don't you think it will be very awkward?" she finished lamely. "If God has so ordained it, so let it be," was the response. It was not that Mrs. Truspitt Greene disliked scandal, she merely objected to its high priestess in Little Bilstead. "I hear that he denies he is Alfred Warren," said Mrs. Crane thickly. "He says his name is James Smith, and that he has lost his memory," she added irrelevantly. A sudden silence fell upon the room at this amazing announcement. In her surprise at the effect of her bombshell, Mrs. Crane allowed a piece of viscid pineapple flan to slip from her saucer, and Miss Mary promptly trod on it. For the first time in her self-possessed life Miss Jell was at a loss, whilst Miss Mary was almost in tears, owing to her ineffectual struggle to remove the slice of pineapple flan from the instep of her right shoe. The tension was relieved by Mr. Marshall giving tongue. At the sight of Eric making for the last jam tart, he had swallowed a half-masticated mouthful of cocoanut cake, some of which had, like the girl in the play, taken the wrong turning. So far he had stifled his agony, but it would not be controlled, and he now burst out into a violent fit of coughing, which brought tears to his eyes, and his daughter solicitously to his side. Nature had given to Mr. Marshall the instincts of the cormorant, without making the necessary physical adjustments, with the result that he frequently choked. The real diversion, however, was caused by Colonel Enderby, whose face had turned an apoplectic purple. He seemed engaged in an endeavour to emulate the frog in Aesop. "It's an outrage against decency," he cried, his moustache bristling like the quills of a porcupine as he glared about him savagely. His explosion seemed to clear the air and loosen tongues, coupled with the fact that Miss Mary had freed her shoe of the clinging pineapple, and that Mr. Marshall had almost recovered, due to the promptness with which his daughter administered all the milk available, upwards of a pint. She was a girl of quick decision, and she knew that milk was rich in proteids. "He thinks to avoid punishment by denying his identity," barked the Colonel, "the young scoundrel. In my opinion he's insane." "He thinks to pull wool over our eyes," cried Mrs. Spelman, whose expressions were sometimes intensely colloquial. Colonel Enderby glared at her. She was stealing his thunder. "If I were to commit a crime," he said, still glaring at Mrs. Spelman, "and go away, returning years later, and saying that I was not Colonel Enderby, but had lost my memory, would you believe me?" A murmur passed round the room. Suddenly all saw the depths of wickedness to which Alfred Warren had sunk. "But perhaps he really is Mr. Smith," ventured Miss Mary timidly. She had always a thought and a word for the underdog. "Be quiet, Mary," said Miss Jell severely. "You forget that Willis and Mrs. Higgs recognized him as well as ourselves. I knew him at once," she added, as if to leave no loophole for doubt. This was bombshell number 2. Their hostess (they always regarded Miss Jell as their hostess) had actually seen and recognized the reprobate. Everybody said something, and each seemed to hurl an excited question at Miss Jell. "I don't believe it. There are no Dromios in real life," announced Mrs. Truspitt Greene, with decision. She was proud of her knowledge of Shakespeare. There was a sudden hush. No one knew what a dromio actually was, or if it were respectable. "Would the law exonerate me from responsibility?" demanded Colonel Enderby, determined to recapture the ball of conversation. "Would it, ma'am?" he demanded of Miss Jell. "No," he barked, without waiting for a reply, and that bark caused Mr. Marshall hurriedly to withdraw the hand he had extended towards the last piece of currant cake. Again there was a murmur of approval. Colonel Enderby had once more become the centre of interest, and for the next 5 minutes he held forth on the iniquity of Alfred Warren in endeavouring to evade responsibility for his past crimes and misdemeanours by announcing that he was not Alfred Warren and had lost his memory. "I shall inform the police," he announced at length. "I may even write to the Chief Commissioner at Scotland Yard." Having beaten Mr. Marshall in a dash for the last cheese cake, which he demolished in 2 bites, Eric Stannard threw himself into the fray. "Jolly rotten, I call it," he said to no one in particular. "Slicing up a fellow in his ab." "You're too young to understand, Eric," said Mrs. Spelman, a comfortable looking body in puce and myrtle green. "He's turned over a new leaf," was the uncompromising retort. "Prods always do, that's why they're prods." "You mustn't talk about things you don't understand, Eric," said Miss Jell firmly. There came over young Stannard's generously freckled face a look of obstinacy. "Anyhow, it isn't fair to slice him up when he isn't here. Is it, Mrs. Crane?" he asked, turning to the doctor's wife. "Is it what, Eric?" she queried. Mrs. Crane was, as Mrs. Truspitt Greene put it, fat and stupid. "Is it fair to cut out a fellow's giz when he isn't here?" "Really, Eric," protested Miss Jell, "you ought not to use such expressions." "Sorry, Miss Jell," he grinned, "but it slipped out. Anyhow," he continued, turning to Mrs. Spelman, "I'm going to back him up, and so will father. He's a dab at backing also rans." As an historian and a Fellow of King's, Miles Stannard was noted for his uncompromising championship of the Monmouths and the Perkin Warbecks of history. "Well, I must buzz off," said Eric, extending a dubious hand to Miss Jell. There was nothing now to wait for, and he would still be in time for another tea at the Grange. 2 minutes later he was making good progress in the direction of home. The run upon the Miss Jells' refreshments that afternoon had been in excess of the supply, owing to the unprecedented number of callers, and in consequence Eric and Mr. Marshall had suffered. For the next 2 hours social Little Bilstead discussed the return of Alfred Warren and what it might mean to them and the neighbourhood. All were agreed that it would be impossible to receive him. Yet there was not one there who did not yearn to meet him. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 8. Eric Stannard promises support. 1. "I say, are you the prod?" Smith started, nearly overbalancing himself from the top of the gate, where for the last hour or more he had been smoking and meditating upon the photographs he had just seen in Mrs. Higgs' album. Gazing up at him stood a red-headed boy of about 14, his freckled features screwed up, either in interrogation or because the sun was in his eyes, Smith could not determine which. "I say, are you the prod?" he repeated. "The what?" queried Smith, recovering from his surprise. "The prodigal, you know." "I was afraid some vagrant husk would betray me," he smiled, as he proceeded to dig in the bowl of his pipe. The boy stared, then he grinned. "It must be a rare sport being a prod," he remarked, as he proceeded to subject Smith to a thorough and unembarrassed scrutiny. "Although I suppose it's fairly rotten, hanging about waiting for the what-you-call-it moment." "It was, as you say, unspeakably rotten," Smith assured him gravely. Again the boy regarded him with a puzzled expression. "I say, I hope I don't seem impert," he said at length. "Not at all. If you don't see what you require in the window, step inside." "You pulling my tip, what?" "Nothing was further from my thoughts," Smith assured him, "even if I knew just where your tip lurks." "They've been holding an inquest on you at the Jelleries," the boy volunteered after a pause, during which he seemed to be engaged in a fruitless endeavour to get at Smith's meaning. "That old ass End, Colonel Enderby, you know, talked pie like a pussyfoot. Gave me a pain in my giz. I stuck up for you, though, and then the temp got a bit low, so I slithered." "And why," enquired Smith, as he gazed down at his self-constituted defender, "why did you champion the monosyllabic prod?" "The what?" "Well, the prod without the qualification," suggested Smith. "I say, you're a bit wonky, aren't you?" He regarded Smith with a puzzled expression that relieved his remark of any suggestion of impertinence. "That was what all the row was about this afternoon with old End. He said you went away funny in your habits and came back ditto in your brain. You get me?" "Generally by playing back," said Smith with a smile. "There's an awkward spin about your conversation." "I didn't know you played cricket," he cried, his eyes brightening, and the puzzled frown vanishing from his forehead. "My name's Stannard," he added inconsequently. "You know my sister, Marjorie?" Smith folded up his tobacco pouch and returned it to his pocket. The information that this rather startling youth, with the flaming hair and archipelago of freckles, was Marjorie's brother, seemed to affect the situation. "I've come to stay with Marjie," he added. "You'd just gone out when I arrived." "The loss was obviously mine," said Smith gravely. "I say, you're a bit rummy about the top, aren't you?" "I'm beginning seriously to suspect it," was the reply, as he struck a match and proceeded to light his pipe. The boy continued to regard him, his face once more screwed up interrogatingly. "Bit of a rabbit, aren't you?" he enquired, regarding Smith quizzically. "We can't all be guns." "I say, that's jolly good, you know. I'll tell Marjie. She likes things like that. You'll play for us against the Upper Saxton Blighters?" "Willingly." "We shall get licked again," he said with conviction. "We always do get licked. We lack guts, you see, and it's rotten." "It must be inconvenient," agreed Smith, almost Promethean. "I wonder how you'll get on with Marsh," he continued, regarding Smith with his head slightly on one side, as if the answer were written somewhere upon his person. "He got me first ball last year," and he went on to explain that Marsh was the demon bowler of the enemy combination. There was a short silence, during which Smith smoked meditatively, whilst young Stannard continued to eye him with the unembarrassed stare of youth. "I say," he said at last, "if I tell you my other name, you won't rot me?" "I should scorn to take so unfair an advantage," Smith assured him. "Honest Inj?" "Honest Inj," smiled Smith. He was getting to like this frank and inconsequent youngster. "Well, it's Eric," said the boy, and he stood as if expecting some manifestation of surprise or disapproval. "Eric," repeated Smith. "It seems quite a nice name, economical in syllables. You don't require a Pelman course to remember it." "I see you don't know," he said with a sigh, "or else you've forgotten. Years ago some old blighter wrote a book called Eric or Little by Little, and everyone calls me Little by Little." "I see. It's rotten." "And a sheer waste of 3 syllables," agreed Smith. "By the way, you haven't told me why you championed me at the—" He paused. "The Jelleries," said Eric. "The Miss Jells, you know. Tame cats, stiff as muslin, and all that silly rot, but quite dece." "I see," was the dry retort. "But why the championing?" "I don't know," he cried, shaking his head. "That's just like me. I suppose I get it from the pater. We're always on the other side." "The shady side?" suggested Smith. "I hate to hear a chap sliced up when oh, you know," he said, missing the allusion. Smith nodded. "Of course," he continued, "I know you've got into somebody's esoph—" "Into somebody's what?" "Sorry, esophagus," he grinned. "Rotten habit I've got into. Marjie hates it. But I stuck up for you, and now I know you, I don't care. If we beat those Upper Saxton blighters, I shan't care a damn." "I observe the distinction," said Smith, knocking his pipe against the heel of his boot. "If you knock up a few runs, you know," continued Eric, "especially off Marsh, you'll have every fellow in the place on your side. The vicar's a rare old sport. He played for Oxford donkeys years ago." "But how about the Miss Jells?" "The Jells? Oh, they're all right. Frightfully respec and all that sort of tosh. But you just keep it up." "I most undoubtedly will," said Smith. "By the way, what is it I'm supposed to be keeping up?" "The Wang, of course." "Excellent, my dear Watson," murmured Smith. "Eh?" "I'm sorry. For the moment I thought I was a great investigator, endeavouring to arrive at your meaning via the Wang." "I get you," laughed Eric, displaying a strong but uneven set of teeth set in pale gums. "The wangle, you know. Just keep it up." "That, I take it, is your considered advice?" Eric agreed with a grin. "You'll find Margie a regular old water jump," he added confidentially. "I plumped right in the mid in the paper chase," he added inconsequently. "I thought there was something unusual about her." "She's a ripper, but she's a bit he hesitated. "Anyhow, I'll do what I can to break her prej," he added. "I shall take it as a favour if you will," said Smith gravely. During the next quarter of an hour Eric Stannard told Smith much about Little Bilstead and its inhabitants, and not a little about his sister, who, in his phraseology, was "absolutely top hole." "Now I'm afraid I must slith," said Smith, when the stream of Eric's information showed signs of drying up. "What's that?" he queried with puzzled eyes. "I gathered that was the local contraction for taking one's departure." "I say, I'm glad you came," cried Eric heartily, as he extended a big grubby hand, "and that you're going to play. Where do you go in?" "Mostly in the soup these days," replied Smith, whereat Stannard developed a veritable Roosevelt smile. A moment later Smith was swinging along the road in the direction of the vicarage, whilst Eric watched him from the middle of the road until he was out of sight, and then reluctantly turned and made his way towards the Grange. 2. "I've seen the prod, Margie." "I didn't hear you knock, Eric," said Marjorie, as she turned from her dressing table, at the corners of her mouth the faint smile with which she always greeted her brother. "Rats!" "Rats agreed, still." "More rats. I've seen the prod, and he's going to help us whack those Upper Saxton blighters." "About that knock I didn't hear, Eric," she persisted. "Don't be an ass, Margie," he cried, as he threw himself full length upon the bed. "I'm tired." Marjorie advanced upon him with a hatpin. Rolling across the bed, he slipped off the other side. Marjorie replaced the hatpin upon the dressing table, determining in future to lock her door against the incursions of this young Visigoth. "I like the prod," he volunteered. "What makes you think that Mr. Warren will help us to win?" she enquired, dropping into a chair, and keeping a wary eye on her brother in case of further manifestations of her bustiousness. "He said he would. Play, I mean. I believe he can, too," he added with conviction. "Did he tell you that he was a good player?" "Oh, don't talk rot, Margie. Fellows don't say things like that to each other." "Then how?" "It was what he said about what I said to him that made me—" He paused, as if conscious of the crudeness of his construction. "I see," she said dryly. A moment later a red head seemed to hurl itself violently towards her, the wicker chair in which she sat was thrown over backwards, and a wild melee ensued, in which there were occasional glimpses of a pair of shapely silk-stockinged legs, a red head, and a freckled face. Presently the silk-stockinged legs were firmly planted upon the chest belonging to the freckled face. "Now, Eric," cried Marjorie, flushed and panting, "I want to talk to you." "Well, get off my stomach then," he cried indignantly. "I'm kneeling on your chest." "My chest's not down there, it's up here." "Our views on anatomy differ, Eric. I'm not going to get up until you promise to remember that I am grown up, and you must not—" She paused, at a loss exactly how to describe the assault. "All right, Margie, get off my—" "Chest," she interrupted. "Well, chest then." "You promise." Honest Inj." Marjorie rose to her feet and, going over to the looking glass, proceeded to tuck her disordered hair into some semblance of tidiness. "Now sit down," she said at length, as she turned from the mirror. "I want to talk to you." Eric edged towards the door. There was that about his sister's tone that warned him to be ready for flight. His life seemed to be one long endeavour to avoid people who wanted to talk to him. Such misguided efforts always crystallized into the same things, warning, advice, or condemnation, mostly all three together. "Eric," she continued, "I don't want you to see much of Mr. Warren while you're staying here." "Why?" he challenged. She hesitated a moment before replying. "Because because I don't." "But why?" he persisted. "He's frightfully dece." "Eric, dear, please be good and do as I ask," she pleaded. "I can't explain, but Mr. Warren has done things that " "You don't like, I suppose," he concluded scornfully. "That's like a girl. They're always prej. Look at them this afternoon in the Jelleries. They sliced him up into frags. Old End was like her head when we lost the Footer Cup." Marjorie looked startled. She was uncertain how much Eric understood of what he may have heard at the Cedars. She regarded him speculatively. The situation was fraught with difficulties. "Very well, Eric," she said at length, with an air of reluctant decision. "I shall have to speak to father." "He daren't," he grinned. "Why daren't I?" she challenged weakly. "Because I should never speak to you again. And besides," he added, "you couldn't sneak." For a moment she stood regarding him, a faint smile curving her lips. She and Eric had always been great friends. "Even if you did," he continued, "it wouldn't make any diff. Father's as keen on prods as I am on getting into the second 11 next term. He's always on the side of the underdog." Marjorie knew it, and a soft look came into her eyes. Ever since she was quite a tiny girl she had mothered the gentle-natured father, who since the death of his wife had lived the life of a recluse, happy only when surrounded by his books. "That's why they booted him off the bench," continued Eric. Marjorie smiled at the recollection of what had ensued as a result of Miles Stannard being made a justice of the peace. His conviction that crime was a subject for therapeutical treatment had at first bewildered his colleagues, subsequently it angered them, particularly in cases of poaching. At length they had made it clear that they could not continue to sit on the same bench with a man who held such fantastical ideas upon crime and punishment. "Won't you do it to please me?" she pleaded. "Do what?" he demanded. "See as little as possible of Mr. Warren." "He's Lady Warren's son," parried Eric, an obstinate look in his eyes. "He's quite respec." With a sigh Marjorie picked up a book and dropped into a chair by the window, and Eric, taking it as a sign of dismissal, walked towards the door. "Wait until he's helped us to whack Upper Saxton," he threw over his shoulder as he went out. "Then you'll want to lick his boots," and with that he was gone. Marjorie dropped the book upon her lap. If Alfred Warren really did bring about the defeat of the rival village, upon which she was as keen as the vicar himself, it would certainly complicate matters. She had always heard that the heir to the Grange hated all forms of sport that did not involve the carrying of a gun, and that he had only played in the cricket match because pressure was brought to bear upon him. As she sat gazing out of the window, her thoughts drifted back to the days when, as a schoolgirl, her entry into the Little Bilstead drawing room had so often been followed by a sudden hush. In time she had come to realise the significance of such episodes. They meant that Alfred Warren was the subject of conversation. The servants, however, had been less discreet, and she had heard many stories of his excesses. Some she failed to understand, others had made her feel afraid. In time the name of Alfred Warren had become associated in her mind with wrong, and she had instinctively avoided him. When by chance he had come into a room where she was with Lady Warren, he would sometimes give her a little nod and smile of recognition. At other times he would ignore her altogether, as if she were a stranger. To him she was obviously nothing more than a child. She recalled how puzzled she had been that Lady Warren, Willis, Mrs. Higgs and the other servants could make such a fuss of any one who had been so wicked. Once she had seen him staggering through the village singing to himself. It was her first experience of intoxication. She remembered how she had run all the way back to the Grange, where she had locked herself in a room and refused to go down to dinner. Now Alfred Warren had returned, but try as she might, the old sensations refused to be aroused. Why was it? Why had the old fear of him vanished? Had she become more tolerant? No, it could not be that, for she had on more than one occasion deliberately set to work to recall the things she had heard about him, and they awakened in her now an even greater dislike than when she had first heard them. She understood better. Then Eric liked him, and Eric was a creature of instinct. Could he like a really bad man? Would Nero like him too? She had never known Nero like anyone whom she disliked. Hitherto she had thought that badness always left its mark. Yet she had sat at luncheon with him and no, she certainly had not minded. The meal had seemed very short. Could she have sat alone at the same table with him before he She shuddered. What had changed things? Why was it, then, that his presence no longer seemed to inspire her with dislike? Why did she have to keep reminding herself of what he had done? Why was she With a swift movement she picked up the book that lay neglected upon her lap, and opening it at random proceeded to read. She would not think of Alfred Warren. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 9. Miss Lipscomb Decides on Neutrality. As he dressed for dinner that evening, Smith realized the absurdity of the doctrine of free will. Here was he, as free a subject as ever raised his glass to the toast of "The King, God bless him," continuing in a false position, deliberately aiding and abetting, well, perhaps not a fraud, but at least a misunderstanding. What would his uncle say? What would his Aunt Charlotte not say? And it was always the things that Mrs. Compton Stacey refrained from saying that constituted her a power in the family councils. Above all, what would Peters look? And Peters' look had been known to pierce the epidermis of a profiteer. If they could see the heir to the Hildreth baronetcy and estates deliberately taking advantage of his likeness to another man. Why was he doing it? Confound the stud! For the next minute his whole attention was occupied in retrieving the collar stud that had disappeared somewhere inside his shirt. Having dug it out, he picked up the thread of his previous preoccupation. Why was he staying on? He could hire a car to take him to Norwich and so reach Cromer, the destination he had planned. No, he preferred to remain on and reap the whirlwind of another man's sowing. Why? Across his mind's eye there flashed the memory of a suddenly illuminated window at which stood a girl in a green frock, looking out into the rain-drenched night, apparently at him. With an impatient tug he adjusted his black tie to the correct angle and proceeded to thrust an arm into his waistcoat, his thoughts switching on to the scene at the Grange an hour before, when he had announced his impending departure. The wails of Mrs. Higgs, the scarcely restrained tears of Willis, the grin of young Nudd in the background, all had conspired to make his departure almost as dramatic as his arrival. The two old servants had pleaded and protested, Mrs. Higgs in particular, against his going to the vicarage. What would her ladyship do? What would the county think? What would the villagers say? Had been the burden of their exhortation. At one period it had seemed that nothing short of physical force would detach the tearful and loudly protesting Mrs. Higgs from his coat sleeve. But a miracle had happened in the sudden appearance of Marjorie. In a few words, accompanied by a little smile, which both Willis and Mrs. Higgs had taken as a purely personal affair, she had soothed the one and detached the other from his coat sleeve, and he had been permitted to leave, accompanied by young Nudd carrying his bag. The sound of the dinner gong brought Smith back with a jerk to the present. Hastily slipping into his dinner jacket, he made his way downstairs, to find Miss Lipscomb waiting for him in the hall. "I thought you might lose yourself in this ramshackle old place," she explained, as she led the way to the dining room. we are 600 years old," she added. During the meal that followed, Smith discovered that, conversationally, the vicar scarcely existed. A direct remark would bring him from the world of his own thoughts with a sudden start, but he slipped back again as soon as the attention of the others was diverted. Several times during the evening Smith found himself speculating as to what it was that monopolized the vicar's thoughts, and it was not until Miss Lipscomb explained that he was "a minister of the gospel preoccupied with paganism" that he realized the true significance of the momentary look of bewilderment that came into the old man's eyes when he was directly addressed. Smith longed to inquire of Miss Lipscomb what it actually was that had caused Alfred Warren's sudden disappearance from Little Bilstead, but the question was one that seemed incapable of framing itself. After all, it was Warren's secret, and there was something almost indecent in probing into the unsavory past of another man. As she talked, Smith was conscious that Miss Lipscomb was studying him, weighing him up, it seemed. Her grave grey eyes appeared to be searching him through and through. Her conversation dealt for the most part with generalities and the news of the day. When she had occasion to refer to the parish or to anyone living in the neighbourhood, it was in an entirely impersonal manner, just as if she were addressing one who was an entire stranger to the neighbourhood. After the meal the vicar retired to his study, there to lave himself in the classics he so loved, whilst Smith accompanied Miss Lipscomb to the drawing-room. At first he thought she would select this as the occasion of a more intimate talk. But no. She maintained the same impersonal plane of small talk as at dinner. He learned much about Little Bilstead. There was a dryness about Miss Lipscomb's descriptions that suggested both humour and humanity lurking behind her words. Among other things, he learned that the forthcoming cricket match was the al fresco event of the year. As far as he could gather, it was to Little Bilstead something between a football cup final and Oxford and Cambridge at Lord's. It appealed alike to the proletariat and the patrician. He discovered that he was expected to play, as it seemed to have become a time-honoured custom that Alfred Warren should form part of the Little Bilstead tale, which according to Miss Lipscomb existed primarily for the improvement of the bowling averages of the enemy. He gathered that Alfred Warren had disliked field sports, although he was a tolerable shot, and hunted in spasmodic fashion. His playing in the cricket match was his sop to the Cerberus of public opinion. He learned a great deal about the social life of Little Bilstead, more from Miss Lipscomb's expression and the inflection of her voice than from her actual words. Miss Jell was a prig, he decided, whereas Miss Mary was sweet and lovable, and very popular in the village. Dr. Crane was a married bachelor. It was her way of conveying his intense selfishness, and Mrs. Crane was a doormat. Of Marjorie, Miss Lipscomb said little, but that little suggested to his eager ears that she was the most popular being in the parish. Her brother was a young scapegrace, Smith was assured, but there was a flicker about the corners of Miss Lipscomb's mouth when she gave the assurance, which convinced him that in the abundance of her charity there was a special place for scapegraces, and possibly even a little affection. The vicar was of the world unworldly. The only thing that ever brought him from the back blocks of atticism was cricket. The annual encounter between Little Bilstead and Upper Saxton always excited him to such a degree that Miss Lipscomb had to insist that the sermons for the Sunday to follow should be written before the event, no matter on what day the match were played. If they were left until after, they would either be forgotten altogether, or would so smack of cricket as to become a direct invitation for a rebuke from the bishop. He would rather meet a sinner with a century to his name than a saint who had failed to score, was Miss Lipscomb's definition of her brother's character, but it was given in such a tone that conveyed to Smith the conviction that she was not so very far from sharing his view. There were many stories in Little Bilstead of the vicar's absent-mindedness. On one occasion, at a christening, he had turned from the font, the baby still in his arms, and walked slowly towards the vestry, forgetful that the infant had to be returned to its parent. On the night of the armistice he had gone down to the village, where he had drunk a cup of cider outside the pigeons. Then, inspired by the excitement of the moment, he had offered up a prayer, not, as he had intended, for the guidance of those at the national helm, but for rain. In the middle of the night he had realized his lapse and had sought counsel with his sister. She had promptly ordered him back to bed, at the same time easing his conscience by telling him that, in any case, Rain was badly needed. In speaking of her brother, Smith noticed that Miss Lipscombe's whole manner underwent a change. The tendency of her features towards severity of expression vanished, the humorous lines at the corners of her mouth sprang into prominence, and her voice softened to the tone of a mother speaking of a much-loved child. Marjorie, he gathered, spent much of her time at the Grange. She had always been a great favourite with Lady Warren, and during the last few years had been almost a daughter to her. It was only the claims of her own father and brother that had prevented her from accompanying Lady Warren upon her voyage to South Africa. She was a fine horsewoman, and invariably rode cross-country. Her horse, Nero, had been a present from Lady Warren, and he was permanently stabled at the Grange. "He is utterly spoiled," was Miss Lipscombe's verdict upon Nero, "and I wonder he doesn't get diabetes from the amount of sugar he eats," she added, but again there was nothing but good-natured tolerance in her voice. Smith shrewdly suspected that Miss Lipscombe was among those who pandered to Nero's weakness. Presently they touched upon the cause of his being there. "Have you gone over to the enemy?" he queried, a smile disguising his anxiety. She shook her head with the air of one who is uncertain. "You are very much like him, but still there is something different," she said, still regarding Smith attentively. "From what I have heard, I should hope there is a great deal that is different," he said dryly. "Although it may smack of the Pharisee," he added. "But is it possible for two men to be so much alike as—" She paused. "You remember Adolf Beck," said Smith. "He was twice convicted of another man's crime, and that man a criminal whose every physical peculiarity was chronicled at Scotland Yard under the Bertillon system. There have been other cases just as remarkable," he added. She nodded absently, as if pondering something that puzzled her. "Well," she said at length, "I suppose those who live longest will see most, as my old grandmother used to say. In the meantime, it's 10 o'clock, and we are early to bed folk." Again there was that fluttering at the corners of her mouth that did duty for a smile. With a feeling of disappointment he was unable to account for, Smith rose and followed her into the hall. "Even if we agree that you are not Alfred Warren," she said, as she struck a match and proceeded to light the candles on the hall table, "there remains another problem to be solved." "Another?" he cried, startled in spite of himself. "Surely this is enough to be going on with," he added, with a whimsical smile. "If you are not Alfred Warren," she continued gravely, looking up and fixing him with her keen grey eyes, "what sort of a man is James Smith?" He had felt all along that she did not regard him as Alfred Warren, but her disconcerting question merely shifted the centre of responsibility. It was no longer a question of proving to her that he was not Alfred Warren, but of justifying James Smith, and of the two the newer problem seemed the more difficult. "In any case, you can't do any harm to Alfred Warren's memory," she remarked dryly, as she handed him his candlestick. "In all probability you will sweeten it." And with that she turned and preceded him upstairs. "Good night," she said at the top of the stairs, as she extended her hand. "You'll find me a blunt old woman who speaks her thoughts," she added. This time there was no doubt about the fluttering at the corners of her mouth. That night as he sat smoking at his bedroom window, Smith found his thoughts revolving round Miss Lipscombe's remark about sweetening the memory of the absent Alfred Warren. What if he had done his bit? Hundreds of failures had made good out there. Strange stories had been told in the trenches. He recalled that of a man in his own company who had been shot whilst bringing in a wounded comrade from no man's land. As he lay dying he had confessed to the padre to having murdered a girl. He had done it in a fit of mad jealousy. Yet no one had shrunk from him, least of all the padre. On the contrary, he had comforted the poor fellow with the assurance that he had expiated his crime by giving up his own life for another. In any case, there could be no harm done to Alfred Warren if he stayed on, at least for a time. It might sweeten his memory, as Miss Lipscombe had suggested. Was the remark intended as a hint? What would be Marjorie's view, he wondered. Would she be sympathetic, or just coldly indifferent? Somehow or other her scarcely veiled antagonism had set him thinking. What had he done outside his war service? There had been precious little that would come under the heading of usefulness. The world was not exactly the better for a century made at Lord's, or a winning try scored just on time at Queen's Club. Nor did the fact of being a good shot with a gun, the wrong sort of gun, make for the betterment of mankind. St. George had not slain the dragon with the double-barreled ejector sporting rifle, with luncheon and the ladies at 1:30 and dinner at 8. Washington had not freed America in football boots. Garibaldi would most likely have proved the veriest rabbit in the cricket field, whilst Cromwell, in all probability, could no more cast a fly than stroke an 8. Why had he never thought of all this before? Why had he just accepted things, just as his uncle had accepted Peter's shaven upper lip, and flown into a passion when it vanished beneath a cascade of auburn hair? It was all very puzzling. War was certainly the very devil for shifting values and destroying age-old ideals. The world seemed to him to have become one almighty why. It was so easy for the King Alfreds, the Joan of Arcs, and the Luthers of the world. Their destinies seemed obvious and preordained. But for the rest, well, it was a bit difficult. Stevenson had said that life might be interpreted as having a good time and enriching the world with a few good things. It was not a bad philosophy. Better than hunting for motes in another fellow's eye. There was the vicar, for instance. He would sweeten the memory of the devil himself, and, what was more, he appeared to do it without effort. It was nearly 1 o'clock when he finally decided to lay the problems and his head upon the white pillow that looked so inviting. Still, it really was the very devil. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 10. Smith Acquires Reach-me-downs. 1. In Little Bilstead, life passed decorously from sunrise to sundown and from sundown to sunrise. Few events disturbed the studied calm of its atmosphere. A new hat, or an indiscretion on the part of a domestic, were equally topics of absorbing interest. Nothing ever happened. That is, nothing had happened for the last 7 years. Sometimes Miss Small, who eked out an insignificant pension by doing dressmaking, would sigh for the days when the village had seethed with scandal. It lent an added spice to existence. The morning knew not what the evening would bring forth. During the next 48 hours Smith learned something of the dramatic excitements with which life in Little Bilstead had been fraught some 6 years previously. The village then had seethed with scandal, and the people went about on the tiptoe of excitement. John Postle, the village constable, would rub the right-hand side of his chin with his thumb and say, "Well, boh, what do you think on it?" And there would be a shaking of heads and probably an "I'll be danged" or two from his hearers. In the sanded bar of the Pigeons there had been great discussions, and the wildness of the rumours that were retailed would have appalled any but the most omnivorous scandalmonger. At the conclusion of some particularly piquant narration there would be a shuffling of feet, a general murmuring of voices, and a draining of earthenware mugs. It appeared that Alfred Warren had been not only of a convivial turn of mind, but intensely gregarious. He had attracted to himself some strange companions, including most of the undesirables, male and female, for miles around. No one had ever quite known when some influx of disreputables would turn Little Bilstead topsy-turvy, cause the villagers to lock their doors at night, and sometimes even pile furniture against them. At first the Pigeons had been used as a sort of headquarters by the revellers, but a little straight talking from the chairman at the licensing sessions had caused host Nutt some anxiety as to the renewal of his license, and his caution had grievously constricted the flow of liquor. After that, Tom Simmons had become the source from which supplies were obtained, and many a case had been delivered at his cottage by the local carrier, accompanied by a knowing wink. This accounted for his reference to the whisky. In those days Simmons was rarely, if ever, quite sober, but he was too cunning to neglect his work upon the roads. That would have meant disaster. Besides, he had a head like a hunting squire. The telling of the escapades of Alfred Warren seemed to have lost nothing with the passage of years. Many of the stories about him were clearly apocryphal, but even allowing a wide margin for imagination, there was enough left over to establish the fact that, whatever life in Little Bilstead had been during the residence of Alfred Warren, it had not lacked incident. There were stories of strange midnight orgies, suggestive of chapters from the lives of film stars in Los Angeles, and there were pranks and rags, such as the screwing up of the village constable's doors and windows, followed by an avalanche of lighted crackers down his chimney, or the serenading of the Miss Jells with instruments composed of household utensils and motor hooters, which had lasted the greater part of one summer night, to the accompaniment of much raucous song. Colonel Enderby's open antagonism Smith traced to an episode of a few months before Alfred Warren had disappeared from Little Bilstead. The gallant colonel lived alone, a woman from the village "doing" for him during the day. One morning he had discovered a clothes line stretched across his front garden, in full view of the main road, from which dainty and intimate feminine garments sported in the breeze. As Colonel Enderby was a late riser, the whole of Little Bilstead made the discovery before he had even awakened. Furthermore, he had been forced to remove the offending garments himself, which he did by cutting down the line, Mrs. Warnes not being at her post at the customary hour. As a matter of fact, she had been, seen and retired, horrified at the spectacle presented by the Colonel's front garden. Mrs. Warnes was a woman who hung her marriage lines in a black Oxford frame over the parlour mantelpiece. On another occasion Alfred Warren and half a dozen of his companions had "doped" Tom Bassingthwaighte, the postman, as he was starting out upon his morning round. Then they had proceeded to steam open the letters and insert picture postcards of a character never permitted to circulate in this country. It had taken Little Bilstead months to recover from this outrage, and only lack of definite proof had saved the perpetrators from prosecution. Beneath all these stories there was an undercurrent of suggestive rumour, which never found expression in actual words. It was this which convinced Smith that Alfred Warren was what the village of Little Bilstead said he was, a rare wrong 'un. But all that was long ago, and for the past 7 years Little Bilstead had made its own drama, just as for the most part it made its own clothes. Realization of its loss had come slowly to Little Bilstead. The sight of Bob Thirkettle glooming along the highways, a gun under his arm and a scowl on his lowering brow, had contained the suggestion that at any time drama might return, arm in arm with tragedy. That was a time when Little Bilstead scarcely dared to breathe. Then there had come the time when Bob Thirkettle had left his gun at home, and the village had sighed its resignation and possibly its regrets, for even an English village has its proper pride, and appreciates to the full the distinction of being referred to in London papers as the centre of a great crime. Now the black sheep was back again, and the old times would return. There would be no lack of excitement, Little Bilstead decided, as soon as things got going. It wanted only Bob Thirkettle, and then In the meantime the black sheep was idling away the summer hours. It was all very comfortable, and he was quite content, but for the fact of Marjorie's frank avoidance of him. However, there was no ointment without its accompanying fly. Perhaps that was where flies went in the How absurd! He realized that the vicar was striving to carry out his sister's orders and discharge fittingly his duties as host. He would propose some undertaking, such as a visit to the church, or the exploration of the vegetable garden, and, as a preparation, go in search of his pipe. That was the last Smith would see of him until he was routed out from his study for the next meal. Still, life at the vicarage was very pleasant, and Janet generally had some piquant item of gossip to retail when he grew drowsy with the drone of the bees or the cooing of the doves. In all probability it was only a lull before the storm, he told himself. 2. Whilst Little Bilstead was busy speculating as to the nature of the entertainment that the cricket match was likely to produce, Smith was busy considering the important question of suitable clothing in which to appear as one of the protagonists. An appeal to Willis, followed by a thorough and a systematic examination of Alfred Warren's wardrobe, failed to produce anything in the way of cricketing gear. Smith did not quite fancy playing in a tweed suit. His kit bag had been in the guard's van, and he had forgotten it. Apparently the guard had done the same. Somewhere on the Great Eastern Railway system were his flannels and buckskin boots; but just where he was not in a position to say. In any case, there was no time to make enquiries. "You never liked cricket, Mr. Alfred," Willis explained, to account for the absence of appropriate clothing. Willis seemed capable of defending every shortcoming of the son and heir as it presented itself. "It didn't agree with you, sir," he added. Probably Lady Warren had not thought it necessary to renew that particular portion of her son's wardrobe. "Well, anyhow, I'm going to play," said Smith. "So what's to be done?" "Miss Marjorie's taking the car into Norwich this afternoon," began Willis tentatively. "Perhaps you could " "Willis," said Smith gravely, "there are moments when you reach Napoleonic heights of inspiration. If Miss Marjorie will run me into Norwich, I can get fixed up with reach me downs that will probably be over long and too narrow, or too broad and not long enough." That afternoon Marjorie drove Smith into Norwich, with Eric in a tonneau, armed with a good supply of chocolate, a pea shooter, a catapult, and ammunition sufficient for an extended offensive. The pea shooter was for use upon the inhabitants of the villages they passed through, whereas the catapult he kept for the fauna. During the early part of the outward journey he became confused in the matter of weapons, and that was in the case of a ditcher, bent and busy, who presented a target upon which a pea shooter would have been wasted. The man's yell as he straightened himself caused both Marjorie and Smith to look around, but all they saw was an innocent freckled face behind a bar of chocolate, whilst in the distance a man was shaking his clenched hand at the disappearing car, the other hand being engaged elsewhere. Smith had offered to drive, but Marjorie declined, and he settled down contentedly to watch the dexterous way in which she handled the car. She was careful, but she lost no opportunity of picking up speed on safe bits of road. Smith ventured a few general remarks, but he was conscious once more of the barrier the girl seemed determined should exist between them. She had a reasonable excuse for not being conversational, and, after a few unsuccessful efforts, Smith gave up the struggle. He soon, however, found a new source of interest in the activities of Eric. By moving his position slightly he was able to obtain a view of the tonneau. Eric's success with the ditcher had caused him permanently to lay aside the pea shooter as a weapon of offence and devote himself to the catapult. Kneeling on the back seat he proceeded to let fly at anything that moved. Smith could not judge with what effect, but in one or two instances the marksmanship must have been good, noticeably when a terrified pig gave tongue, its squeal rising clear-cut above the hum of the car. Smith was not surprised when later he heard Eric endeavouring to persuade Marjorie to return by another route, and he earned Eric's lifelong devotion by supporting the suggestion. Smith's object was a purely selfish one. He had no desire to be stopped every 100 yards or so by those who had suffered from Eric's dexterity with the catapult. At the Maid's Head Hotel they parted, Marjorie to do her shopping, Eric to replenish his supply of ammunition, and Smith to search for boots and flannel trousers. Marjorie had left no doubt as to her intentions when she informed him that they would be starting back at 5 o'clock, so as to be home well in time for dinner. With a final word of warning to Eric, who had point blank refused to accompany her, she walked out of the hotel, leaving Smith and Eric to follow. For reasons best known to himself, Eric apparently desired to be alone, but he could not quite discover the right way to shake off Smith, as he would have expressed it. He solved the problem by suddenly darting down a side street with an exclamation to the effect that "There's a fellow I know," as Smith was permitted to pursue his way alone. Having secured flannels that seemed close enough a fit to stay on him, and at the same time not too close a fit to part where they should not part, Smith next proceeded to search for a pair of boots. These secured and ordered to be sent to the Maid's Head, he decided to take a stroll through the city until it was time to keep the rendezvous at the hotel. "If it isn't little Alfie Warren!" He turned swiftly on his heel from an examination of a fine old mezzotint of Sir Robert Peel to find himself gazing into a pair of bold dark eyes, above which was perched a large straw hat laden with artificial flowers and fruit, more suggestive of a Harvard festival than a head covering. "I thought it was you," said the owner of the eyes. "Fancy meeting you after all these years!" That one swift look had thoroughly unnerved Smith. The green jumper over a short tweed skirt of a loud pattern, the coarse features heavily smothered with powder, the red lips, and, above all, the dead gold hair, dark at the roots, caused him involuntarily to shudder. "I'm afraid you've made a mistake," he said coldly, as he formally lifted his head. "My name is not Warren." "Oh, ring off!" she cried with a laugh. "I should have known you anywhere. You look as if you'd been on a water wagon, though. I heard you were back." "I assure you," said Smith quietly, "that you have made a mistake. My name is not Alfred Warren, but James Smith." "Alias Bill Jones, or Henry Robinson." She laughed shrilly, and several passers by looked curiously at the pair. He made a movement to pass on, but the woman suddenly thrust her arm through his. "Come and let us have a barley water, Alfie. I'm as dry as a Yankee." For a moment he hesitated, gazing about him as if meditating flight. "I " he began, then he stopped suddenly. There, standing a few yards away, was Marjorie. Apparently she had just come out of a shop. For the space of a second her eyes met his, then she turned and walked off in the opposite direction with a studied indifference that maddened him. "I assure you that you are mistaken," he said, in a voice loud enough, he hoped, for Marjorie to hear. Turning on his heel, he walked quickly in the opposite direction from that she had taken. "Hoity toity!" cried the woman. "Getting too proud to know our old pals, are we? You've got a fat lot to be proud of, Alfie Warren." Smith's instinct was to take to his heels and run. He was conscious of the heads turned in his direction, whilst in his heart was a great terror lest the woman should pursue him. Never had Alfred Warren been so thoroughly and comprehensively cursed in the whole of his existence as he was during the next few minutes. For half an hour Smith wandered about the city, and at a pace that drew to him many curious glances. He was brought back to realities again by Eric hailing him from the other side of the road. "Got your bags?" he enquired when halfway across. "Bags?" repeated Smith vaguely. Yes, of course," he added a moment later, realising the purport of the question. "Quite all right, thanks." For a moment all thought of cricket had vanished from his mind. He could remember only the look Marjorie had directed towards him. "Damn!" he muttered. "Eh?" Eric looked at him enquiringly. "I remarked 'damn,'" said Smith quietly. "Why?" queried the boy. "I was wondering what I am going to say when we pass that ditcher on the way home, and also the owner of the pig." Whereat Eric's face flamed, and a moment later he disappeared, without even the intimation that he had seen a fellow he knew. With an hour still to spare, Smith was struck with the idea of calling upon Lady Warren's solicitor. Recognition by Alfred Warren's erstwhile friends seemed likely to prove not the least embarrassing feature of the adventure, and this had inspired him to enquire of Willis the name and address of the family lawyer. The process of psychologizing the real Alfred was proving both swift and startling, and it might be advisable to make the acquaintance of Lady Warren's solicitor as a measure of precaution. At least he could be depended upon to approach the problem without emotion. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 11. Mr. Tassell is Surprised. 1. When Smith pushed open the dingy ground glass door of number 120 Tombland, on which in black letters appeared the legend "Enquiries, Tassell, Blaine and Port, Solicitors," he was quite prepared to be hailed once more as a returned prodigal. It was with relief that he saw behind a small counter a dark-haired youth, whose dislike of water was manifested by a dark rim that began above his collar and rose gradually on either side, until it finally disappeared behind his large red ears. "Is Mr. Tassell in?" Smith inquired. "What name, sir?" asked the lad, declining to commit himself. "Say a gentleman wishes to see him on important business." "Yes, sir. What name?" repeated the youth, without show of emotion. "Give him that message, please," said Smith, realising for the first time in his life the importance of labels as applied to human beings. For a moment the lad stood gazing at him out of a pair of pink-rimmed eyes, then, reluctantly lifting the flap of the counter, he motioned Smith to pass through. A moment later he threw open a door on which appeared in white letters the words "Waiting Room." Without requesting the caller to take a seat, the lad closed the door, leaving Smith to listen to the tick-tack of the clock, or, as an alternative, to gaze at a much-foxed mezzotint of Lord Ellenborough. He was speculating as to what would be the psychological effect upon his clients of a bowl of roses upon a lawyer's waiting-room table, when the door opened and the lad reappeared. "Mr. Tassell can't see you, sir, unless you send in your name," he said, with the air of one who entirely concurs with the terms of an ultimatum. "Then tell Mr. Tassell, with my compliments," said Smith, "that I'll wait here until he can see me. By the way, if you've got any lighter reading than a treatise on evidence, you might let me have it." The lad gazed up at Smith, a new respect in his eyes. It was not usual for the decrees of the senior partner to be flouted in this way, and, with the true instinct of the Briton, he determined that Smith must be somebody of importance. "You might add that I come from one of Mr. Tassell's oldest clients," added Smith, who had no desire to spend longer than was absolutely necessary in the uninspiring atmosphere of the lawyer's waiting-room. 2 minutes later the lad returned with a request that Smith would follow him. Proceeding along a corridor, the boy opened another ground-glass door, on which it was announced that Mr. Tassell was "private." "The gentleman, sir," said the lad. Thus labelled, Smith stepped into the room, and the door closed behind him. He was conscious of an expanse of bald head surrounded on 3 sides by a fringe of grey hair. A moment later a movement of the expanse of baldness brought into his range of vision a pair of keen grey eyes looking at him through gold-rimmed spectacles. For a second there was sternness in those eyes, then a look of bewilderment and surprise, followed by a quick movement backward of the revolving chair as Mr. Tassell struggled to his feet. "Mr. Warren!" he cried. Then he plumped down into the chair again, and sat looking at Smith as if he had been an apparition, his hands gripping the arms of his chair until the knuckles stood out hard and white from the surrounding yellowness. With an effort he appeared to regain control of himself and motioned Smith to a chair. Mr. Tassell seemed to have been conceived in neutral tints, the prevailing shade being a soft yellow. There was nowhere about him any suggestion of blood. The lips of his large mouth were grey, his voice woolly, and his general appearance that of a man who had stepped out of a picture some 40 or 50 years old. "I was afraid you would," said Smith wearily, as he dropped into the chair indicated. "Everybody seems to crumple the moment I appear, at least in this county," he added. "It's positively monotonous." Mr. Tassell swallowed noisily, his Adam's apple leaping upwards and then reappearing again with startling suddenness. In as few words as possible Smith proceeded to relate the events that led up to his appearance in Mr. Tassell's office. By the time he had finished, Mr. Tassell had entirely recovered his self-possession, mainly by the process of polishing and repolishing his spectacles, reinforced by several mighty swallows. 3 times he took them off, and 3 times he replaced them, first subjecting the lenses to a vigorous rubbing with a maroon silk pocket handkerchief. As he did so he gazed across at Smith, a strange and inscrutable look in his eyes. Then, as if suddenly realising that the interview was of a professional nature, he replaced his spectacles, pursed his lips, leaned back in his chair and, placing the points of his fingers together, proceeded to regard the tips as if they held the solution of the riddle that Smith had propounded. "So you see I am not Alfred Warren," Smith concluded, "but just plain James Smith, one of the tens of thousands of Smiths who avoid confusion with other Smiths by sheer personality." "I understand," said Mr. Tassell in his best county court manner, that you climbed the gates of the Grange?" "I did." "May I ask why?" "Because I was wet." Mr. Tassell removed his glasses and became absorbed in polishing them. "I always climb gates when I'm wet." Mr. Tassell looked up, still continuing to polish his glasses, but Smith's face was as grave as that of a judge. "You knew the gates were there?" queried Mr. Tassell. "Well, I suspected it," Smith admitted, still with the utmost gravity. "When a thing has almost torn off your trousers, you do," he added dryly. "Even Einstein could not avoid it." "The night was very dark?" "Intensely." "Still you saw the gates of the Grange?" persisted Mr. Tassell as he reassumed his glasses. "I ran into them." "And climbed them?" "With infinite difficulty." "And yet you say you are not Mr. Alfred Warren, but Mr. James Smith?" Mr. Tassell raised his eyes from his finger tips and looked at his visitor over the top of his spectacles. There was something of sternness in his gaze. "I did and I am," said Smith evenly. Mr. Tassell nodded gravely, as if the answer in no way surprised him. He returned to a minute examination of his finger tips, then, raising his eyes again, he proceeded once more to regard Smith over the top of his spectacles. "The likeness is certainly remarkable," he said, a little dryly, Smith thought. After another pause he continued. "I take it that you are not prepared to acquaint me with your actual identity. In the strictest confidence, of course," he added. "I have already done so," was the smiling rejoinder. "I am James Smith." "Of?" interrogated the lawyer. "Of nowhere in particular." Murmured Mr. Tassell as he sucked in his lips. "I would advise," he continued with great deliberation, "that you produce evidence of an uncontrovertible nature that will establish definitely your identity." "In that I entirely agree," said Smith quietly. "Only it happens to be the one thing that I am not prepared to do." "Why?" The interrogation came like a pistol shot. "Family reasons," was the quiet rejoinder. "You say that the servants have identified you as well?" he queried. "They have," said Smith. "I might even add with enthusiasm." Mr. Tassell proceeded to make further mysterious noises somewhere behind the region of his Adam's apple, which bobbed about like an eggshell on the water jet of a shooting gallery. "You have insisted that they are mistaken?" he queried. "My dear sir," said Smith patiently, "I might swear it on the Apocrypha or the Koran. They wouldn't believe me." "You might disappear," said Mr. Tassell tentatively. "I might," he agreed. "But you have decided not to?" "I have." With pursed up lips and a roving Adam's apple, Mr. Tassell proceeded to grapple with this new aspect of the situation. "You realise, of course, there may be difficulties, even embarrassments," he said. "Great Gulliver!" cried Smith. "There are scores of them in Little Bilstead, and no doubt others will present themselves with the passage of time. One got me by the arm in this very city only half an hour ago, smelling vilely of patchouli," and he proceeded to tell of the girl in the jumper and the Harvest Festival hat. Mr. Tassell looked grave. "There may even be legal complications," he said, without, however, raising his eyes from their absorbed contemplation of his finger tips. "There will be legal complications," he added. "That's why I came to you." Smith stifled a yawn. When Mr. Warren," Mr. Tassell corrected himself, "disappeared 7 years ago, there were some extremely difficult matters requiring adjustment." "I gathered as much." "I see." This time there was no mistaking the dry tone in which the words were uttered, and Smith found himself gazing into a pair of keen, shrewd eyes which, he decided, were not over friendly. "You are a very bold man, Mr. Smith." "You mean?" queried Smith. "Had my advice been sought, I should unhesitatingly have opposed your—" "Being identified as Alfred Warren," suggested Smith quietly. Mr. Tassell's keen eyes once more sought Smith. "I cannot help being like this blighter Warren, can I? I know he was a bit of an outsider." "How?" Again the interrogation came like the click of a trigger. "When the family butler follows the prodigal about with a decanter of whisky and a siphon, it is not exactly indicative of previous pussyfoot tendencies, is it?" "But that may imply only weakness," said the lawyer. "You used the term—" "Blighter," agreed Smith. "A man doesn't leave home because he takes whisky and soda, very little soda, by the way, at breakfast." "True," said Mr. Tassell, once more operating upon his spectacles with a maroon silk handkerchief. "I feel it my duty, Mr. Warren—" "Smith, please." "Mr. Smith, I feel it my duty to warn you that certain matters were kept from Lady Warren 6 years ago, when when Mr. Warren disappeared." Mr. Tassell cleared his throat with a portentous solemnity he usually reserved for inquests, and fixed Smith with a keen, steely gaze, as if he would read his innermost thoughts. "It certainly looks as if I'm in for something exciting," said Smith easily. "After all, when you assume a prodigal's responsibilities, you cannot expect altogether to avoid the husks, and encounter only commonplacent butlers in a land flowing with whisky and soda." To Mr. Tassell such obvious cheerfulness appeared in the light of flippancy. He had never liked Alfred Warren; now he positively disliked him. He regarded it as an insult to his professional amour propre to expect a lawyer to be taken in by so obvious a subterfuge as this pretence of being another man, so that he might inherit the earth without reaping the whirlwind. "I understand that others in Little Bilstead are convinced that you are Mr. Alfred Warren," said Mr. Tassell. "May I enquire if they are friendly?" "About as friendly as fowls are to a fox," said Smith. There was something about Mr. Tassell's whole manner that irritated him. He seemed bloodless, devoid of all humanity. "If I am Alfred Warren, why should I want to deny it?" he demanded. "There might be reasons." There was an ominous note in Mr. Tassell's woolly tones. "What reasons?" "I said there might be reasons," said Mr. Tassell quietly. Lady Warren was one of his oldest clients. "You speak in parables," said Smith, "and this prodigal business has wearied me of the very thought of a parable." "Then I will speak plainly," was the rejoinder. "By staying on at Little Bilstead, you place yourself in very grave danger. I fear I can in no way associate myself with your action without Lady Warren's explicit instructions. I shall cable—" "If you do, it will most probably be murder," said Smith, and he proceeded to explain what Dr. Crane had told him. "Then I will write," continued the lawyer, as Smith rose. "You're not very helpful," he said, with a smile. "Good morning," and he passed out of the room. In the main office he found the pale faced lad with the perpetual high water mark; but before he had time to detach his attention from an evil smelling pear drop and the Bandits of the Air, over which he was poring, Smith had passed out of the door. "Rum 'un," said the lad, as he returned to the Bandits of the Air. When he had walked some 100 yards or so, Smith suddenly stopped dead, much to the embarrassment of a little man who was close behind him, and who had some difficulty in avoiding a collision. The full significance of Mr. Tassell's words had suddenly dawned upon him. The lawyer regarded him as the real prodigal who, by denying his identity, hoped to escape from the consequences of some deed or deeds he had committed. "Pleasant for the understudy," he muttered, as he drew a cigarette case from his pocket and resumed his walk. 2. The return journey was a miserable affair. On arriving at the Maid's Head, Smith had found Marjorie and Eric in the midst of a heated argument, which arose from Marjorie's statement that Eric was to occupy the front seat beside her, so that she could see he did not get into mischief. Eric point blank refused, but a compromise was effected by Smith volunteering to sit with Eric in the tonneau, ostensibly to look after him, but he had no illusions as to the real reason. For the first half of the journey this arrangement quite spoiled Eric's enjoyment. Later he discovered that Smith was so absorbed in his own thoughts as to be oblivious as to what was going on around him, after which big game shooting by catapult continued apace. The memory of the success he had achieved with the Ditcher inspired in Eric the hope that some other specimen of roadside biped might be found bent to a suitable angle. As the car hummed along, devouring the white road that ribboned out before it, Eric began to despair. So far the bag for the homeward journey consisted of 2 farm labourers caught, alas, in an upright position, 1 pig, 3 fowls and a dog, but the recollection of the anguished yell of the Ditcher still rang musically in his ears. He had almost given up hope of further sport that day, when a turn in the road disclosed the unbelievable. There, just ahead, was a man in a suit of checks as vivid as the Ditcher's language had been, and he was bending over a motorcycle. As the car purred past him, the owner of the checks, a man of generous build, glanced up momentarily, revealing a luxuriant auburn moustache, but he was obviously absorbed in some baffling problem his engine had presented to him, for he resumed his bent position immediately. Eric almost whooped with joy. The target offered by the Ditcher was as nothing to that presented by the man in the brown and white checks. It was so good that Eric double charged his catapult. Taking careful aim over the back of the car, he let fly. He bobbed down instantly, but a shout, half yell, half roar, caused him to raise an incautious head that he might view the extent of the casualty. He saw his victim dancing in the middle of the road, either with rage or pain, Eric could not be sure which, but from the fact that the man's hands were behind him he drew his own conclusions. As Eric's red head rose above the hood of the car, a brown and white check arm appeared, terminating in a fist, in the motion of which there was menace. A moment later that same fist was holding a notebook, then another bend in the road hid both motorcycle and owner from view, and Eric, with a sigh of contentment and a side glance at Smith, who sat moodily wrapped in his own thoughts, sank down on the seat beside him. They were getting too near home for further sport. The significance of the notebook Eric did not properly realise until Little Bilstead was reached, when he found that the mud he had carefully plastered over 2 of the figures of the number plate had been jolted off during the journey. "You been awake all the time?" he queried of Smith, as he stood for a moment at the hall door of the Grange. "Awake?" repeated Smith vaguely. "Certainly." "If you hadn't been, I might have had some fun," was the rejoinder, and he dashed away to forage for a meal, leaving Smith wondering. That night Eric Stannard slept soundly, conscious that by his master's strategy he would be able to confute the evidence of the man who owned the brown and white tweeds and the auburn moustache, should he present himself. The catapult itself he had taken the precaution of burying. In all great undertakings, foresight ensures both the success of the operation and immunity from the consequences. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 12. Little Bilstead Goes to Church. Never within the memory of the oldest inhabitant had Little Bilstead shown itself so devout as on the Sunday morning following the return of Mist' Alfred. It had awakened with a delightful feeling of expectancy. Instinctively its thoughts gravitated towards church, for was not Mist' Alfred staying at the vicarage? The return of Mist' Alfred had been regarded by every man and woman in Little Bilstead as a godsend. The women gossiped about it for hour after neglectful hour, and the men yearned for the leaden minutes to pass until they could foregather at the Pigeons and inquire of one another, "Well, bor, what do you think on it?" The prodigal's denial that he was the prodigal they seemed to take as a matter of course. They knew Alfred Warren to be a craven, and what more natural than that he should deny sowing the wind lest the whirlwind engulf him. Their conversation turned largely upon what would happen when Bob Thirkettle should return, as all knew he inevitably would. As a matter of fact, several had taken the precaution of writing to tell him that Alfred Warren was back. If they had keener eyes than Nemesis, it was but friendly to lend her a helping hand. Never in its history had rumour run through Little Bilstead as it did during the days that followed the return of its own pet black sheep. The wildest stories were circulated and credited. The prodigal had returned armed to the teeth. He had aroused the inmates of the Grange by shooting through the upper windows. He wore a shirt of chain mail under his clothes in view of a possible encounter with Bob Thirkettle. He had obtained the keys of the wine cellar from Willis at the point of the pistol, and the old man had fainted. He had extracted a large sum of money from Miss Marjorie by threatening to burn down the house, whereat she had fainted and Dr. Crane had been sent for. The doctor in turn had forbidden him to leave the neighbourhood under penalty of prosecution for threats of violence. It was alleged that Alfred Warren had spent his first night at the vicarage in carousing, drinking neat whisky and shouting ribald songs. Everything was credited, repeated with embellishments and additions, and duly recredited. The one thing that no one thought of believing was that the alleged Alfred Warren was not Alfred Warren at all. That would have strangled the new-born drama at its birth, which to Little Bilstead would have been emotional suicide. Every man, woman and child in the village vied with one another to catch as many glimpses as possible of the man who had brought into their lives a new and piquant interest. Host Nudd of the Pigeons sucked a hollow tooth as he laboriously wrote out special orders to the brewer and spirit merchant. Not even in the palmiest days of Alfred Warren's scandalous doings had he done such business. Men from outlying villages tramped into Little Bilstead after the day's work to hear the latest news, and the thirst for Little Bilstead itself had increased threefold. On the night it became known that Mist' Alfred was to play in the cricket match, the takings of the Pigeons had reached record proportions. "Well, what do you think on it, together?" Nudd had inquired at an early stage of the discussion, and it was obvious from the comments that ensued during the next 2 hours that no one knew exactly what to think of it. Right up to closing time they had dilated upon this new and mysterious aspect of an old scandal. "Dick Marsh'll give him cosh, that's sure moral," growled Jack Bean, who knew that the advent of Alfred Warren would lose him his place in the team, and he seemed to have echoed the general opinion. No one doubted that, in agreeing to play, Mist' Alfred was making a bid for popularity and rehabilitation. The possibilities of the cricket match were discussed and rediscussed. Two things were accepted as certain: that the demon bowling of Marsh, the captain of the opposing team, would produce the tragedy, whereas Mist' Alfred's notorious inexperience in field sports would supply the comedy. "It'll be a fair barney," cried one enthusiast as he rose to go. "I'm going to get there early," he added, as he made towards the door, and with a "Fare you well," departed. On the Saturday night Little Bilstead had gone to bed praying for a fine day on the morrow. In spite of the memory that in the past the fine old early English church at Little Bilstead had seldom seen the son and heir of the Grange, it was argued that, as the vicar's guest, he could not very well fail to put in an appearance at least once during the day. The lads of the village arrived early and in force, taking up their position on the top of the grey lichen-covered wall surrounding the church. They amused themselves by calling one another's attention to the outstanding features, both sartorial and physical, of all who passed, particularly the girls. Never had Little Bilstead manifested such devotion as upon that summer Sunday morning. Even old Jacob Gooch, who had not moved outside his house for 18 months, was seen hobbling along, supported on one side by a stick and on the other by his son Thomas. The church itself was suggestive of a wedding, as for the most part the worshippers manifested a marked reluctance to enter until the last moment, hopeful of catching a glimpse of Mist' Alfred's on his way from the vicarage. They lined the path that led from the porch to the gate, and they collected in a knot at the gate itself. There was but one topic of conversation: the return of the wanderer. Those who were old enough to remember narrated to those who were not some of the more hectic episodes in the life of the prodigal, and the stories lost nothing in the telling. Girls giggled and pretended to be shocked, but they made no effort to remove themselves out of earshot of those who were excavating in Alfred Warren's past. Whilst Little Bilstead was awaiting the arrival of the man who had brought so much colour into its life, Miss Lipscombe was occupied with her usual Sunday morning efforts to counter the vicar's absent mindedness. She handed him the manuscript of his sermon, gave him a handkerchief, supplied him with a list of hymns, lessons, and psalms, in short, provided him with all he was likely to require. The fact that he now made very few mistakes in the conduct of divine service was entirely due to his fear of Miss Lipscombe. She had read through the sermon very carefully to see that there was nothing in it suggestive of the return of prodigals. The vicar's original idea had been to preach a sermon upon the parable itself, but this Miss Lipscombe had resolutely vetoed. There had been sufficient scandal about Alfred Warren without adding to it from the pulpit, had been her view, and her brother reluctantly relinquished the idea. The vicar went on first, as was his wont, followed a few minutes later by Miss Lipscombe and Smith. As they were seen approaching the gate, a hush fell upon the crowd of expectant villagers. As the two passed between the double line of eager eyes, there was much cap touching and nodding to Miss Lipscombe, with an occasional "Morning, Mist' Alfred," for the prodigal. As they entered church, the crowd followed, and that morning many a Little Bilsterian listened to the sonorous English of King Edward VI's Prayer Book for the first time for years. When the vicar ascended the pulpit steps, there was a hush of expectancy. Everyone thought that his sermon would refer to the return of the wanderer, and when he announced his text as the parable of the widow's cruse, it was obvious that all were disappointed. Prodigals had nothing to do with widows' cruses, at least they ought not to, thought Little Bilstead. In spite of the careful coaching he had undergone at the hands of his sister, the vicar managed to link up the widow's cruse of plenty with the sinner that repenteth, and went on to make a passing reference to "the dear friend who is back in our midst after years of wandering, to be welcomed as a brother and loved as a dutiful son." Smith felt every eye turned upon him, and he could see from the lines of Miss Lipscombe's mouth that she was annoyed. During the offertory there was a general gathering together of possessions. As one being, the congregation had made up its mind to slip out quietly directly the service was over, in the hope of getting another glimpse of Alfred Warren as he left the church. The Amen, which followed the vicar's benediction, pronounced from the altar, might have been an alarm of fire from the effect it had upon the congregation. The "slipping out quietly" degenerated into something bordering on a stampede. Each discovered that his or her own particular little scheme for getting into the churchyard quickly was not so original as had been thought, and a feeling of irritation seemed to spread over the whole congregation. Toes were trodden on, elbows were thrust into sensitive parts of anatomies, and there was much pushing and crushing. "They seem to be in a hurry to get out," murmured Smith to Miss Lipscombe. "It's you," she said, and there was a grimness in the words which caused him to glance at her curiously. "Wait until they've gone," and she resumed her seat. That morning the casualties were widespread. Miss Jell had the stick of her parasol broken. Colonel Enderby had said "damn" in the centre aisle because somebody had momentarily taken rest upon his most sensitive corn. Mrs. Crane had her black and white poplin skirt torn out of the gathers, whilst Mrs. Truspitt Greene had swallowed a small acid drop. With her, acid drops were indissolubly associated with religion. She always joined in the singing. Miss Marshall lost her glasses, and Mr. Marshall lost his temper because, in stooping to recover them, he had detached from a certain garment two buttons, upon which much responsibility rested. A worse fate befell Mrs. Spelman. A careless toe had caught her on the calf of her left leg and laddered her stocking in a way that seemed almost indelicate. During most of the way home her head was over her left shoulder as she endeavoured to obtain a glimpse of what a wag who knew her had once described as "the fatted calf." In the churchyard the conversation was fairly equally divided between Alfred Warren and the ill manners of those who "pushed and crushed to escape from God's edifice," as Mrs. Truspitt Greene expressed it. She was wondering if acid drops, inadvertently swallowed, caused appendicitis. As neither Miss Lipscombe nor Smith put in an appearance, the various units reluctantly drifted away. They had in fact left by the vestry door with the vicar and had taken another road to the vicarage. It was not, however, until an hour later that the churchyard was entirely clear. That day many of the inhabitants of Little Bilstead had a half cold Sunday dinner. but that was to them as nothing. They had seen a real prodigal, and it was worth it. During the afternoon the memory of Alfred Warren was yet in the minds of many. Locked in her bedroom, Miss Jell, with the aid of a tube of seccotine, was endeavouring to mend the handle of her parasol. Mr. Marshall was standing in an awkward position whilst his daughter brought up to their full complement the number of his buttons. Colonel Enderby was bathing his left foot in warm water and Hindustani oaths, whilst Mrs. Crane was regathering her skirt; and all were looking forward to the morrow, which they instinctively felt would be productive of dramatic developments. The next 2 days Smith spent in keen enjoyment of the almost cloistral quiet of life at the vicarage. The vicar he found conversationally insolvent, except upon the subject nearest to his heart, the life of the ancients. Having no desire to expose the holes and patches in his own classical toga, Smith avoided any effort to open up an obvious avenue to the scholarly cleric's heart. Whilst Smith was absorbing the atmosphere of peace that pervaded the vicarage garden, the village was seething with excitement. The cricket match was only hours away, and Little Bilstead's own particular black sheep was to play. The farmers swore that there was "narthen being done." As a matter of fact, there was a great deal being done in the way of scandal and reminiscence. Never had the gregarious instinct been more manifest in Little Bilstead. It was not to be expected that, in the face of such dramatic happenings, men or women could be expected to work apart when they were almost bursting to convey to one another some wave of recollection that had just undulated into their sluggish brains. Phyllis, whose place was in the dairy, dang her, would be found by her master in the stables, where Thomas was attending to the horses, or that there Job Dale, who by rights should have been carting turnips, would be discovered in the kitchen, telling Mary what "they do say in the village," and what they did say the night before at the pigeons. Tom Bassingthwaighte, the postman, carried from house to house the latest rumours, picking up additional titbits as he went. By the time he reached the end of his round, his voice had become a mere croak. He was also, as he confessed to himself, inclined to squiffiness, for the news was good and was well paid for, and more than one homestead in the neighbourhood was noted for the strength and potency of its home brew. In the meantime his sister, Martha Bassingthwaighte, who officially was the postmistress, sold stamps as she had never sold stamps before. She was deaf and placid, her deafness being exaggerated that it might serve officially for defensive purposes. No armour, however, could resist the penetrating power of the events of the past few days, and Martha Bassingthwaighte surprised many of her customers by the amount she knew and the quickness with which she picked up each new detail of importance. In Little Bilstead the post office was the centre of information. What Tom Bassingthwaighte did not know about local affairs need worry no one. His lateness in returning from his morning round on the Monday following the return of Alfred Warren constituted a serious grievance to the village. Colonel Enderby, who had made 3 separate visits to the post office at a cost of 3 separate twopenny stamps, announced his intention of reporting the circumstance to the Postmaster General. Miss Jell had called twice, once for a packet of postcards, which she really required, and once to refer to the Post Office Guide for information about the South American mails, which she did not require. Mr. Marshall had loitered about the village since an unusually early breakfast, but even he had been anticipated by Mrs. Spelman, whom nothing could keep away, not even another accident to Prinny's tail. All were hoping for a further glimpse of the prodigal himself, but Smith found the vicarage garden infinitely more to his taste than supplying material for the village gossips. Several times he strolled the short distance to the Grange gates in the hope of catching a glimpse of Marjorie, but without success. On one occasion he encountered the choleric Colonel Enderby, whom he recognized from Eric's description. The Colonel approached like a motor car burning bad petrol, puffing and snorting and producing strange noises from within. As he passed he glared at Smith as if he expected him to wither away under the intensity of his hate. 10 minutes later Old End, as Eric called him, was back in the village, with the latest news but little breath, and promptly became the centre of an excited group of scandal seekers. That afternoon social Little Bilstead found it impossible to take its tea alone, and repeated the episode of Taffy's house, with however this difference, that there was no discoverable larceny. The Miss Jells called upon Mrs. Truspitt Greene, who had just gone to call upon Mrs. Spelman, who was under way to see Mrs. Crane. The doctor's wife, however, was half way to the Cedars before she encountered the Marshalls, who were bound for Colonel Enderby's, who was actually ringing the Marshalls' bell at the moment of the encounter. Everybody had selected a cross-country route, so as not to be seen by prying eyes. The result was that those who took tea at all that afternoon took it late and in their own homes. In consequence there was a general wave of acute disappointment, and the prodigal's stock fell several more points. At The Pigeons, John Nudd rubbed his hands. Each night the discussion seemed to wax hotter, and in consequence thirsts became greater. The cricket match was dwarfed by the greater event of Mist' Alfred's return. As the night progressed, however, the fierceness of the discussion subsided somewhat, and when the time came for the final shuffling of feet, preluding the closing of John Nudd's hospitable doors for the night, some rustic philosopher would announce that when Bob Thirkettle returned, the prodigal would "cop it a rummun," and, with a chorus of acquiescing grunts or growls, each would go his way, trusting that, when the epic encounter took place, fate would so arrange it that he should be somewhere in the vicinity. Eric had constituted himself a sort of Mercury. He ran back and forth to the vicarage like a puppy on the first day of spring. He was invariably in a hurry, and always brought the latest account of what was taking place in the village. He did not, however, make any mention of an encounter he had with Postle, the ensuing cross-examination, or of the fact that he had striven to convince the village constable that the fatal shot, which had caught the check-suited stranger whilst in a stooping position, had been fired by Smith. On the Tuesday, Smith decided to take a stroll towards the village to see how things were shaping. He had not proceeded more than a few hundred yards down the road when he came suddenly upon Miss Mary Jell. At the sight of him she turned and literally ran for the shelter of Mrs. Spelman's garden gate. Undaunted by this rather startling manifestation of his unpopularity, Smith had continued on his way. The hour, however, was just before social Little Bilstead lunched, and all had returned to the seclusion of their own roofs. The antagonism of the villagers themselves, however, was marked by a bold expressionless stare from the few women he encountered, a scowl from the still fewer men, and by 3 stones and 2 cries about Bob Thirkettle's "mawther" from the children. Returning to the vicarage, Smith told Miss Lipscombe of his experience. Grim-lipped and steely of eye, she had advised him to keep away from the village, at least for a day or two. He knew the advice had less connection with the recent demonstration than the dramatic possibilities likely to result from the return of Bob Thirkettle. "I'm afraid," she said at dinner that evening, "I shall have to hold you prisoner for a few days," and there was a smile in her eyes, and that queer little fluttering at the corners of her firm mouth as she spoke. "I'm an old woman," she continued, "and I like young society." And Smith had assured her that he asked nothing better than the hospitality of the vicarage. For James Smith, he had concluded, and not Alfred Warren. "Thank you, Mr. James Smith," was Miss Lipscombe's dry retort. Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 13. Nero in Disgrace. That the news of the return of the prodigal had filtered beyond the confines of Little Bilstead soon became apparent to Smith by the number of letters that arrived at the Grange addressed to Alfred Warren. The quality of the stationery used by the correspondents, together with certain crudities of calligraphy they manifested, seemed to emphasize the truth of Willis' statement that Alfred Warren had been democratic in his tastes. These letters Willis religiously sent over to the vicarage, and Smith as religiously returned them, when possibly by the same messenger, who was mostly Nudd Fees. It was none of his business, Smith decided, what Alfred's friends had to say after a lapse of 7 years. The breaking of the seals was obviously the affair of the real prodigal, should he ever decide to return. An article in the Norfolk Post, headed "Return of the Wanderer," was no doubt responsible for these epistolary attentions. The ancients adjured one another to speak no evil of the dead. The Norfolk Post went a step further by including the recently returned. The article, a column in length, dealt mostly with the late Sir Joseph Warren's well-known charities, the subject of the prodigal's disappearance and return being dismissed in a few lines. "We understand," it concluded, "that for the last few years Mr. Warren has been travelling abroad for the benefit of his health." Whether this was irony or good nature, Smith could not decide; but that there was no question about the accuracy of the statement was proved, a few days later, by an incident that occurred one afternoon as he was setting out for a walk. He was half way down the drive of the vicarage when he became aware that, coming towards him, was a puffy little man wearing a loud check suit and a vile tie. Himself he was extremely sensitive about neckwear. At the sight of Smith, the little man increased his pace to a strange movement, half bounce, half trot. His hands were outstretched, his face beaming. It was obvious that he was extremely pleased about something. "My dear fellow!" he cried when within a few yards of Smith. "After many years!" And he made an effort to clutch Smith's hands. Smith gazed at him curiously. His moist, fat face radiated goodwill, just as his teeth blazed with alien gold. "Welcome home!" cried the little man, with the air of one trying his second barrel upon a bird he has missed with his first. "Welcome home!" he repeated. "That's very kind of you," said Smith, smiling in spite of himself at this little creature, who seemed to exude goodwill. "But who's welcome, and to what home?" This question seemed to stagger the little man. For nearly a minute he stood gazing at Smith. Then, removing his Panama, which was garnished by a narrow ribbon of red and black stripes, two red and one black, he mopped his thinly thatched head with his white silk handkerchief that gave off a strong odour of eau de cologne. "You've not forgotten Jonathan Bluggs," he cried at length. "The one and only, no limit, pace on the tin tack. You haven't forgotten Bluggy, surely?" There was a note in his voice suggestive of anxiety, and Mr. Bluggs's right hand moved towards his left breast pocket, a sinister hardness beginning to manifest itself at the corners of his mouth. "No, I haven't forgotten you," said Smith, on whom light was beginning to dawn. "I knew it, old warrior," cried Mr. Bluggs with garish heartiness, his hand dropping from his breast pocket. "I knew that Alfred the Greatest would remember the old horse that carried him over many a nasty water jump." "I've not forgotten you," continued Smith quietly, "because I'm afraid I never knew you," and he smiled with engaging simplicity. Mr. Bluggs stared at him in sheer bewilderment. Gradually the smile vanished from his face, the hardness at the corners of his mouth became emphasized, and his hand wandered once more in the direction of his breast pocket. "Here, come off of it." Smith's eyes widened slightly. "I heard that was the lay," he continued aggressively, the sunshine of his smile vanishing, leaving only a pasty complexion, a pair of little slit-like eyes, destitute of lashes, and a nose several sizes too large for the mouth it tried to peer into. "I've heard all about that stunt, but it's not good enough for Johnny Bluggs." "Otherwise Bluggy," murmured Smith. "Bluggy be damned!" "Let us take things in their correct chronological order," smiled Smith. He was both interested and amused. Mr. Bluggs seemed nonplussed. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he dived into his breast pocket. Drawing out a letter case, he selected a paper and thrust it towards Smith. "What do you make of that?" he demanded. Smith took the paper and examined it curiously. "It looks like a promissory note for £431 6s. and 2d." "It's a copy. The original's at my banker's," snapped Mr. Bluggs. "I ain't a mug." Smith raised his eyes from the note. "No?" he queried. "No, Mr. Bloomin' Alfred Warren. 'Aven't you got anything else to say?" he demanded, snatching back the note and replacing it in his letter case. "Nothing beyond the fact that I am not Mr. Alfred Warren, but Mr. James Smith. Incidentally, the note is, I believe, what is known in legal circles as statute barred." Mr. Bluggs displayed more gold filled teeth; but they were not the teeth of effusive welcome. "It is dated February 7 years ago," continued Smith, "and this is July. I " He was interrupted by a torrent of abuse from Mr. Bluggs. His face seemed even more puffy in its flushed than in its normal state of yellow. For a small man his lung power was really remarkable, Smith decided, and the way in which his eyelids opened and shut fascinated him. In Mr. Bluggs's oration there was much about what he had done for Alfred Warren, putting him on sure things on tick, and then to be served like this. He hinted darkly that it was in his power to contrive Alfred Warren's criminal prosecution for crimes that would rock the county with scandal for years to come. Not once did Mr. Bluggs repeat himself in his volume of denunciation, nor did he grow hoarse. Little points of foam gathered at the corners of his mouth, as if desirous of softening the hardness of the lines. Smith decided that Mr. Bluggs must be a practised speaker, probably to race-course crowds. "Now I'm afraid I must be going," said Smith at length, just as Mr. Bluggs was telling how, only last month, he had got a man 7 years. "Not till you pay up, my beauty," announced Mr. Bluggs, placing himself directly in Smith's path. "Mr. Bluggs," said Smith quietly, "do you see that holly bush?" He gazed towards a large clump of prickliness. Mr. Bluggs's eyes followed Smith's gaze, but he said nothing. "If you don't go at once, I shall drop you right on the top of it, and holly hurts." "You wouldn't!" Mr. Bluggs was arrested in the midst of his defiance by something he saw in Smith's eyes. For several seconds he looked, then, turning on his heel, he walked down the drive, muttering curses and threats of what would happen when he saw his solicitor. "I am beginning to feel a respect for Alfred Warren," murmured Smith, as he followed the departing bookmaker. "He probably realised to the full the pitfalls of the prodigal who indiscreetly returns." Having seen Mr. Bluggs safely enter a two-seater, in which sat one whom Smith instinctively felt was not Mrs. Bluggs, and drive away, he turned in the opposite direction. After 3 cars had dashed past, leaving him to inhale the dust they raised and the exhausts they left, he decided that cross country would be pleasanter walking. He had crossed 2 fields when suddenly he saw something that dismissed from his mind all thought of Mr. Jonathan Bluggs and Alfred Warren. Seated on a gate just ahead of him was Marjorie, her horse Nero standing beside her, his head resting against her arm. She was gazing over her shoulder in the opposite direction from that of Smith's approach. "Good morning," he said, lifting his cap and throwing away his cigarette. Marjorie started and nearly overbalanced. Recovering herself, she returned his greeting. At the sound of approaching footsteps, Nero had turned and stood regarding Smith with grave, speculative eyes. "Well, old fellow," said Smith, "you look pretty fit." As if gratified by the remark, Nero took a step towards him, arching his neck in a way that clearly invited the caress he most appreciated. "He looks as if he could take anything there is," remarked Smith, running a critical eye over Nero's delicate lines. "Do you always ride cross country?" he queried of Marjorie. "Nero doesn't like the roads," she replied, an almost imperceptible frown quivering about her eyebrows. "He hates motors," she added. Smith reached down to his nearest foreleg, Nero lifting it slightly as if in acknowledgment of a compliment, at the same time whinnying softly as if to himself. "Nero!" she cried, as he endeavoured to insert his muzzle into the right-hand pocket of Smith's coat. He had already made Nero's acquaintance in his sumptuous loose box, where he had ministered to his passion for sugar. "I've just been having a little discussion with a gentleman known to his intimates as Bluggy, who insists that I owe him £431 6s. 2d," said Smith, as he stroked Nero's glossy neck. "When I said that, like the village blacksmith, I owed not any man, he became melodramatic, and I had to threaten to toss him into a clump of holly before he realised the physical advantages of reticence." A look of interest sprang into Marjorie's eyes. Smith was encouraged. "Nero, come here," she called, as he proceeded to make further search for the bonanza he knew to be somewhere secreted about this sugar man. "Life in Little Bilstead seems rich in incident," he said, smiling up at her. He was determined to ignore her coldness and indifference. "It has not generally that reputation," she said gravely. "Possibly places are like people, we get from them what we most look for," he suggested. "And you look for incident?" The question seemed to spring to her lips in spite of herself. "Don't you think I have reason?" he queried. She did not reply. She was angry with herself for asking the question. It was a direct encouragement to conversation. Why had she done it? She had decided time after time not to. and now she had deliberately promoted discussion. "Personally, I should say that life here is intensely episodic," he continued. "I think that is why I decided to stay on." "Yes?" she interrogated politely. Certainly she was the most puzzling girl to talk to. She slew each topic of conversation as it was born. "That and the vicarage hospitality," he continued. "I'm rather like Bulldog Drummond. I require excitement." Another gap of silence followed, which Smith filled in by producing 2 more lumps of sugar. Nero fastened upon them in a flash. "Eric seems to be looking forward to the cricket match," he said presently, as he struggled to lift Nero's inquisitive nose from his left-hand pocket. Eric, he decided, was his last trench. "Poor Eric," she said softly, a slight smile fluttering the corners of her mouth. "This is his 3rd match, and he hasn't made a run yet." "But he will," said Smith, determined to seize what really looked like a promising conversational opening. She shook her head with conviction. "But haven't you anybody?" he asked, determined to keep to this promising subject. "What about Dr. Crane?" "He holds a bet as if it were a hockey stick," she said, and once more a seemingly fruitful topic lay slain. Feverishly he cast about him for some one or something to throw into the breach. Mentally he reviewed Willis, Mrs. Higgs, the vicar, young Nudd, and old Simmons. All seemed destitute of those qualities upon which ideas are exchanged. Furthermore, they were so intimately associated with what he was anxious to avoid, the departure or the return of Alfred Warren. The breach was due to Marjorie having suddenly realised that she was engaged in doing the very thing she had vowed never to do, not even to please Lady Warren. She was talking as a friend might talk to the man whose life outraged all her ideals of what a man should be. Twice in the space of a few minutes she had broken faith with herself. Yet she had asked Eric to see as little as possible of the very person she was. "I think Nero has had as much sugar as is good for him," she said, with an iciness that would have chilled the garrulousness of Pepys himself. Smith realised that it was the closure, the guillotine. Even Nero lifted an inquiring head from the investigation of Smith's pockets, as if struck by something strange in his beloved mistress' voice. A small brown hand stretched out and caressed the burnished arch of his neck, and he knew that he was not the cause. It must be the Sugar Man, he decided. Smith realised that he had no alternative but to lift his cap and pass on. Nero, however, did not share his mistress' views upon this newcomer's undesirability. He knew nothing of prodigals, although he possessed a vast knowledge of men. Those, for instance, who carried in either pocket of their coats a handful of what to Nero were white cubes of unalloyed bliss, he knew to be in every way desirable, whilst those who did not, well, they didn't count. As Smith strode off, Nero took a hesitating step after him. "Nero!" she cried sharply. "Come here," and Nero turned on a reluctant hoof. "I'm ashamed of you." Nero turned his large, expressive eyes upon his mistress. There was in her tone something that caused him concern. After all, it was he who had done it, apparently, and not the Sugar Man. Yet he stretched out his head towards her, but she drew back. His worst forebodings were confirmed. He took a half step in her direction, for, with good oats and kind words, she constituted his world. With sugar, of course. "No, Nero, I'm not going to forgive you," she said, leaning her body away from him and emphasizing the supple lines of her young figure. "You know he isn't nice," she continued presently. "Yet " She broke off. Nero gazed at her with large liquid eyes full of anxious concern. The arch of his glossy neck became less marked, and his head drooped. He recognised that the trouble was serious, and he was a master of subtlety and tact. "You know as well as I do," continued Marjorie, "that he isn't nice. Now don't you?" There was challenge in her look, and Nero's large sad eyes became larger and sadder, and his head drooped still further. "Yet," she continued, "you behave as if he were a great friend, as if I liked him." She gazed away towards where a pine wood seemed to rear its delicate crests, into the white flecked summer sky. "Now don't you?" Her eyes were still on the pine wood, and a dreamy look had crept into them. For some minutes she continued gazing, apparently at the wood, Nero watching her with speculative and mournful brown eyes. Presently he raised a tentative hoof. Then he waited. Without a sound the hoof came to earth again, a good 8 inches nearer Marjorie. Another hoof followed, and another. He was determined not to hasten matters. He had known such crises before, and they required handling with the utmost delicacy and tact. He understood the art of sympathetic self-effacement. Marjorie continued to gaze into the wonderland of her own thoughts. Presently something soft as velvet touched her cheek, and a moment later a humble muzzle was resting lightly on her shoulder. The small brown hand was raised, and, as Nero felt its gentle touch, he knew that, however heinous his crime, he was forgiven, and the proud arch returned to his silky neck. "Can people really change like that, Nero?" she murmured musingly, continuing to fondle the head resting upon her shoulder. He turned his eyes towards her, so that the whites became visible, and nuzzled against her cheek. "Of course they can't!" she cried a moment later. "You know very well they can't, Nero. Only being a man you won't say so," and she laughed lightly. The dreamy look had gone from her eyes, and the determined little chin had once more resumed its customary tilt of decision. "Now for a real old gallop!" she cried gaily. "Hell for leather!" Nero whinnied his relief. "Hush, Nero!" she murmured a moment later. "You mustn't say such things." And Nero bravely assumed the responsibility with another whinny of joy, as she slipped into the saddle. A few minutes later Smith saw them careering over the countryside, taking everything that came, and taking it well. Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 14. Smith becomes a popular hero. "You're sure you've finished both your sermons for Sunday, John?" "Quite sure, Hannah," replied the vicar meekly. "And there's nothing about cricket in them?" inquired Miss Lipscombe, the lines at the corners of her mouth deepening. "Nothing at all, Hannah," he replied with the air of a child being put through its catechism. "Then I think you may go," she said, and the vicar passed down the drive, overtaking Smith at the gate. The vicar's first thought that morning had been the weather and its probable effect upon the wicket. He had thought of little else than cricket for the past week, and it was with a sigh of content that he had seen, from his bedroom window, the sun climbing a cloudless sky. As they walked towards the cricket field, Smith was acutely conscious of his newly acquired "gents' superfine unshrinkable flans," as his trousers had been officially labelled. He had carefully preserved the ticket in his pocket book. It was obviously a document for the family muniment chest. He was engaged in speculating as to where reach-me-down outfitters recruited their models of British manhood, when a turn in the road brought them in sight of the field of play. Already it was deeply fringed with spectators. The vicar quickened his steps, as if eager that his body should be where his heart obviously was. Greeted right and left, they passed through the gate. Everybody was light-hearted and prepared for enjoyment. Festivity was in the air, and laughter sprang readily to lips already curved to its call. The shrill cries of the girls and the hoarse shouts of the men testified to the roughness of the jests, whilst the mellow crack of bat hitting ball was heard from all parts of the field, as the players strove feverishly to get themselves into form. There flashed into the vicar's eyes a look that was new to Smith. It was suggestive of a war horse that once more scents battle. As they made their way across the field, Smith was conscious of many curious glances and whisperings from the groups they passed, the words "Mr. Alfred" being clearly identifiable. Vehicles were still arriving, accommodation having been provided for them in a neighbouring meadow, where the horses were turned loose to graze. They, too, would enjoy the day. Late arrivals hurried through the gates, laden with baskets and hampers. There was much good-humoured badinage. Little Bilstead and Upper Saxton were out to enjoy themselves. Round the scorer's tent had been roped off a sort of enclosure. Here, in little groups, the society of the neighbourhood exchanged ideas and talked scandal. "I regard it as infamous," were the first words that greeted Smith's ears as he followed the vicar past the guardian of the social holy of holies. "I've told Postle what I think, and I shall—" Suddenly the voice stopped. Colonel Enderby had caught sight of Smith and the vicar. An atmosphere of gala was indelibly stamped upon the gallant Colonel's clothing. Above a pair of flannel trousers, yellow with age, was a shrunken Zingari blazer made for a much shorter man, and above this, again, was an ancient Panama hat. As the vicar exchanged greetings with those about him, he seemed to have been metamorphosed. His habitual air of absent-mindedness had vanished, and in his heart was the enthusiasm of a keen cricketer. "They've only got two new fellows, both sloggers," cried Eric, dashing up to them. "We've jolly well got to lick them to a frass, haven't we, sir?" He appealed to the vicar, who shook his head doubtfully. "I fear I've been remiss in not " He paused. It was habitual with the Reverend John Lipscombe to saddle himself with responsibilities that were not rightly his. He and Eric soon became involved in a technical discussion upon the relative merits of Little Bilstead batting and Upper Saxton bowling. As they did not seem to require his assistance, Smith continued to look about him. He caught a glimpse of Miss Jell rising out of a pyramid of lavender flounces, whilst Miss Mary Jell looked like an anachronism in a white muslin frock, sprinkled with yellow daisies and small green leaves. As they became aware of Smith's gaze, Miss Mary dropped her eyes whilst her sister bowed stiffly, and opened her parasol, also flounced, as if Smith were a bull. Mr. Marshall and his daughter were talking to Mrs. Crane. The Marshalls were always early arrivals. For Mr. Marshall the cricket match was a field day. Everybody brought something in the way of food and drink, even those whose homes were near the field of play, whilst those who lived at a distance brought luncheon hampers, which to him were veritable cornucopias. Mr. Marshall had been known to pick up as many as 2 luncheons and 3 teas at one cricket match, to say nothing of oddments in between, such as fruit, cake, and lemonade. On such occasions the evening meal of the Marshalls was a comparatively trifling affair. Smith noticed that Mr. Marshall wore a pair of white drill trousers with a large brown stain above the right knee. Where these ancient garments had first seen light, or how Mr. Marshall had acquired them, was a matter of speculation in Little Bilstead; but all agreed that they were not English, and in consequence to be regarded with suspicion. The brown stain above the right knee, however, was known to belong exclusively to Mr. Marshall, who had chosen the night of one of the annual cricket matches to upset the inkstand. Mrs. Spelman had created a mild sensation by appearing with a new toque, from the folds of which coyly peeped out a small white tip. For as far back as the best memory could carry, Mrs. Spelman had gone through life with 2 tips. The addition of a third was something in the nature of a sartorial event. All knew that as the years rolled on, this tip would be cleaned a few times, then it would pass through the whole rainbow of colours, deepening in tint with each plunge into the dye tub, until at length it would in all probability emerge black, that is to say, if Mrs. Spelman were blessed with sufficient length of years. Mrs. Truspitt Greene had disinterred a white lace frock of another historical period, which clung to her as if shy of an age in which it knew it had no right to exist. A black lace hat flopped over her eyes, rendering necessary a continual tossing of her head as if she were some high-spirited charger. Smith was recalled from his contemplation of the pomp and fashion of Little Bilstead by Eric offering to bowl if he would care to have a knock. He shook his head. He was far too interested in what was going on about him, apart from which he did not wish to disillusion Eric, who, by his patronising manner, made it clear that, whatever he may have said to Marjorie, he was convinced that the prod was a rabbit. As Eric was in second wicket down, he decided that without further practice, he had already had 2 lengthy periods that morning, he was in danger of growing stale, and, with a nod, he buzzed off, as he phrased it. Smith saw Willis and Mrs. Higgs talking to Marjorie, and, fearful of Mrs. Higgs's demonstrativeness and of her nursery recollections, he took up a strategical position behind the vicar. Presently he became aware that Marjorie was approaching, accompanied by Miss Lipscombe. She greeted the vicar cordially, but when she turned to Smith, the studied calm and self-possession which he found so irritating reasserted itself. "Have you come to see Little Bilstead win?" he inquired. "Oh, do you think we shall?" In a flash her whole expression changed. Her eyes shone with excitement, and she clasped her hands together in her eagerness. For the space of a second Smith saw the real Marjorie, then once more the mask descended, and she became the girl in whom dislike was veiled by good breeding. "We'll have a jolly good try, anyway," he said grimly. A new idea had just taken possession of him. If he could materially assist Little Bilstead in vanquishing their hated rivals, there might be a chance of earning at least her toleration for himself, quite apart from the sweetening process to which he was committed. Furthermore, it should go a long way to disprove the claim that he was Alfred Warren. A man could not learn cricket by means of a Pelman course. "I hope you will win," she said. "Eric is very keen on it." And with that she turned to the vicar. Suddenly a hush fell upon the field, and Smith saw the two captains tossing for innings. He observed a look of relief on the home captain's features as the two men straightened themselves from gazing at the penny lying on the ground. "That means that they take first knock," murmured the vicar. In local cricket circles there were two traditions that dominated all others. The first was that whoever won the toss should put his opponent in first, irrespective of the state of the wicket. The other was that to be deputed as long stop was to suffer unthinkable humiliation. To have suggested to Yardley, the Little Bilstead captain, that he should take first innings would have surprised him no less than a proposal that he should play in a fur-lined overcoat. The news that Dick Yardley had won the toss spread round the ground like a flash. Little Bilstead was delighted. Cries of "Well done, bor!" and "Good old Dick!" rang across the turf, as if the winning of the toss were due to skill rather than chance. Slowly the members of the home team dribbled into the field. First of all came the bowlers, who, taking a stump from either wicket, placed them some 2 yards off the pitch, and proceeded to send down practice balls. Smith watched this ritual with interest. In the matter of dress, the Little Bilstead team presented a motley appearance. Some wore dark trousers and white flannel shirts, others white trousers and dark shirts. Some sported collars and waistcoats, others waistcoats without collars. In headgear they were as nondescript as in other articles of attire, soft hats and cloth caps being mostly in evidence, whilst a little man with a heavy moustache sported a bowler. One man seemed to have combined the seasons in his person, for above his white flannelette trousers he wore a blue and orange football shirt, and the heavy winteriness of his boots was mitigated by the summer lightness of his straw hat. Several of the players had their trousers suspended by braces instead of belts, and one had elected to do battle in white running shorts. With misgiving Smith watched the Little Bilstead bowlers as they sent down ball after ball. It was poor stuff of dubious length, although fairly accurate in direction. At the sight of the white-clothed umpires walking slowly towards the centre of the field, the two stumps were replaced, and Yardley began distributing his men to their appointed positions, a thing that required much shouting and waving of his right hand. The umpires placed the bails upon the wickets, took up their positions, and waited. All eyes were now turned expectantly towards the scoring tent, round which were grouped the Upper Saxton players. Presently two detached themselves from the remainder and walked slowly towards the centre of the field. "Man in!" was the cry, repeated by half a dozen voices. The hour of drama was at hand. Looking painfully nervous and self-conscious, the two batsmen walked slowly towards the wickets. One, a tall, cadaverous man with unshaven chin, who wore a brown pad on his left leg, the other a short burly fellow with two white skeleton pads over black trousers. Amidst a hush of excitement, the man with the skeleton pads took guard, and then, assuming an attitude entirely devoid of ease or grace, gazed straight in front of him. The umpire gave the word, the bowler took a run, the spectators ceased to breathe, and the first ball of the match was bowled, a half volley 6 inches outside the off stump. It was, however, the first ball of the match, and as such had to be treated with respect. The batsman played it stiffly, and returned to his original position. At the end of 3 overs each man appeared satisfied that he had played himself in, thus paying tribute to convention, and the strained and awkward set of their bodies relaxed. The man with the skeleton pads opened the scoring by pulling a woefully short ball to the boundary, this to the intense joy of the Upper Saxtonians. When he repeated the stroke off the next ball, the yells of delight were deafening, but when he treated yet another ball in the same way, Upper Saxton became almost hysterical with joy. For them the match was already as good as won. With the score at 20, Brown Pad skied a ball behind the wicket-keeper. Smith ran in from long leg, and P.C. Postle ran back, hesitated, then, with a roar of "I've got her!" he lunged forward. The next the crowd saw was P.C. Postle sitting on the grass, rubbing an injured shoulder and abusing Smith roundly for spoiling his catch. The crowd roared, Upper Saxton with delight, Little Bilstead with anger. Later they joined together in derision of Mr. Alfred, whom they held responsible for the collision. From then on Smith became the butt of every would-be humorist. Each time he fielded the ball he was the recipient of loud and ironical cheers. If it was skied, no matter in what direction, the Little Bilstead players were exhorted to "let Mr. Alfred have it." Little Bilstead remembered it against Alfred Warren that in the past he had never sought to dissimulate his contempt for field sports. They saw in his turning out with the home team a deliberate effort to curry public favour, and they made no effort to disguise their contempt. The score mounted rapidly, and the man with the brown pad quickly getting going. His specialty was leg hits. He waited patiently until the ball came on the leg side, then he promptly whacked it round to the boundary. The Little Bilstead bowling grew erratic, and the wicket-keeper became demoralised and loudly reproached the bowlers. Bye after bye was scored until, after a whispered conversation with Yardley, Smith displaced Longstop, with the result that one source of revenue was cut off from the Upper Saxton scoring sheet. The crowd regarded Smith's new position as a rebuke and said so. 50 was hoisted without the loss of a wicket, and pandemonium broke out. At 63 Brown Pad skied a ball directly over the wicket-keeper's head and was caught. He returned to the enclosure with the proud knowledge that he had scored 23 towards victory. The next man in was the Upper Saxton doctor, who possessed several distinct strokes. He was a man of care and caution, as befitted his calling, but skeleton pads continued to pull merrily, playing every unacademic stroke he possessed. Change after change was tried in the bowling, which appeared to be tied in a very ugly knot. The century was signalled, and Upper Saxton drank more beer and shouted more hoarsely. From all round the ground cheers and advice were offered to the Little Bilstead players. There was neither silence nor dignity about Upper Saxton in the hour of victory. If the wicket-keeper missed a ball, he was told to get a bag, or offered the loan of a hat. There was among the Upper Saxton supporters one man possessed of a voice of great power and volume. He was evidently regarded as the supreme wit of the assembly. Time after time he boomed his sarcasms or mock sympathy, and he was particularly severe upon Mr. Alfred. "I say, bor," he cried at last to Yardley, "why don't you put Mr. Alfred on?" A yell of joyous laughter burst from the Upper Saxton supporters. They remembered the missed catch, although the memory was dimmed somewhat by the excellent ground fielding of Smith at Longstop. Yells for Mr. Alfred came from all over the field. The suggestion had gripped hold of the general imagination. For a moment Yardley seemed to hesitate, his brow corrugated with the worry of impending defeat. The advice had come just as the last ball of the over was being bowled. When the umpire called "Over," Smith walked across to Yardley. They exchanged a few words, and then, to the surprise of everyone, they were seen making for the bowler's wicket. Here, with hand and voice, Yardley began to rearrange the field as directed by Smith. In their astonishment at what was taking place, the spectators forgot to shout and jeer. Man after man was placed behind the batsman wicket, short slip, long slip, cover slip, third man, extra third man, and, most amazing of all, Yardley himself went long stop, and Yardley, as everybody knew, was the best field in Little Bilstead. When eventually it was seen that only 2 men besides the bowler were in front of the batsman, the cries of derision burst out again with redoubled force. "They're all going the same way home," cried one. "They've given up trying," said another. "He's going to bowl for catches," ventured a third. Never before had Mist' Alfred bowled in the annual cricket match, and all were prepared for comedy, if not absolute farce. They watched eagerly for the conventional ball to be bowled to the wicket keeper at the side of the pitch. With something akin to astonishment they realised that Mist' Alfred intended to dispense with this preliminary, and the Upper Saxton supporters were reassured, knowing that no bowler worthy of his salt could afford to dispense with this time honoured precaution against an erratic first ball. Had not Armstrong himself hallowed the custom, and in a Test match too? In the enclosure the excitement was no less great than round the ground, although less energetically expressed. In the centre of the vicar's pale cheeks were two carmine spots, giving him the appearance of having been rouged. He was breathing in little sobs, and Miss Lipscombe was watching him anxiously. He read Smith's placing of the field, as Belshazzar of old had read the writing on the wall. Marjorie's lower lip had disappeared, gripped by a row of very small and very white teeth. Miss Mary Jell wanted to cry, whereas Mrs. Spelman felt she must shriek. 3 times Miss Jell opened and closed her sunshade, the third time tipping Colonel Enderby's Panama over his eyes and an exclamation from his lips. Miss Marshall felt sick. It was a weakness which, as a child, had caused her to receive few invitations to parties, and never twice to the same house. Never had Little Bilstead society found self-control so difficult to preserve. An uncanny silence descended upon the crowd. Slowly Smith walked some 8 paces beyond the wicket, whilst the spectators held their breath. Then something seemed to happen. Without a pause he span round and appeared to shoot towards the wicket. There was a sharp click. P.C. Postle fell over backwards, and the man with the skeleton pads stood regarding his middle stump where no middle stump should be, some 9 yards from its fellows, whilst Smith was walking slowly back to the bowler's wicket. For a moment the crowd seemed to have lost the power of speech. Into the vicar's throat there sprang something that caused him to swallow hurriedly. The Miss Jells looked at one another, interrogation in their eyes. Colonel Enderby swore, whilst Mr. Marshall, who had paused in the act of biting an egg and cress sandwich, gazed at the broken wicket, a fringe of green threads dangling from his lower lip. Then pandemonium broke out. Yells, cries and catcalls sounded from all over the field. Yardley smiled for the first time during the last hour. "You're out!" cried the umpire to the man with the skeleton pads, as if to remove from his mind any lingering doubt that might lurk there. Having apparently concluded his contemplation of the errant middle stump, skeleton pads slowly turned and walked towards the scoring tent, whilst members of the Little Bilstead team grouped themselves round Smith. "Well done, Mr. Alfred!" "Well done, Bor!" "Has anyone seen the middle stump?" Cries echoed and re-echoed from all parts of the field. Little Bilstead was coming into its own. The man with the booming voice, who had advised the putting on of Mist' Alfred to bowl, now became the centre of virulent reproach from the supporters of Upper Saxton. From the direction of the scoring tent the new batsman moved reluctantly towards the wicket, which had been restored. It was easy to see that he was a beaten man even before he reached the field of battle. Cries of "Man in!" were raised, and, amid booms of derision and counter hoots of delight, the Little Bilstead team resumed their positions. The umpire gave guard to a quaking little batsman who seemed to wish himself anywhere but where he was. Smith again walked his 8 slow, deliberate steps beyond the wicket, span round, and hurtled towards the terrified batsman. At the sight of Smith tearing towards him, the little man shut his eyes and withdrew his body as much as possible from the bat. Click! This time the wicket keeper did not fall over. He dodged. Without so much as a glance at his demolished stumps, the new batsman trotted placidly towards the scoring tent, thankful that his limbs were intact. Once more Little Bilstead gave full voice to its enthusiasm. Men laughed and shouted, girls shrilled and capered, whilst anyone who was fortunate to possess an instrument capable of producing a noise either blew, struck, or rattled it to the stretch of his powers. One man with a bugle went almost purple in the face through striving to combine the more potent qualities of the reveille with the last post. In the enclosure the excitement was almost as great, although continuing to manifest itself with more restraint and decorum, for social Little Bilstead was social Little Bilstead through and through. Miss Jell clapped her lace-gloved hands several times with Victorian refinement, whilst Miss Mary, with flushed cheeks and eyes unusually bright, struck her palms together until they ached. Mrs. Spelman's new toque had taken a pronounced list to starboard as a result of her enthusiasm, and even Mrs. Truspitt Greene had softened in the hour of what all regarded as an approaching triumph for Little Bilstead, for she had compromised with fashion by tilting back her hat to the extent of enabling her to obtain an uninterrupted view of the game without those constant tossings which made her head ache. Marjorie sat with hands clasped and shining eyes, her lips slightly parted. The dramatic change in the fortunes of Little Bilstead had thrilled her. At that moment, with all the casuistry of a woman, she had either forgotten or forgiven the delinquencies of the man in the triumph of the cricketer. "Splendid, splendid!" murmured the vicar, as he sat with his delicate blue-veined hands clasped above his walking-stick. "I suspected it," he murmured. "I suspected it." Colonel Enderby scowled and muttered to himself. He had endeavoured to engage Mr. Marshall in an anti-hero worship campaign; but Mr. Marshall was in the process of realising that in supreme moments human nature is incapable of realising more than one sense at a time. Everywhere about him lay eatables and drink that were good to the palate, but there were none to ask him to partake. All eyes were riveted upon the cricket pitch, all eyes, that is, except those of Mr. Marshall, which roved from basket to neglected basket. Eric Stannard could not resist the hand wave to Marjorie, followed by a little caper of ecstasy. There are emotional flaws even in the social armour of the public school boy. The incoming batsman managed to put off the evil moment by keeping his bat rigidly in the hole he had dug for it, but the next ball seemed to get round the bat. In any case, his off stump was sent somersaulting out of the ground. When the over was completed, Smith's analysis read 3 wickets for no runs. So demoralised had the Upper Saxton batting become that only 2 runs were scored from the bowler at the other end, who had hitherto been unmercifully punished. In his next 3 overs, Smith concluded the Upper Saxton innings, the total being 126. As the last wicket fell, the excitement of the Little Bilstead supporters could not be restrained. Like a football crowd dissatisfied with the umpire's decision, they streamed across the field, shouting and yelling, whilst from all sides came the cry, "Good on you, Mist' Alfred! Give 'em cosh!" With difficulty Smith made his way through the crowd, receiving congratulations in the form of handshakes, blows upon the back, and shouts in his ear. Little Bilstead was pleased with itself and its hero. At length he forced a passage through the cheering mass, and sought shelter in the neighbourhood of the scorer's tent. Here he found Marjorie, the vicar, and Eric. "Here he is!" cried Eric. Smith was startled at the change in Marjorie. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes were dancing with excitement. If she had been beautiful before, he decided, she was ravishing now in her white frock and the large straw hat that shaded her face. For the first time she smiled up at him, and that smile definitely sealed the fate of Upper Saxton. "Splendid," murmured the vicar in a husky voice as he gripped Smith's hand. "Splendid! I've never seen finer bowling in my life. What do you think of it, Yardley?" he enquired as he beamed upon the captain of Little Bilstead, who had approached the group. "Wouldn't Mist' Alfred captain the team, sir?" he enquired, looking anxiously towards Smith. "No, no, Yardley," said Smith. "You've done very well, and you're going to show us how to beat them." Yardley shook his head despondently. He knew the strength of the Upper Saxton bowling. "Will you go in first, sir?" he enquired. "No, put me down 3rd or 4th wicket down, Yardley. That'll do," said Smith. "Wouldn't it be better to go in a little earlier?" suggested the vicar, as Yardley made his way through the throng. "We've got a very bad tail," he added. "So I hear," smiled Smith. "Like an English Test team. No, leave me where I said." Luncheon was taken at the conclusion of the Upper Saxton innings. All round the ground people seated themselves in little groups, and proceeded to unpack parcels and hampers, which mostly took the form of cardboard boxes, string bags, or small Japanese baskets. From Miss Lipscomb, Smith had learned that the luncheon was looked upon by the players as by no means the least important item in the day's proceedings. The match had originated as a half day affair, but the vicar had thought it would be more pleasant to make a whole day match of it, and when played at Little Bilstead he had undertaken to entertain the rival teams at luncheon, which was served in a marquee erected on the field. The first whole day match had been fraught with disastrous results as far as sport was concerned. The vicar had generously provided wine and beer at luncheon, with the result that the subsequent cricket deteriorated to such a degree that the match had ended in a draw, from the sheer inability of the players to continue. For one thing, the umpires, mellowed by some extremely good port, had refused to give any one out, exhorting the fielding side to give him another chance together, a circumstance which had seriously compromised the interest of the game. From that day on only temperance drinks were provided. Miss Lipscomb had seen to that, and care was taken that the viands should be light in character, lest the umpires be tempted to sleep at their posts. For the next hour the crowd, unconstrained by any such responsibility as that resting on the players, feasted joyously, pledging one another in beer and cider, and, above all, pledging the return of the prodigal, Mr. Alfred. There was some wonder at this sudden transformation of one who had always been something of a joke in the matter of sport, but there was no time for analysis. A few of the more thoughtful, however, were inclined to accept Smith's statement that he was not Alfred Warren, and the few were those who knew that cricketers are not made. When at length a movement was observed at the entrance of the tent, a murmur of "Here they come!" ran from mouth to mouth, baskets and bags were repacked, bottles thrown over hedges, crumbs dusted from clothes, and all prepared themselves for what they were convinced would be an afternoon of intense excitement. The same preliminaries were gone through as had heralded the Upper Saxton innings. Smith stood by the vicar, watching the Upper Saxtonians getting themselves into form at the ball. "That," said the vicar, pointing out a man with black leather boots, white flannelette trousers, a waistcoat and a collar and tie, "is Marsh. He is a grievous thorn in our flesh." At that moment Marsh delivered a ball which lifted the single stump out of the ground, to the obvious delight of the Upper Saxton supporters. "Good length," remarked Smith. "Yes," murmured the vicar despondently, as if recalling past tragedies. "A determined man, but easily flurried. Resistance seems to excite him, and he gets woefully short." Smith made a mental note of Marsh's limitations. The opening of the Little Bilstead innings was almost as sensational as the close of that of Upper Saxton. With his first ball Marsh made a sorry mess of the wicket of Herbert Painter, the steadiest bat in the Little Bilstead team. 3 balls later he caught and bowled P.C. Postle. With the last ball of the over Marsh spread-eagled Eric's wicket. Thus 3 wickets were down and no runs. From the other end Yardley, who had gone in first, viewed with consternation the downfall of his stalwarts. The Upper Saxton portion of the crowd had entirely regained its good humour and high spirits. Victory, they now felt, was assured. The man with the booming voice once more gave tongue with comment and criticism. The ecstasy of the Little Bilstead faction had died down to murmurs of apprehension. Some saw the certainty of a single innings defeat, others wondered if it would be possible to play out time. "Why don't you send Mr. Alfred in?" boomed the Upper Saxton critic, and, as if in answer to the suggestion, Smith was seen walking slowly towards the wicket. As if by magic the spirits of the Little Bilstead supporters rose, and they cheered their champion to the echo. As he approached the wicket adjusting his gloves, Yardley came to meet him. For a moment the two walked side by side in conversation, then they parted to take up their respective positions. As Yardley took guard, a breathless hush seemed to descend upon the field. Every movement of the players was watched with feverish anxiety. The vicar found it impossible to keep his hands still. Colonel Enderby played with the bottom button of his Zingari blazer until Miss Jell felt that she must grip his hand to keep him quiet. Marjorie gazed at the nondescript group of men with strained and shining eyes. In the hearts of all there was a dread of disaster. The bowler walked from the wicket and took a short run. There was a mellow sound of leather hitting wood, and Little Bilstead drew its breath again. Yardley had played the ball with a straight and determined bat. The second and third he treated in the same manner, the fourth he placed between cover point and mid off, opening the score with a 2. The Little Bilstead supporters opened their throats with encouraging shouts, convinced that the rot had been stopped. Yardley played the last 2 balls of the over in steady and confident style. The dramatic moment of the match had arrived. How would Mist' Alfred shape before Dick Marsh, was the question all were asking themselves. Very deliberately Smith glanced round to see how the field was placed. Walking some 3 yards up the pitch, he removed a small piece of turf that had been kicked up by Yardley's heavy heel. "Don't you worry, Mist' Alfred," boomed the voice of the Upper Saxton critic. "You won't be there long, bor." As Marsh took his run, there was a quick indrawing of breath among the spectators. The ball left the bowler's hand and, a moment later, passed low on the ground to the right of cover point. "Run!" yelled the crowd, but Smith's warning left hand was raised, and Yardley returned to his crease. Smith was not going to take the risk of putting Yardley up against Marsh. The second and third balls he placed in exactly the same position as the first. Marsh altered the position of cover point, with the result that the next ball passed over the spot from which cover point had been removed. Marsh motioned cover point back to his original position. The fifth ball Smith treated as he had treated the first 3. The crowd began to laugh. A frown settled upon Marsh's features. The last ball of the over also passed to the right of cover point, and Smith's hand beckoned the expected Yardley. A shout of laughter broke from the Little Bilstead spectators. Mist' Alfred's strategy had become clear to all. They were too excited to marvel at what was taking place. "Another over like that," murmured the vicar unsteadily to Marjorie, "and Marsh will go to pieces. Beautiful placing," he murmured. Marjorie gave him a swift little smile, and her eyes returned to the players. Smith took guard at the other end, and once more looked deliberately round the field. The new bowler appeared uncomfortable. Mentally he was arguing that if the batsman could do what he liked with Marsh, what was to happen to him? Smith soon removed any doubt from his mind by driving him hard to the off boundary, just past cover point. Marsh brought mid on over to extra cover point. The next ball was sent at express speed directly over the spot that mid on had vacated, and 2 runs were scored. The Little Bilstead crowd roared its delight. The comedy taking place before them they appreciated to its full extent. When Marsh motioned mid on back to his original position, they shouted their derision. The bowler became nervous. As if to complete his demoralisation, Smith lifted his next ball clean out of the field, amidst a perfect tornado of applause. From the last ball of the over he scored a single. Again the spectators held their breath. Once more the champions were opposed. 4 times Smith drove the ball just out of cover point's reach, but refused to run. The 5th ball of the over was short. He drove it hard to the boundary. From the 6th he took a single. The score had now reached 20 for 3 wickets. "I think that settles Marsh," said the vicar with a sigh of content. To Yardley's face there had returned the good humoured smile it habitually wore. He felt that Little Bilstead still possessed a sporting chance. From the next over Smith gathered 16 runs, and from Marsh's 3rd over 9. The hopes of the home supporters ran high. Slowly the score mounted. 50, 60, 70. Yardley was doing his share now, and the 2 men were running every short run they could possibly gather, demoralising the fielding side into wild returns and consequent overthrows. Change after change was tried in the bowling. Marsh crossed to the other end, but still the score mounted. At 85 Yardley failed properly to get hold of a ball and was caught by mid off, having played a patient and valuable innings of 14. As he returned to the scoring tent, many of the spectators streamed out to meet him, and with much patting on the back and congratulation he was escorted back to where the other members of the team were grouped. 42 to win, muttered the vicar, and a tail like nothing in Wisden. "We shall do it," cried Marjorie. "I know we shall. We must." But the vicar shook a doubtful head. Throwing down his bat, Yardley proceeded to give careful and elaborate instructions to the ingoing batsman, with the result that he reduced him to a pathetic state of nervousness. He was a man on whose shoulders the fate of empires was never intended to rest. After 1 ball from Marsh he returned with a silly grin upon his face, and in his ears the shouts of jubilation of Upper Saxton. With successive balls Marsh dismissed 2 more of his opponents, thus performing the hat trick and disproving the vicar's prophecy. Dr. Crane was one of his victims. Smith decided that he handled a bat less like a hockey stick than a scythe. 85 for 7. Shouts echoed from all parts of the field. He of the booming voice seemed to awaken as from a long slumber. Upper Saxton had taken heart. Victory seemed once more within its grasp. "If you get bowled first ball, I'll punch your head," cried Yardley tensely to Tom Bassingthwaighte, the postman. Thus fortified, Tom Bassingthwaighte made his way to the field of glory. He was not of a bellicose disposition, but there had been in his skipper's voice that which carried conviction. He proceeded to the wicket at an ambling trot, as if anxious to get through the ordeal as quickly as possible. Having taken guard, he gazed before him as one hypnotized. He saw Dick Marsh turn away and walk from him. A moment later the ball seemed to be hurtling through the air towards him as if bent on his destruction. With Yardley's threats still ringing in his ears, Tom Bassingthwaighte kept his bat rigidly pressed to the ground. The ball hit the outer edge and went off at a tangent well out of reach of short slip. The batsman stood looking stupidly in the direction taken by the ball. He was awakened to realities by a yell from Smith bidding him run. He ran. It was not until he was back at his own crease that he realised he had scored 2. "Over!" Little Bilstead breathed again, now that Smith had the bowling. The first ball, a half volley, he lifted clean out of the ground. The second he placed round to leg for 4. The third he drove for a light number. The fourth he lifted over the bowler's head to the boundary. The fifth ball he left alone, and the sixth he drove to the on for an easy one. For some reason best known to himself, Bassingthwaighte hesitated, then starting to run, he crossed Smith, turned and doubled back to his own crease like a frightened rabbit. "Get back, you silly ass!" roared Smith. But nothing could persuade the little man to forsake his own crease, for was not the ball on its way to the other wicket? A roar of triumph went up as the wicket keeper whipped off the bails, many thinking that it was Smith who had been run out. The cheers subsided when they saw Bassingthwaighte walking dejectedly towards the scoring tent, to be met halfway by Yardley, who, with passionate and intimidating movement, was conveying to the unhappy man his views upon fools and numbskulls. 105 for 8 wickets. We shall never do it, murmured the vicar. The 2 last men can never stand 6 balls from Marsh. Smith walked towards the incoming batsman. "Now listen," he murmured on reaching his side. "When I beckon, you run. Don't stop to think, but run like hell. If you don't, I'll kill you." And with that he turned on his heel and walked back to his own wicket. The new man, Charlie Jackson, an inoffensive little man who acted as odd man to any and everybody in Little Bilstead, had watched with admiration Bassingthwaighte's strategy and had determined to emulate it. With figure braced and bat held firmly to the ground, he waited the onset of the first ball. It struck the bat full in the centre and rebounded halfway up the pitch. From his self-gratulation he was roused by a terrific yell to run. He ran, blindly and madly. Marsh and the wicket-keeper also ran, likewise point, cover point and mid-on. Suddenly in the middle of the pitch there seemed to be a crowd of players, but Jackson had scored a run and Smith had got the bowling. A roar passed round the ground like a cyclone. For one short moment Charlie Jackson had become a hero. Smith's face had lost the tenseness that had characterized it during the previous few minutes, and he proceeded to prove conclusively that if the game were won, it would be through that single scored by Charlie Jackson. 3 fours and a 1 brought the score up to 119. As the players changed over, the excitement became almost intolerable. Marsh was again the bowler. He was very white, and the perspiration stood out in little beads upon his forehead. "Give him cosh, bor!" boomed the Upper Saxton supporter with a megaphone voice as Marsh walked from the wicket. Ball after ball Smith played with care and respect. The fourth, however, was short, and he drove it to the on for 2, bringing the score to 121. The spectators held their breath. The next ball also yielded 2. Marsh gathered himself together for a final effort. If he could prevent Smith from scoring, there was still a chance for Upper Saxton to win. In an endeavour to get additional pace on the ball, he added a yard to his run. The ball pitched short. There was a sharp crack, a terrific yell, and Marsh knew that Smith had scored a boundary and won the match. Then the crowd seemed to go mad. Men yelled, girls danced, fights broke out. The next over accounted for the two remaining batsmen. Little Bilstead had won by a single run. At the click which told of the fall of the last wicket, the crowd surged across the field. Smith felt himself seized by many hands that endeavoured to hoist him upon as many different shoulders. He was deafened by the noise, bruised by the rough handling he was receiving, and he was very thirsty. Eventually, in a position of extreme discomfort, he was carried towards the scoring tent, where he learned that his individual score was 99 not out. Out from the surge of many impressions, people wringing his hands, hitting him on the back, commiserating with him on not having reached a century, a perfect babel of nothingnesses, came the picture of Marjorie clapping her hands, her hair disordered, her face flushed. He experienced a strange sensation as if all his muscles had suddenly relaxed. Everybody was talking at once, and every word in praise of Smith's play. Such cricket had never been seen in either Little Bilstead or Upper Saxton. It was a match that would go down to posterity as the greatest in the history of the county. Every one strove to get a closer view of the hero of the hour. The girls told one another how handsome he was, with his curly fair hair and bronzed features, whilst the men, remembering what he had done, refrained from criticism, which, in reality, would have been self-defence. The vicar was mopping his eyes with a coloured handkerchief, pretending a fly was the cause of the unusual moisture. Miss Jell was actually cordial, whilst Miss Mary never afterwards was able to explain how it came about that her sister found her clutching Smith's left shin, as he struggled to preserve a position that would at least ensure his head being not lower than his feet. Mrs. Spelman's toque was resting on her right shoulder. Mrs. Truspitt Greene's millinery now sat on her head like the straw hat of a stage jackdaw, whilst Mrs. Crane was crying softly to herself. Mrs. Crane always cried on occasions of great emotional tension. Colonel Enderby had gone home, and at that moment was mixing a whisky and soda with Hindustani oaths, whilst Mr. Marshall had seized the moment of excitement to do a little scavenging on his own account, with the result that he succeeded in acquiring a cheese cake minus one bite, an apple, a piece of cake, 2 tomatoes, and 3 sandwiches, a little curled at the edges. Later he had to confess to himself that he had seldom done so well at a cricket match. Apart from the discomfort of having each limb in the charge of a different section of the crowd, Smith was gravely concerned as to the probable effect of such robustiousness upon Gent's superfine unshrinkable flans. When at length he managed to free himself from the embarrassing attentions of cheering Little Bilsteadians, and assume an upright position upon his feet, it was to find himself gazing down at Eric's flushed face. "I say, you're the giddy limit!" he cried. Smith, however, did not hear. He was looking about for Marjorie, but she had gone. At that moment she was sitting at her bedroom window, gazing out at the gently swaying trees, wondering why she had come away so suddenly and what people would think. She had experienced the sensations of the hosts of Tuscany, and had fled from the temptation to cheer the enemy. Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 15. A Village Divided Against Itself. From the hour that Smith won the cricket match against Upper Saxton, Little Bilstead became a village divided against itself. The sporting section of the community, and Little Bilstead was intensely sporting in the matter of its annual trial of strength with Upper Saxton, went over to Smith in a body. Little Bilstead society, however, showed a nicer discrimination between the relative claims of match winning and morals. Colonel Enderby was not the man to be influenced by mob worship, as he called it, and the sudden popularity of Smith rendered him almost apoplectic with rage. He drank many whiskies and sodas, which reacted upon his liver, and his liver in turn affected his temper. There was between Colonel Enderby and peace with Alfred Warren a linen line of fluttering filminess. He had been known to swear audibly in a crowded thoroughfare at the sight of a shop window dressed for the part of a Great White Sale, and to the astonishment of the passers-by. Nothing could wipe out the memory of what he regarded as not only an insult to himself but an affront to the army. When Tom Bassingthwaighte delivered to the Colonel his letters on the morning after Smith had made cricket history for Little Bilstead, he had added to his usual greeting of "Good morning, Colonel," a reference to the victory of the previous afternoon. "Go to hell," had been the explosive reply, and the door was banged violently in the postman's face. Can 99 not out and a handful of wickets wipe out the memory of a great scandal? That was the question which had exercised the mind of Miss Jell throughout a sleepless night. She knew that in the morning her sister would return to her hero worship of the day before. Miss Jell had noted in the demeanour of her sister, when rebuked for her admiration of the prodigal, an indication of mutiny. It was the merest suggestion, but it had caused her some anxiety. To her Miss Mary was a younger sister, and as such must be protected from all influences likely to imperil the Victorian innocence of her naturally sweet nature. Something must be done, Miss Jell had told herself time after time, as she tossed from side to side on her feather bed. It was the flat-footed Ellen, however, who had supplied the rod with which the unfortunate Mary Jell was to be disciplined. Miss Jell was first down that morning, and Ellen, a woman and therefore a hero worshipper, promptly made reference to the cricket match, and how the lad who brought the milk from the farm had made reference to "Miss Mary a clinging to Mist' Alfred's leg." Having frozen Ellen to silence, Miss Jell was conscious of a feeling of relief. During the night she had prayed very hard for guidance, and Providence had sent her Smith's left leg wherewith to rebuke her delinquent sister. By the time breakfast was over, that is to say, Miss Jell's breakfast, for her sister consumed nothing but the bitterness of repentance, Miss Mary was reduced to tears and a determination to slip into the church that morning and ask God to forgive her for her unmaidenliness in grasping the shin of a popular hero, albeit in a moment of great excitement. She was convinced that she would never be able to meet Smith again without blushing, and the mere sight of a man would recall to her mind that she, Mary Jell, had been so forward as to grasp a masculine tibia. "I must be brazen," she sobbed on her bed that morning, and Mary Jell knew no greater condemnation of a woman than to say that she was brazen. In each and every Little Bilstead home on the morning following Smith's sudden jump to fame, the talk was exclusively concerned with the great and glorious victory so recently achieved. Each player in the match recounted his own particular deeds, particularly those who had been the greatest failures. To listening wives, mothers, or brothers they explained, to their own entire satisfaction, that the match had been won by that one particular run which they had either made or prevented an Upper Saxton player from making. All agreed that Mist' Alfred's play had been a revelation, and those who possessed some knowledge of the science of the game went over incontinently to the Smith heresy. During the day Little Bilstead was inspired with varying emotions and prompted to diverse occupations. Mrs. Spelman took her toque to pieces, although it had been retrimmed especially for the cricket match, whilst Tom Simmons got most expensively drunk on old ale, the strength of his head rendering indulgence in this direction almost ruinous. Officially he reported himself as suffering from colic. Mrs. Truspitt Greene spent the whole morning in waving her best auburn wig, and composing an invitation to Mr. Alfred Warren to take tea with her a week hence. If anything happened in the meantime, she argued, influenza should save her from the embarrassment of an engagement she was undesirous of keeping. Miss Marshall washed her father's linen trousers, humming the while "Onward, Christian Soldiers," in honour of the victory of her village, whilst her father was engaged in retrospective regrets for the many dainties he had missed, which he now saw he might easily have attached without exciting comment, either verbal or mental. At the Grange Eric was irrepressible. He jazzed Mrs. Higgs across the hall until she collapsed upon the stairs, not from want of enthusiasm, but from sheer lack of breath. He locked Willis in his pantry and burst in upon his sister at a time when at least 2 inches more of silk stocking were exposed to view then the public was privileged to see. The result was a fierce combat, in which a table became upset and a vase broken before Marjorie's dainty person was firmly fixed upon what Eric called his stomach, but which she insisted was his chest. "Isn't it just spiff?" he gasped, when at length permitted to rise, and Marjorie smiled. "I say, Marjorie," he burst out, when his sister had assumed a dressing gown of a rich amber tint. That morning ordinary speech was denied him. He was in mood for bursts like those of a Lewis gun. "Yes, Eric," she replied, without looking round from the mirror, in front of which she had taken up her stand and was proceeding to brush her hair. "Why don't you marry Smith?" There was a tinkling crash as the brush fell from her hand among various toilet requisites. "Don't be silly, Eric," she said, as she picked up the brush and proceeded to draw it over the auburn masses of her hair. "You like him." "I don't." "You dropped your brush." "It slipped from my hand." "Why doesn't it slip now?" "Because I'm holding it more tightly." "Rats!" And she continued in long sweeping strokes to reorder her hair. "Why won't you marry him?" he persisted, as she made no sign of continuing the conversation. "He'll play for England one of these days." It seemed to him selfish of any sister to deny a fellow such a brother-in-law. "But you know he's not that Warren blighter," he continued. "What do you mean?" she demanded, turning swiftly from the contemplation of her own reflection to the screwed-up, freckled face of her brother. Eric always screwed up his features when demanding something he saw very little chance of getting. "A fellow can't learn to play cricket like that. It's in him. You ask the vicar." Marjorie turned slowly back to the mirror. The movement of the brush was slower, and there was a slight pucker about the delicately pencilled eyebrows. "He's frightfully keen on you," Eric went on presently. "He seems—" "Be quiet, Eric, and don't talk nonsense," she cried, and the mirror reflected a blush that she knew was not hers. "He's always talking about you," Eric continued remorselessly, "or trying to get me to. He thinks I don't see through it, but I do," he added, with a knowing air. "I may have a fool name, but—" "Where do you learn such expressions, Eric?" broke in Marjorie, anxious to divert the conversation from its present embarrassing channel. "What expression?" "Fool name." "Oh, that's Otis P. Wannebrocker's. He's an American, one of Hamley's crowd. Not a bad fellow. He broke Gamble's nose and it made him popular." "Made him popular!" cried Marjorie, pausing in her brushing. "Gamb's always bullying somebody, and he said Washington was a rebel. So Otis P. went for him, and Gamb went about with his nose in a sling. Of course we all know that old Wash was a reb, but it was rotten bad form to say so," he added for his sister's illumination. "But I say, Margie, it's jolly beastly of you." "What is?" she queried weakly. "You know what I mean," he retorted sullenly. "You might. You know how rotten I am with fast bowling, and he would—" "Don't be ridiculous, Eric," she retorted, resuming her brushing. "It's precious little I ever ask," he grumbled, "and when I do you— Here, what the—" She turned swiftly, and before Eric could complete his sentence, or had time to dodge, her arms were around his neck and she had kissed him. "You off your Brazil?" he demanded angrily, as he rubbed the back of his neck. Then withdrawing his hand he examined it carefully for signs of blood, but seeing nothing he resumed the rubbing. "That brush hurts." With heightened colour Marjorie returned to the mirror and recommenced the brushing of her hair. Did her eyes really sparkle as much as the mirror said? "It was to show I forgive you for bursting into my room when—well, just now," she said, with a calmness she was far from feeling. For nearly a minute he continued to regard the rhythmic sweep of the brush and the billow of her hair, as from time to time she threw back her head. Finally, without further remark, he slipped out of the room, his brow puckered in thought, as have been the brows of many other males at the inexplicability of the female of their own species. It was then that he locked Willis in his pantry. He required dramatic relief. That morning's breakfast at the vicarage was the brightest that either Miss Lipscombe or Janet remembered. For the time being the vicar seemed to find more in the smallness of Little Bilstead than in the glory and the grandeur of the ancients. The cricket match was replayed in its every detail. Each thrill was re experienced, and every pang was felt anew. Time after time came from Miss Lipscombe the reminder, "John, your coffee is getting cold," or "Cricket will keep hot, but eggs and bacon won't," at which the vicar, ever obedient, would either drink or eat, a moment later returning to the excitements of the previous day's game. Both he and Miss Lipscombe were now entirely convinced that Smith was not Alfred Warren. The vicar had dismissed the matter in a few words. A first-class cricketer himself in his youth, he knew that such skill as Smith had shown was as remote from acquirement as the genius of a Theocritus or a Horace. Janet marvelled at the change in "the master," whilst the lines at the corners of Miss Lipscombe's mouth fluttered as she watched the keen, nervous hands of her brother as they emphasized his words. Once he upset his coffee cup in illustrating a stroke to which he had been addicted nearly half a century before, and he forgot even to apologize to his sister, a thing he invariably did at any mishap due either to his own or another's act. Suddenly there was a whir of wings, followed by shrill pipings of protest, announcing that some forbidden foot was invading the birds' breakfast table. The flutters disappeared from the corners of Miss Lipscombe's mouth as she turned to rebuke the intruder for an unpardonable act of sacrilege. A moment later the grinning face of Eric appeared at the opened French windows. "Eric, haven't I told you—" "Sorry, Miss Lipscombe," he cried, "but I couldn't wait to go round. I've just got to talk about it to some one or I shall explode. I've had a fight with Marjie, jazzed Higgy out of breath, and locked Willis in his pantry, but isn't it ripping, sir?" he broke off, addressing the vicar. "Absolutely top hole. Morning," he nodded to Smith. "We were just talking about the match, Eric," said the vicar. "I shan't talk of anything else, sir, for a month," cried Eric. "It was a wonderful day," said the vicar, relapsing somewhat into his customary dreaminess. "A wonderful day. I often wonder, Hannah," he continued, addressing his sister, "if I ought not to modify the interest I take in sport. For a shepherd—" "Rubbish!" she cried. "If a shepherd isn't a sportsman, how is he to know how to keep wolves away from his flock?" The vicar's eyes widened slightly as he gazed across at his sister. "That savours of the Sophists, Hannah," he said gently. "I must seek the guidance of the bishop when he comes." And Miss Lipscombe made a mental note to have the first word with the bishop. It had become the bishop's custom when visiting his old friend the vicar of Little Bilstead, first to inquire of Miss Lipscombe for details of what he called "the dark patches." Consequently, when the vicar asked for guidance, the bishop was never at a loss how to advise him, and in such a way as to deny him none of the few pleasures he loved, but which he thought might be wrong just because he loved them. "I wish we were playing again to day," said Eric, as he seated himself at the table and began work upon a large slice of currant cake. "Are you collecting eggs, then?" asked Miss Lipscombe dryly. "I say, that's too bad, Miss Lipscombe," he protested through a mouthful of cake. "I know I made a blob, but if I hadn't stopped that boundary we should have been licked." "I suppose there are 10 different men who think they won," suggested Miss Lipscombe, who loved to tease Eric. "No, Miss Lipscombe," he replied, "9 men and a boy," and he took another bite of cake, which to further controversy was like an editorial, "This discussion is now closed." As soon as Colonel Enderby was shaved and dressed that morning, he went down to the village in the hope of encountering one of his own "social set," as he was accustomed to regard those whom he allowed himself to meet on equal terms. As he passed Rose Cottage, he caught a glimpse of Mr. Marshall's white trousers swaying gently in the breeze. Some strange association of ideas caused him to flush darkly and swear fluently under his breath. Outside the post office he encountered Mrs. Truspitt Greene, who had just posted her letter inviting Smith to tea with her. She had taken the precaution of altering the slope of her handwriting so that Paul Pryingthwaite, as she called the village postman, should not discover who was writing to the prodigal. She had taken the further precaution of securing the flap with sealing wax. Mrs. Truspitt Greene took no risks. As she had addressed her invitation to Alfred Warren, it was not until months later that it was opened and Smith became aware of the honour that had been conferred upon him. "Good morning, ma'am," cried the Colonel as he lifted his cap. "None the worse for yesterday's heat, I hope," he added gallantly. Mrs. Truspitt Greene smiled up at him, using the same smile which, 40 years ago, had secured her a husband. "What did you think of it, Colonel?" she asked, guardedly. Not quite seeing how she could ascribe the defeat of Upper Saxton to heavenly will, she decided it were better to seek earthly guidance. "A scandal, ma'am!" he cried, in the tone he had been accustomed to use to his officers when informing them that the regiment, and incidentally the British Army, was going to the dogs. "Last night the whole village was intoxicated, ma'am. Intoxicated!" he added, in what was almost a shout. "You don't say so!" cried Mrs. Truspitt Greene. All the morning she had been regretting the fact that the previous evening she had allowed herself to be dissuaded from taking a walk with her maid towards the village. It was the maid who had dissuaded her. She had plans of her own, also the back door key. At breakfast she had told her mistress of the goings on of the night before, mentioning the milk boy as her source of information. "I saw it myself," he barked. "The whole village was full of men and women, drinking and fighting and dancing. It's a scandal, and all through that scoundrel Warren. He ought to be deported." It was true that Little Bilstead had held high carnival the previous night, gathering in force outside The Pigeons. The local contingent had been reinforced by a good sprinkling of Upper Saxtonians. By 9 o'clock The Pigeons' cellars had been drunk dry of all save a few bottles of spirits and mineral waters, after which strange concoctions were invented and drunk, including cider and rum, cherry brandy, and stone ginger beer. There had been several faction fights, in all of which Little Bilstead had triumphed, for never had Little Bilstead tales been so erect as on that dramatic night of unexpected victory. At first the general attitude had been a little uncertain, but after a few rounds of the flowing bowl, as represented by mugs of ale, the name of Mist' Alfred was heard again and again, coupled with toasts of vainglory and rhodomontade. For Little Bilstead wore its newly acquired laurels no more modestly than Upper Saxton had worn theirs in the past. Yardley had been seen hopping about unsteadily on one foot, like an intoxicated robin, moving from group to group enquiring if anyone had seen his boot, which had somehow disappeared when removed in order that a crease in a sock might be readjusted. Roars of laughter had greeted his efforts to discover it. Yardley had been one of the chief victims of the victory. Every one wanted to be his host, and quite a number succeeded, with the result that the Little Bilstead captain, who boasted one of the strongest heads in the eastern counties, found it extremely difficult to move about on one leg. "That fellow Postle was one of the worst," barked Colonel Enderby. "I shall report him." It was true that P.C. Postle had somewhat forgotten the dignity due to the uniform he wore. Colonel Enderby was prepared to report an archangel for making a draught with his wings. There were few of his inferiors in Little Bilstead, male or female, whom at one time or another he had not threatened to report. At that very moment the village policeman himself was engaged in going through his cottage with a tooth comb in search of his helmet. He was puzzled to account for a red hat, adorned with blue poppies, which hung from the peg dedicated to his official headgear when not in action. "Ha!" cried the Colonel, as the Miss Jells came out of the post office, and, with a bow and another exposure of his manifest boldness to the blue dome of heaven, he hurriedly left Mrs. Truspitt Greene. "Good morning," he cried, with a sudden stiffening of his frame, followed by a bow and yet a third exposure of the crown that took so high a polish. "I hope you were not disturbed by last night's disgraceful scenes." Neither of the Miss Jells had heard of anything disgraceful, although Miss Mary blushed at the sound of a word she heard for the second time that day. Colonel Enderby once more plunged into the story of the scandalous conduct of the Little Bilsteadians in the hour of victory. Miss Jell looked shocked, whilst Miss Mary strove not to appear as interested as she felt. "We shall be the laughing stock of the whole county," he cried angrily in conclusion, "and all through that young reprobate Warren." Miss Mary gave a little shudder of fear, for had not she, Mary Jell, clung to the left shin of the very man the Colonel was denouncing? She felt almost fast. "I tried to find Postle," continued the Colonel, "and " He stopped suddenly. Coming towards them was the epitome of the law himself, carrying something done up flimsily in a newspaper. At the sight of the Miss Jells and Colonel Enderby, whom he held in considerable dread, Postle hurriedly transferred the parcel to the rear, walking along with an elaborate air of unconcern, which in another would not have deceived even him. Memory had at length come to his aid, and he recalled having exchanged hats the previous night with pretty Millie Marjoram, and he was now on his way to effect a re-exchange. Although wearing his uniform, Postle had on his head a cloth cap, which gave to his appearance the suggestion of a music hall turn. He was so intent upon the little group of notabilities that he did not see the smiling Millie herself approaching, his helmet on the back of her impudent head. Colonel Enderby, however, saw it, and, being a man of the world and one who had "fought for his king and country," as he was fond of expressing it, realised immediately the significance of what he saw. "Postle!" he cried, in a voice that would have brought a squad of the rawest recruits to attention like a Prussian regiment. There was a scream, a helmet dropped a few feet in front of the astonished Postle, whilst Millie was running towards a red hat with blue poppies lying in the middle of the road. That jaunty air of detachment had been fatal to the fastenings of P.C. Postle's parcel, and the hat had fallen out. "Catch me changing hats with you again, bor!" cried the outraged Millie, as she proceeded to blow the dust from her precious headgear. "You gowk!" she added, her eyes still upon the reds and blues of her treasured millinery. Postle continued to stare at the Colonel, whilst Miss Jell turned aside and Miss Mary blushed. Somehow or other the incident reminded her of her own unmaidenly act of the day before. To Miss Jell it seemed almost indelicate that such revelations should be made in the presence of a man. She had always disapproved of Millie Marjoram. She disapproved of all pretty girls on principle, for was not prettiness in a girl merely a trap, and did it not, sooner or later, invariably lead to scandal? This incident, however, was both flagrant and indelicate. It "What have you to say for yourself, Postle?" barked the Colonel fiercely, his moustache appearing strangely white against the purple of his face. "She took my helmet," he grumbled, as he stooped to retrieve his official headgear. "Blamme her!" he muttered under his breath, as he rose once more to an upright position. Then, in what appeared to be one movement, he placed the helmet on his head, saluted, turned, and was walking swiftly away in the direction of his own cottage. "I won't forget this more," he hissed, as he passed the now smiling Millie, who promptly put out her tongue at him. Miss Mary, who saw the action, was once more strangely reminded of her own lapse. "I hope you're not going to receive this young scoundrel," cried Colonel Enderby, tearing his gaze from the back of the retreating Postle to Miss Jell. "We look to you," he added, as she appeared to hesitate. "Certainly not, Colonel Enderby," was the icy retort, and, with a slight bow, Miss Jell passed on, followed by her sister, who blushed for the third time that morning. "Now what the devil!" he spluttered, bewildered at the sudden change in Miss Jell's social barometer. "Damn!" he exploded, as he turned on his heel and stamped off in the direction of his own house, where Mrs. Warnes was engaged in preparing a curry almost as hot as the Colonel's temper. "It is not for Colonel Enderby to suggest whom we shall receive and whom we shall not receive," Miss Jell remarked to her sister, as they walked through the village in the direction of the Cedars. "His remark is a presumption," she added, and her sister wondered if they were really going to receive the man whose shin she had embraced with such abandon, and again she blushed. Chapter 16 of The Return of Alfred by Herbert George Jenkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. P.C. Postle assumes his uniform. "Are you the village constable?" "I be, sir," replied John Postle, wishing he were in uniform, and that he had selected another day for cleaning out the fowl house. The indications all pointed to a case. "I've been assaulted." The speaker was the man in the brown and white check suit whom Eric had pinked, as he called it, the previous Saturday afternoon on the way back from Norwich. "Assaulted, sir? You don't mean it?" John Postle's heart leapt with joy. In a flash he saw his portrait in the papers, particularly the London papers. He saw himself arresting dangerous characters. He saw himself promoted. He saw "Where had you been assaulted, sir?" he heard himself inquiring. "About 3 miles from here," said the stranger, and he went on to say that he had been forced to accept a lift to Norwich from a passing carter, both for himself and his motor bicycle. This accounted for the delay in lodging his complaint. "Aye, but what part of the body, sir?" asked Postle eagerly. He was more than ever resentful that the fowls should have claimed him on this of all days. His uniform would have made all the difference in the world. "I was in a stooping position," explained the stranger with great delicacy. Postle rubbed his chin with the pad of his right thumb, which bore marked evidences of his recent occupation. The law required the utmost detail. In his own mind he was quite satisfied that the stranger had been kicked, but he doubted if his superiors would consider "assaulted whilst in a stooping position" as sufficiently explicit. The impressive appearance of the prosecutor, as in his own mind he already called him, with his luxuriant auburn moustache, seemed to forbid a demand for further particulars. "I was bending over my motor cycle," continued the stranger, "which had developed engine trouble, when I was shot." "Shot!" The word burst from John Postle's lips like a shout of thanksgiving. At last his hour had come. Without a word he turned and bolted into the house, leaving the stranger with the auburn moustache gazing into a little room crowded with the village constable's cherished possessions. Before, however, he had time to make up his mind whether or not to enter, Postle reappeared, struggling into his official tunic, his helmet on the back of his head. A few seconds later his calloused hand grasped notebook and pencil. P.C. Postle was prepared for the great moment of his official career. A man had been shot in Little Bilstead. Already he saw the newspapers full of the sensation. He heard paper boys shouting the news in the streets of London. He saw himself at the Pigeons, a dictator, knowing neither thirst nor interruption. "You were shot, sir," he began, the tip of the pencil pressed against his lower lip, his eyes searching the stranger's generous person for bloodstains. "You come inside, sir," he added with inspiration, suddenly becoming conscious that a little fringe of juvenile spectators was collecting round the gate. The stranger entered the little room, to which the front door gave direct access, and seated himself at the round table in the centre, whilst Postle worked industriously with his stub of pencil, pausing after every other word to moisten the tip. "Shot in a stooping position," he read slowly as he wrote. "With What were you shot with, sir? Was it a gun or a pistol?" he enquired, looking up. "I think it was a catapult." In a flash P.C. Postle's house of cards was demolished. A catapult! Although it was an irregular and illegal proceeding for one liege subject of His Majesty King George to assault another, even with a catapult, there was something almost grotesque in the view that a catapult was a lethal weapon. There was about John Postle nothing of the sleuth hound, with a face that is a mask for the emotions behind. His surprise and disappointment expressed themselves so clearly in his widened eyes and half open mouth that the stranger felt called upon to say something in justification of his charge. "If I'd been riding my motor cycle instead of standing by it," he said, "I might have been killed. Besides, it hurt. It still hurts," he added, and he shifted uneasily in his chair. With flagging and laborious pencil, Postle took down the remaining particulars the stranger had to give. His heart was no longer in his task, he even regretted having donned his official tunic. The absurdity of assuming such a garment to take down details of a man having been shot at by someone with a catapult was obvious even to him, and he was proud of his uniform. And besides, there was no blood. To John Postle assault without bloodshed was not crime as he understood it. He always thought of the victim as weltering in his own blood. It added colour to the crime. He proceeded to rub his chin with the pad of a dubious thumb. He was a little uncertain as to the next step in the procedure. Had it been murder with a weltering corpse, he would have known exactly what was required of him. But a man assaulted by a catapult whilst in a stooping position, this presented difficulties. "Did you see the prisoner?" he enquired, anticipating the natural order of events. "Did I see?" queried the stranger. "Did you see the man what assaulted you, sir?" enquired Postle, "whilst in a stooping position," he added as an afterthought. "It wasn't a man," said the stranger irascibly. "It was a boy with red hair. He was in a motor car. I took the number of the car, or at least part of it," and he dived into his breast pocket. "It was," he drew a notebook from his pocket and gazed at it earnestly, "N078 and some other figure I could not quite see. It was partly covered with mud." Postle looked solemn as he still rubbed a bristly chin with his left thumb. The number of the car, even in its incomplete state, coupled with the redness of the hair of the delinquent, constituted clues of the utmost importance. In other words, he had identified the aggressor, and the knowledge embarrassed him. After all, the complainant, or prosecutor, he was not yet quite sure how he ought to classify him, was a stranger, and with him all strangers were suspect. On the other hand, there was Miss Marjorie to be thought of. About Eric he troubled nothing, all boys were young varmin, but the idea of causing Miss Marjorie trouble or worry was alien to his thoughts. There was, however, the official aspect of the case to be considered. "I have to go on to Norwich now to get a new magneto," announced the stranger, caressing the auburn luxuriance that cascaded from his upper lip. "I shall be back in a few days. If you haven't found this boy by then, I shall report the matter at Scotland Yard." Postle shivered at the mention of Scotland Yard. He was impressed by the stranger's firm demeanour. He might be anybody. "It's Master Eric, that's a sure moral," was his unuttered thought. "I think, sir," he said, turning to the stranger, "I got a clue." "You know this boy?" Postle hesitated. It seemed disloyal to Miss Marjorie to betray Eric. Still, there was duty to be considered. "I fare to think I can find him, sir, by the time you're back." "Then I shall want you to take me to a magistrate and obtain a summons for shooting at you with a catapult while in a stooping position," murmured Postle as the stranger rose. With a sigh he straightened his tunic and cast a glance at his boots, which still bore traces of the fowl house. Opening the door, he stood aside for the other to pass out. A moment later he was startled by an exclamation from his visitor, and he had a vision of the burly figure running down the path shouting to some one to stop. "That's him!" cried the stranger over his shoulder, pointing at Eric, who had just passed the house and was walking in the direction of the Grange. "That's the young scoundrel!" he cried dramatically. "I give him in charge." The recognition had been mutual. One swift glance over his shoulder had been sufficient to enable Eric to identify the man he had pinked. Without hesitation he took to his heels. Postle was fumbling at the tails of his tunic for the notebook he had just returned to its customary place of abode. The situation was not without its embarrassments. "Why didn't you catch him?" demanded the stranger. Postle rubbed his chin. Why hadn't he effected an arrest? In his own mind he clung tenaciously to the terminology of the weekly paper he devoured from breakfast time till bedtime each Sunday. "I'll " he began, when he stopped suddenly. Coming towards them was Miss Mary Jell. At the sight of the stranger she paused. "Is anything the matter, Postle?" she enquired, looking up shyly at the florid figure of the stranger, at a loss to classify him. "This be the prosecutor, Miss Mary," was the stammered reply. "He say that master that he been shot while he was in a " "Shot!" repeated Miss Mary in horror. "How dreadful! Are you " "With a catapult, miss," broke in the stranger, thus assisting in his own classification. "The prosecutor said he had engine trouble," explained Postle, "and that he was shot while in a stooping position." He stopped suddenly. The stranger was coughing violently. Miss Mary blushed, while Postle looked from one to the other uncomprehendingly. "I'm so sorry," said Miss Mary, feeling dreadfully adventurous in addressing a stranger who had not been introduced to her. "I hope it didn't hurt." It was the stranger's turn to show embarrassment. He flushed a brick red. "Constable," he said, to cover his confusion, "I " Then with a lifting of his cap and a bow to Miss Mary that thrilled her, he turned and made off in the direction taken by the fugitive Eric. For nearly a minute Postle stood regarding the impressive brown and white check back of the man who had brought a transitory hope to his official heart. "Well, I'm danged," he muttered, pushing his helmet still further back and proceeding to scratch a puzzled head. "If that ain't a rum un." He turned to Miss Mary for comfort, but she was retreating hurriedly in the opposite direction from that taken by the smitten stranger. Slowly P.C. Postle returned to the fowl house, minus his helmet and tunic, whilst Miss Mary hurried back to the Cedars. For the rest of the afternoon she was engaged in a struggle between a sense of delicacy and her feeling for drama. How was she to tell Jane, and at the same time suppress the embarrassing details? When at length she told of her adventure, and the inevitable question presented itself, as she had foreseen it would, she replied with a blush: "I think he was shot in the arm, Jane." CHAPTER XVII